Lions coach Dan Campbell said yesterday that he expects to lose coordinators Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn on cue. A few hours later, the reports came out that Johnson is on his way to become the next head coach of the Chicago Bears. As of yesterday, the contract was still being finalized. Bears QB Caleb Williams was asked about Johnson at locker cleanout. As for Aaron Glenn, he's getting ready for his second-round interview with the Jets today. Ian Rappaport tweeted this morning, the goal is for him not to leave the facility. He says the deal is not quite done, but if all goes well, he could end up as their next head coach today. Meanwhile, offensive line coach Hank Fraley will undergo a second interview with the Seahawks per ESPN. The Pistons got back to their winning ways thanks to a 107-96 win over the Houston Rockets on the road. Cade Cunningham had 32 points, 7 assists, and 9 rebounds. Malik Beasley chipped in with 17 points and had a clear message for fans after the game. He, of course, referring to All-Star voting. That win against the Rockets was the beginning of a 5-game road swing for Detroit. Ohio State captured the College Football National Championship last night with a 34-23 win over Notre Dame. A 21-point Buckeyes second quarter helped make the difference. Judkins had 100 yards on the ground and a pair of TDs for Ohio State. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Nope. Still don't feel any better.
Did you think you were going to wake up this morning and be like, all is good with the world?
No, but you do think in an alternate world we're gearing up for the NFC title in Detroit. Dan Campbell joins the show and away we go. But no, we still have to deal with the fact that the Lions season is over. And good morning to you out there. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg. We're all back today.
Just wait till you wake up Sunday morning.
Yeah,
you're not playing. Yeah, that's when it's going to really be. It's just going to hit again. And every time it hits, it might be a little bit different, hits a little bit different, but it's another obstacle that as us emotional fans need to do is find a way to cope with it.
Well, and the latest domino to fall, you heard in the update,
Ben Johnson. He gone.
To the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
John, the headline in the Free Press, Benedict Johnson. How do you feel?
I'm happy for him. Congratulations. A lot of hard work. It's not easy. There's one of 32 jobs. One of them happened to be the Bears. And I know that you mentioned the headline in the newspaper, Benedict Johnson. I don't see it that way at all. You can't necessarily choose which jobs are going to be open. Sure, you could choose which job you're going to take. But if that's the best fit that he and his circle of confidants believe is the best for him, then so be it. It happens to be in Chicago. It happens to be in division. I don't care. Now we already thought it was one of the better divisions in football. Now it didn't play out like that in the postseason in regards to results. Regular season, sure. Postseason, not so much. But I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a better division top to bottom with better coaching. And, we knocks on Dan Campbell because he hasn't made it to the Super Bowl. And Matt LaFleur hasn't won one. And obviously we saw what happened in Minnesota with Kevin O'Connell. But, I think anybody looks at what he did with Sam Darnold, it's remarkable. It came up short, but remarkable what he's done to revitalize his career. Who knows where that goes? Interested to see what he does with J.J. McCarthy in the offense next year. And interested to see Ben Johnson in Chicago with a young quarterback, talented receivers. What does he do? How much influence will he have on Ryan Poles? And that's going to be the bigger question. And I know everybody wants to talk about, he's going in division. It's such a traitor move. No, this is a chance for him to test his wares as a head coach. I don't care where it was. Sure, Would we like to run it back with him next year? I think a lot of people would. There's probably some that maybe are like, hey, sayonara. We don't like the way you called things in the playoffs. It's just that type of business, right? It's how quickly we change our emotions about someone. He's still a damn good play caller, and we'll see. Can he be a leader? We don't know.
There's a bunch of unknowns, right? How much of the offense is him? How much of it's Dan? How much of Ben Johnson's Detroit experience will translate to Chicago? I got to tell you, I like it a lot more for Chicago than I do for Ben. Chicago needed an offensive coach. They've never unlocked a quarterback. They have a lot invested in Caleb Williams. He was the best offensive coordinator on the market, very creative. I think he'll give them a real chance with play action and a real run game. But the problem is, I don't know that they have the same pieces in the run game that I actually know they don't have the same pieces in the run game as Detroit. So I think he's going to have his work cut out for him early, which is why I like it more for the Bears than I do for Ben. In terms of our house and how we feel about it here, he didn't do anything wrong leaving for the Bears in the division.
No.
He didn't break any unwritten rules. He didn't backstab Dan Campbell, which you see people on social media running with this stuff. He did what he could have done a year ago and 2 years ago, left for a head coaching job. The fact that they had him the last couple seasons was a gift. Most guys leave when they get that chance to be a head coach. He stayed. The idea that we're going to paint this guy as anything but a good person is silly to me. And honestly, it sounds bratty from certain Lions fans, right? The idea that Ben's not allowed to go in the division, kick his ass twice a year. That should be the mentality, right?
Sure. And that's good. It's going to be interesting to see, how does he shape that franchise? Can he make it like, I don't even want to say like Detroit, because he saw, great squandering of talent when he was here with Patricia. He also saw and learned from Dan how to change a culture. It doesn't mean he can do it. He needs to be true to himself. And how is he going to run an NFL franchise? How is he going to relate to and let the GM know what he wants, what he needs? How are they going to work together? I think that's one of the things in Detroit here that I don't think we take it for granted, but we know is unique and special. The relationship between Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. Will Ryan Poles and Ben Johnson have that same relationship? Will Ryan Poles know what he wants to be able to give Ben Johnson?
Let me ask you this then, because it seemed like he wanted to be selective. He wanted to choose the right fit. Do they kind of have a lame duck GM in Poles? Like, is this the third coach for Poles?
Well, it depends on. Okay, so those conversations. What does he believe about Ryan Poles? Does he believe that was Ryan Poles able to say, okay, here's where I've gone wrong, here's where I've learned, here's where I'm going to be better? He's made a lot of mistakes. And it's not that everybody has to be perfect, and he's been probably given more time in Chicago than most people would have, and I don't know why. But what is the learning curve? Has he made every mistake, and now there's new mistakes that are always going to be made, but are they just better mistakes?
Yeah, I don't know that he's going to have. Think about this. A lot of what makes Detroit's offense, what any offensive coordinator looks good with, is a great offensive line, right? More time for your quarterback to get to that second or third read, less pressure on him when he can step in and deliver a throw, a lot of third and mediums or third and shorts or fourth and shorts. Like, an offensive line is the most important thing, I would say, for an offensive coordinator, and he has a major downgrade. Now, that doesn't mean he shouldn't have taken the job.
Well, there is a draft.
But yeah, they're going to have to hit that hard. They're going to have to hit it hard.
Right. And here's the thing. And I think most of us probably believe, tell me if you think something different, it was between the Raiders, the Bears, and the Jags. The Jags, all right, Trevor Lawrence, I'm sure that was a little bit enticing, but the front office it is a disaster.
Yeah.
Like, that organization, I would have been shocked if he had gone to Jacksonville. And then you start looking at the Raiders and the Bears. He knows that he needs a quarterback. And maybe he wanted to work with Brady and the ownership group there, and maybe they were going to give him extra time because there's no quarterback. And I don't know that there's necessarily a great path to a quarterback. I don't know that there's one in this year's draft that he's looking at going, okay, I could build my franchise, I could build my team around this. So if you don't have a path to a quarterback, it kind of eliminates the Raiders, and so you're left with one choice.
The Bears.
Bears or stay at OC.
And clearly he wanted to be a head coach.
Yeah.
So I don't hold it against him. Ticket Texter says, can you guys start the show telling our fans to calm down and stop looking for a scapegoat, which now appears to be Ben Johnson? All night on social media, people were saying he wasn't invested because he was interviewing for jobs. Guys, he had 2 years to plan this and assemble a staff. He obviously wanted to win here. We need to process losses without losing reason. Jared and Jackson.
I think the bigger concern really should be who leaves with Ben Johnson, and how does he put together a staff? It's been reported Dennis Allen's going to be his defensive coordinator, so it doesn't affect us. I think that's actually a really good hire for him. It's somebody with a head coaching experience.
Yeah,
going to be his
yep.
defensive coordinator. But Hank Fraley got a second interview with Seattle as OC, I don't think he ultimately gets that, but does he look and say, well, maybe I get a title in going with Ben Johnson, where Ben's going to call the plays, but maybe hey, offensive coordinator in title only, but still offensive line coach. It's a pay bump. Is that something that could happen?
Yeah,
sure. I don't know if it does or not because he gets to work with Penei Sewell.
But if I'm Ben Johnson, I'd strongly consider it. My OC is going to be in title only anyway, and I think I just got done telling you how important the offensive line is going to be for him.
Right, but my point is, the one that has to make the decision, if it's offered to him, it's going to be Hank Fraley. Why would you leave to go to Chicago where the offensive line is horrible and you don't necessarily know that the GM is going to draft on the offensive line? That's the big question because you've already got Penei Sewell. And yeah, there are components, and we'll talk about that throughout the offseason of an aging offensive line, but he is going to be able to continue to shape it and build around, right now, Frank in the middle and Penei Sewell. So I just don't know why he would leave being able to work with such high-level talent to go and start all over.
Early returns on the ticket text. Ben Johnson leaves for the Bears. Your reaction to that? It's 97.1.
Hey, don't let the cold creep in. And, man, it's cold today, and wait till tomorrow morning. It's going to be even colder. So if you need your furnace service today, do what I did and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got the best equipment, the best prices, and they offer same-day service. So if you woke up this morning and it's cold inside, you got to give them a call. Plus, they've got a 5-year warranty on their work, so you know you're covered. Save a bundle with their winter bundle. Up to $1,500 in savings when you buy a new furnace, AC, and generator. Call for details, or you can visit them at mastercraftheating.com.
Ben Johnson to the Bears. Reactions from Lions fans. The Free Press has the headline, Benedict Johnson. He's a traitor. Because he went in the division, I guess. I don't know. People are very upset. Read some of these texts, John. Ben Johnson to the Bears feels like your girlfriend cheating on you with your best friend.
I mean, people are going to see it however they want. I'm not going to try and convince anybody, but put it in other terms. If you have a chance, say you interview and you're looking to get a better job, your competitor, a direct competitor to the company that you're working for, offers you a promotion and a hell of a lot more money. Are you not going to take it? I mean, it's just not as public.
But you're going to take it.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's any animosity from Dan Campbell about this. This is Buddy. He gets a chance to take one of 32 head coaching jobs. Happy for him. Try to kick his ass twice a year. I mean, that's the only mentality here.
And for Dan, it's a feather in his cap, right? It's are you starting the Dan Campbell tree of coaching?
Right. And I'm not going to demonize Ben Johnson for this. I think it's, I don't know, maybe it's cathartic for some people. Ticket Texter says people clearly need an outlet for their anger. All the anger shifted from the Lions to Ben Johnson yesterday. Texter says, I'm still grieving. I can be pissed at Ben Johnson if I wanna.
Sure. I'm not going to disagree with that.
I just think it's misplaced.
Sure.
Guys, this one says, I've never understood Ben Johnson as a head coach. As a Lions fan, I love he's in division because I don't see it working.
It really all comes down to, there are some guys that are great offensive line coaches or quarterback coaches or defensive back coaches. They don't make great coordinators. Others are great coordinators. They don't make head coaches. And there are some guys that are just built to be head coaches. We don't know yet if Ben Johnson is built to be a head coach. And he doesn't really know that. He thinks he does. He's got the confidence that he does. Chicago obviously thinks they got the confidence. They hired him as their head coach. But how many times have we seen coordinators that are just, I mean, they're the number one sought after commodity for a reason. They've had some success, but they don't all turn out to be great head coaches. Look at when Dan Campbell was hired. 7 coaches. How many of those guys are still employed? Only 2 of them. Nick Sirianni and Dan Campbell.
Okay, just quick. More likely than not, when an OC offensive genius moves on, they end up looking like Mike Martz or Charlie Weiss as a head coach. And rarely do they look like Kyle Shanahan, right? More times than not. I mean, we sat back here behind a glass, and I just asked Grady, I go, give me an offensive genius, in quotes, that moved on from an OC and became a great head coach. And he brought up the Shanahans, but Mike did it too.
Yeah, I mean, Sean McVay would be another one.
Yeah. Well, McVay was OC just 1 year?
He's an offensive coach.
Yeah, no, but I'm talking about the offensive coordinator genius, the direct OC or DCs. Like what John was just saying, a lot of times it's special teams coaches and guys that necessarily, like, find me there's not a ton of them. There really isn't. They end up usually having egg on their face as a head coach.
But I would tell you, most teams that win the Super Bowl are coached by offensive guys at this point.
But
it's why teams are willing to take a risk. I mean, the Bears had to try to find stability for Caleb Williams and someone to get the most out of him.
I hope he finds a running game there because that's the key to his offense.
He understands DeAndre Swift and his limitations. I mean, but it's also going to be how much of those conversations with Brian Poles did he have? Is he going to continue to have of here are our biggest needs going into next year? Certainly, it's not wide receiver. It's going to be offensive line, and it's going to be running back.
Ticket Texter says, I get you guys are going to call him a pro, and he interviewed the week before the game, but Saturday screamed, look at me, look what I can do. Says he's human and was not focused on Saturday. Okay, when they were running trick plays in the middle of the season, was that him auditioning for a job, or is that just part of the offense that we all liked? How quickly we switch up on it.
Every time you make a play call, every time you take a snap, every time you are on the field, in any way, shape, or form, you're auditioning for a job. It may be your own job, or it could be one of 32 others as a coach, as a coordinator, as a position player.
Look, if he was auditioning for a job, he should have gone to Jared Goff and said, take your head out of your ass. Like, if he wanted a head coaching job, he would have gone to his quarterback and said, you can't keep effing this game up. I mean, that's a huge part of it. Those trick plays worked all year, and we celebrated them. He shouldn't have put the ball in J-Mo's hands. All right, J-Mo should throw the ball out of bounds. I mean, he can't. Can't spoon feed him once the ball snapped.
Right. And it comes down to decisions. Like we praised him for his fun and creative, and we saw him laughing on the sidelines when Penei Sewell was going to throw a ball. Penei Sewell just decided it wasn't there and wasn't going to throw it.
Right.
All right, so if J-Mo decides I'm not going to throw that ball, obviously there's no interception at that time, but is it a 1 yard loss? Is it a 2 yard gain? And instead, is he on the sidelines giggling a little bit? Like that's the difference. Is you had two plays, Penei Sewell versus J-Mo. Penei, it wasn't there. He stiff arms a guy, which was kind of cool, but he actually gets sacked.
Speaking of Penei Sewell, he had some comments defending Jared Goff. We'll play those later in the show. Want to reflect on the loss from this weekend, compare it to the loss in the NFC title game. We'll do that coming up at 6:35. And if you have Ben Johnson thoughts on the phones, we're going to keep mixing those in. Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, good morning.
Good morning, guys. And as everyone knows, if you're up and at it, it is cold. Or maybe you know it if you're not up and at it, because it was cold in my house.
Was it?
We had to bust out the space heaters for the kids because it's the heat.
Rooms always heat differently.
Oh my gosh, it's so cold. And anyway, it's so cold that a lot of schools are also closed. So most likely you're going to be home with your kids. They're closed today, and a lot of them are closed tomorrow as well. I know. Tomorrow's
going to be even colder than it was today.
Is it going to be?
Oh, yeah. I looked at the weather last night. Now, okay, if the weatherman's right, person, whatever, it was supposed to be right around where I saw it this morning, 2 or 3 degrees. Tomorrow morning, when we get in our cars and travel this way, it's supposed to be -9 to -10. But on the thermometer, not just feels like.
Well, yes, it feels like could be -25 with wind chill. It could get to. They say this article says that,
tomorrow
so
morning?
we'll see. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I was
through
going to say, I don't know if it felt like that this morning, but yeah, it's cold.
It didn't,
yeah,
because there was no wind.
Right.
At least for me, walking to my car in my driveway, it was just bitter cold. Anyway, be prepared. Obviously, there's a lot that can happen if you're outside for too long in this cold. So, of course, make sure you're layered up, your skin isn't exposed. They say wind, the cold weather and wind could cause frostbite to expose skin in about 30 minutes.
Yep.
So just be prepared. Also, because of the bitter cold, USA Today put out this list of 6 things you shouldn't leave in your car when it's below freezing out.
Oh.
So here's just a tip for everyone out there, because this could cause some, major cleanup. Aerosol cans.
Oh, they would explode, yeah.
They'll explode. That could be dangerous if you're in the car with it as it's exploding. Canned foods could also start to explode. Everything inside of it can expand. The cans can start to crack. Eggs, basically the same thing. And they're no good. Once the shell is cracked, you shouldn't eat them. Get rid of them.
Yeah.
But basically, they just start to freeze, expand, shell cracks, and then they're bad. Electronics, too, could be really bad for your phones, your computers, your laptops, your tablets. Could damage the screen if it gets so cold. And then also, once you turn it back on, condensation could start to get into all the equipment, right? And that's not good. Medication. Certain medications, insulin is what they said, of course, like you don't want that to freeze, but other medication it could also have an impact on. And then, of course, loved ones. Don't leave them behind in the car. Your dogs, your pets, your kids,
your wife,
your grandparents. Yeah, well, sure, your wife, but she's capable of opening the door.
I swear I'll be right back.
It's the ones that aren't capable of opening the door themselves that you gotta make sure you're not forgetting back there. So just a little tip. So the family of that missing Warren mother says Roseville police have ended the search for her body at that landfill in Lenox Township without success. So the uncle of Ashley Elkins released a statement saying that even though they are disappointed with the results, they appreciate all the efforts of all of the people, the more than 50 law enforcement officials, all the volunteers that spent time in that landfill searching for her. It's been more than 17 days since she disappeared, and more than 7 days since investigators started searching that landfill. So far, her ex-boyfriend, DeAndre Booker, is in jail for lying to police, being held there until any evidence surfaces that could prove that he is behind her disappearance. Yeah, so I get it. They want answers. They want to find her. So it is disappointing. You might have heard this or watched this. I don't know. But Carrie Underwood, she had to end up singing America the Beautiful a cappella thanks to some technical glitches at the inauguration on Monday. So she waited several minutes for the music track to play because it did start and then it stopped. But she decided, you know what? The show must go on. She decided she was going to sing it on her own. She did encourage everyone to sing along. And overall, she did a great job and kind of saved that moment because it could have went a whole lot worse.
I have said before.
Yeah, you're not a fan
I'm not
of
a fan.
Carrie Underwood?
She was amazing yesterday. I thought
yeah.
it was awesome. And as soon as there was that glitch, I thought, I bet she's going to sing an a cappella. And she was terrific.
She crushed it.
Yeah.
I didn't hear it. I know we have a sound of it,
we
but
don't
it's
have time
a
to play
little
it
long,
here.
so maybe
Yeah.
I'll take a listen. But I figured she would. I've always been a fan of Carrie Underwood.
She crushed it.
Good for her.
Yeah.
Heather with the news. All right, Ben Johnson, is he a traitor? You tell us. As you still sit with the feelings of Saturday night, what hurt more? Which was worse, Saturday night or last year's NFC title? It's next, 97.1. Less than an hour away from a $2,000 slam. That's one way to make you feel better after this weekend. 725, a chance for $2,000. If you want to talk Ben Johnson, we've asked the question, how do you feel about him leaving, staying in division, going to the Bears? Some have called him a traitor. I think that's a bit of low-hanging fruit. We also want to know about your feelings from Saturday and how they compare to a year ago. John, which was worse?
I'm still trying to decipher that one as I talk through it. I think in the end, it's going to be last year, simply because you were 30 minutes away. You had a 17-point lead. And again, with context, with more time, is that the closest they get? And I'm not. I don't mean this to be doom and gloom for next year or the coming years. The Super Bowl window is wide open.
No, but Dan said it.
Yeah. And so after the game, he said, we don't know. Is this the closest we're going to be?
This may have been our only shot, I think was the quote.
Right. And so in that context, last year clearly hurts the most. And you were literally 30 minutes away with the 17-point lead. Then you think about this year's loss. Number 1 seed, 15 wins in the regular season. You're playing the 6th seed with the rookie quarterback. I don't know if it could ever be more on a tee for you to at least get to the NFC Championship game, and then you bow out in the divisional round. Like that to me, last year still hurts the most to me, and because you were right there. And this year, this team had more flaws, even though there were some more highs. The offense, it was the best offense in the NFL. And there was a lot of great things about it, but the flaws all came on the defensive side, and we saw some of that on Saturday. It's not the reason that they lost on Saturday. That was the turnovers. It was the offense. But I don't know, especially losing Amik Robertson, no matter who they played this weekend, I don't know if they would have made it past the NFC Championship game because they were so banged up defensively.
Last year was the better season. Both years they won the division, but last year they played in the NFC title, had a 17-point lead at the half. It was the better season. Mm-hmm. And it's why it hurt more that you didn't go to the Super Bowl in the better season.
You were so close.
I know.
30 minutes.
Halftime, 30 minutes, up 17 points. By the way they built that lead, they're running it, big chunk plays. It's also on a tee, John, because when you have a lead, all you got to do is lean on them, run the ball. It's an offensive lineman's dream. Hey, we're just going to blow them off the ball for the second half and go to the Super Bowl. This was painful Saturday, but I don't think it was as painful as what happened last year against San Francisco. 248-539-9797. You guys let us know where you're at on that and the Ben Johnson stuff. Let's get to Chris in Oak Park. Chris, you're on 97.1.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good.
First thing, Ben Johnson is not a traitor. We have to realize that this is what happened when you have good coaches. We've been in a funk for so long. We're used to our coaches getting fired, and the new coach comes in, and they bring their new staff. This is what happens when you have good coaches. It happens on other teams, so just get used to it. It's just kind of how things go. As far as the loss, I agree with you guys. I say it was last year because we were actually in the NFC Championship, like you said, 30 minutes away from going to the Super Bowl. This year, we got 13 injuries. Every win to me was a gift. I didn't know how far we could go, but I just didn't think that we would actually make it to the Super Bowl. I thought at some point either Washington, people, there's a 6 seed, yes, rookie quarterback, but he's the rookie, the rookie of the year. That Washington team is no joke, and they can very well, if Philly sleeps on them, they can very well beat Philly as well. So it's not like we beat some scrub or a team that just wasn't prepared, wasn't ready.
No, they balled out. The Commanders
played better than we did.
Yeah, they showed up. They didn't make mistakes. They certainly didn't look like a team that wasn't ready for the moment. The Lions did. Yeah, you're right about that, Chris. I agree with you there. For sure.
It was. Again, time will tell. It will hurt less, each of these, if they ultimately win a Super Bowl. Because you can look back and say, okay, yeah, it could still hurt because you could have had 2 or you could have had 3. Yes, I understand that. But if you can look back with the perspective that all of these were lessons learned, eventually getting you over that last final hurdle of winning a Super Bowl, that you can accept them more. But without knowing any of that, you were literally 30 minutes away. And so, I'm talking through this as I go, because last night I would have told you, and even early this morning, I would have said last year's NFC title game. I don't know that people really believed last year was going to be a Super Bowl team, or they started having those hopes and dreams until about halftime of the San Francisco game. Those hopes and dreams all started this year. I don't know what week. We had talked about the possibility before the season and that the expectation was a Super Bowl, but it became a reality sometime week 8, 9, 10, and then they keep winning, and then they get the number 1 seed. And people were literally, we had a caller, I'm going to drive from Oklahoma to New Orleans, and then after they win, drive from New Orleans to Detroit for the parade. Like, there were people making Super Bowl plans, and it was in your mind. So now all of a sudden, you crap the bed on Saturday night, and all of those hopes and dreams and plans go by the wayside.
It had longer to crystallize, to feel real to you, because all year it felt like some way, somehow they're going to be there. And I think people who are now saying in retrospect the defense wasn't good enough and we were never actually going to win it, I think that's coping, because that was not the narrative a week ago. It was not the prevailing notion 6-7 days ago. The idea was they'll get through the Commanders. They've got better than a coin flip at home against the Eagles or the Rams, and then they're in the place they weren't a year ago. They both hurt. You guys got to tell us which one hurts more. 248-539-9797. Get some thoughts on that. Let's get to Sheldon in Detroit. Sheldon, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Like I said, Saturday's loss to me hurt more, because it seemed like, we had we were so hyped up. We had everything in our corner, and my only issue was it seemed like our defense wasn't well prepared, because like I said, the Commanders, especially Jay Day, they was running that RPO virtually all year, and it just seemed like like I said, like Aaron Glenn really didn't have them prepared, especially for a running quarterback with like I said, especially for that offense to me. But like I said, other than that, our offense still had a good year, and this really stings cookies.
It does. I don't know that are there things Aaron Glenn could have done differently / better? Yeah, but guys, the last month of the season, that defense has been on fumes. I mean, some of that is just the reality of who they are on defense at this point in the year. It's why the offense had to lead the way and couldn't turn the ball over 5 times. Ticket Texture brings up a good point. And the caller prior brought up a good point. The idea that if you're a good team, you're going to lose these coordinators. John, did you see the stat the last time the Lions lost a coordinator to a head coaching job?
Was it 60s?
63. 1963. We're not used to this.
Well, no, we're not used to it because we're used to firing coaches, not having success, and then your assistant coach is being pilfered.
Right, but what I'm saying is then, guys, get used to it. The 1 seed's always going to have their coordinators take interviews. Well, who's not making excuses? Kansas City. They won the game.
Right. We talk about it all in college sports all the time. And Nick Saban, right? He was always trying to find a new offensive coordinator because they were picked off for head coaches. And wouldn't you rather be in a position where year in, year out, your coaches are desired by other, and maybe it's not, okay, new coordinator on both sides of the ball come in next year, and maybe it takes a year or two before they are like Ben Johnson. Hey, and next year, maybe their name comes up a little bit, but not really in the running. And then all of a sudden, after 2 years, they're the number one candidate for other jobs. You want to have people in your company that are desired by other companies because it means you're hiring good and it means that you are having success.
Observation. Lions fans don't want to lash out at the people most responsible. They don't want to lash out at Jared Goff. They don't want to lash out at Dan Campbell. So you know who becomes very convenient to lash out at? Ben Johnson. Would you agree with that observation? He leaves. Now it's in division. We can really make him out to be the villain, the bad guy, and all this. He was hiring his staff at halftime. No, he wasn't. You know what I mean? This idea that because Dennis Allen's his DC, somehow game prep wasn't there. That's become, I think, really easy for people. They can attack Ben Johnson because Jared Goff could not have been the biggest problem. And Dan Campbell's an emotional rock for this football team. He couldn't possibly have let them down in any way. I think it's convenient where people have shifted the blame. And we're going to get to the Jared Goff stuff. I know Penei Sewell had some comments defending his quarterback. We'll do that next. More of your phone calls on both Ben Johnson leaving and the pain of Saturday versus the pain of the NFC title game. It's 97-1. is headed to Chicago. Benedict Johnson, the headline in the Free Press. Really pushing that traitor narrative. Where are you guys at with him leaving? How big a deal is this? Is he a traitor? How do you feel about him in the division? 248-539-9797. And then our second question is Saturday versus the NFC title game, which hurt worse? Ticket Texter says, Saturday hurts more, the difference between hope and expectation. Eric in Grand Ledge. The idea that this was expected that they win. And I think this texter puts it well. He says this year hurt worse because nothing about Saturday's game went how we had seen this season. Ill-prepared both sides of the ball. Goff turnovers, not playing bully ball in key moments, getting too cute, no complimenting. The offense would pick up the defense or the defense would pick up the offense. We saw none of that, Scott, in Clarkston.
Well, I don't necessarily view it as unprepared. This one to me is more on the players. It was a lack of execution. It was Jared Goff, doing what you can't do as an experienced quarterback. If he was Jaden Daniels as a rookie on 3rd and 2 and they throw the ball, like I would expect Jaden Daniels to be vulnerable and maybe not protect the ball. Not Jared Goff.
Yeah.
Like that to me is that's a cardinal sin. It's breaking all the rules of being an experienced quarterback. And then you throw the interceptions and you start pushing and pressing to do more instead of taking what's in front of you and trusting what you've done all season long. So to say that they're unprepared, I would disagree. I just think it was a horrific lack of execution on the field.
Ticket Texture says, guys, it's not about prep. Johnson said he had unfinished business and allowed his next round of coaching interviews to be a distraction in the locker room. Look at Kingsbury. He said no interviews until after the year. I think if you're a pro player who got distracted by that, that's kind of on you, right, John? Like, you have to be a professional as the athlete, too. Ben Johnson did his interviews in an off week via Zoom. He wasn't gallivanting around on private jets. He did a couple Zoom meetings, no different than a lot of you listening are going to do today from your office.
Right. Cliff Kingsbury did not have that off week, so he decided I'm not going to take any interviews.
And he also isn't the commodity. Like, Ben Johnson has passed up jobs 2 straight off seasons. He kind of had to take this a little more seriously if he wanted to land a head coaching job. And he did want to land a head coaching job, something I will not hold against Ben Johnson.
No, the opportunity to take the next step in your profession. I mean,
what a jerk.
Yeah. I mean, would you have said, you know what, I really like doing midnights.
I like being on until 2.
Yeah, I just like to be on until 2. Yes. Right. I mean, how is that any different?
Come on, guys. 248-539-9797. Ben Johnson saw the writing on the wall with Goff and the Lions. He went to the Bears for a mobile QB where he can fully unleash his offense. Lions fans are mad because deep down they feel Ben will go to a Super Bowl while Dan watches at home.
Well, how do we know he knows how to call an offense for a mobile quarterback? I mean, he was here when Matthew Stafford was a quarterback, and he's more mobile than Goff, but I wouldn't call him a dual threat guy.
No, and again, he doesn't have all pros on the offensive line, right? So I think
he better be mobile.
I think as an OC, it's such a luxury when you can block for an extra half second to a full second. When you can dominate up front, run the ball, and set up play action. When your quarterback can get to the 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th read. Like when 2nd down is 2nd and 3 instead of 2nd and 9. Like, an offensive line is an offensive coordinator's best friend. And Ben Johnson...
and don't fear competition.
He's going to have to fight through that, yeah.
Don't fear competition. That's what we do. That's the essence of sports. Like you don't want to have all your opponents to be bad all year long. Well, then you end up like Minnesota and you can't figure out how to win when you've won 14 games, but somebody else is more prepared than you are.
Goff is coming up a lot on the ticket text. I did say 7:02 will play Penei Sewell's defensive as quarterback. We'll talk about just where we're at with Jared Goff after that performance. Perry in Detroit, you got thoughts on Ben Johnson. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you guys doing today?
Good.
So my thing is, I don't know if people remember, last year was an article released when Ben Johnson was interviewed where he said he was watching the Chicago Bears last year and they kept Eberflus, and he was surprised. You can look it up. He even said it himself. When Eberflus got fired this year, I went on social media and told everybody as far as my timeline, I think I even went on Twitter like, that's Ben Johnson's job. He want to work with Caleb Williams. That's where he want to go. Everybody talk crazy to me. Like, they was cussing me out, told me I was crazy. He'd never do the Lions like that and all. It's not about doing the Lions like that. That's just the job that God wanted. I don't think he's a traitor at all. But he told people that he was watching Chicago. He was always admiring Caleb Williams. You know, he talked about the zip he had on the ball and all that type of stuff. I mean, he kind of put it out there that he was watching Chicago.
I'm not surprised. Perry, I'm not surprised that he's in Chicago, but go ahead.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I said I'm not surprised he ended up in Chicago. I didn't mean to cut you off. Continue.
Yeah. But as far as the loss, I think it was this Saturday because, like, I think it was a ticket check. It just seemed like John said, too, it just seemed like they didn't execute. It looked like a team that we haven't saw all year. We had all the expectations. We had the 1 seed. And it just seemed like our defensive plan just wasn't there. And the turnovers it hurt. It was a dagger Saturday. Because last year, we didn't expect to get that far. You know, this year it was Super Bowl favorites, Vegas. It was everybody talking about the Lions, the fan favorites, and all that type of stuff. And just for it to land in your lap like that, to have 2 games at home, 15-game winning season, stuff like that. So I want this year hurts more.
Perry, I respect it. I think John, one of the things you brought up is just how long we had to sit on these Super Bowl thoughts and let them, morph into real plans.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you didn't have time to really do that in the NFC title game. It was there and then it was gone.
Well, I mean, there wasn't a lot of people at halftime getting their airline tickets to the Super Bowl and scrounging around for Super Bowl tickets. This is one where people really expected and felt like, and there were people that actually made the investment of, I'm going to buy tickets because I believe the Lions are going to be there. Now, obviously, that's an investment that's not a sunk cost. Like, you could sell those tickets because somebody's going to go. Somebody else actually wants to go watch it.
Yeah.
But there were people that made a whole lot of plans and spent a lot of money that it's not going to happen. Not going to happen this year.
Penei Sewell defending his quarterback. We'll play that audio after the update, your phone calls, and everything we've talked about. Lions continue to be the lead story in so many different ways. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson looks like he's heading to become the next head coach of the Chicago Bears. According to Tom Pelissero, Aaron Glenn may have a deal done by the end of the day as well with the Jets. Glenn has a second interview scheduled in New York. The Pistons snapped a mini 2-game losing streak with a 107-96 win over the Rockets last night. In his 9th game with 30 or more points, Kate Cunningham tallied 32. Head coach J.B. Bickerstaff says, "Bring on the road." Free agent third baseman Anthony Santander has inked a 5-year, $92 million deal with the Blue Jays. Santander was one name linked to the Tigers this offseason with the hot corner position they rotated last year. He's coming off a career season, clubbing 44 homers while garnering his first All-Star nod as well. Evan Petzold reporting this morning that negotiations are at a standstill between the Tigers and Alex Bregman. Bregman is ready to sign a contract in general. The college football playoff wrapped up last night as Ohio State won the national championship over Notre Dame 34-23. The Buckeyes were up 31-7 at the beginning of the third quarter. QB Will Howard earned MVP honors thanks to a 2-touchdown and no pick night. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Coming up at 7:25, we've got the 2 Grand Slam, a chance to win $2,000. Can you get all 10 questions right? Talking Ben Johnson to the Bears, comparing heartbreaking losses this year and last year for the Lions, and the Goff conversation. Penei Sewell sounding off in the locker room over the weekend, defending his quarterback from the blame.
Well, to whom much is given, much is expected. When a team wins in football, who gets a lot of praise?
Quarterback.
When a team loses, who's going to take a lot of the strays? Quarterback. And so it's not surprising. And when you play the way Jared Goff played, he deserves a lot of the blame. And he's not going to shy away from it.
No, he acknowledged it after the game.
Yeah, he's got to play better in moments like that for this team to even have the hope of going to another NFC championship game, let alone the Super Bowl.
Look, I respect Penei Sewell. He might be the best player on this team. He's a leader. He's got his guys back. I have no issue with that. But to be confused as to why the guy who committed 4 turnovers is receiving a large portion of criticism, well, Penei's smarter than that.
He's smarter than that, but he also sees more than we see. And there's a lot of people that aren't going to see, Glasgow at a very important moment allow on third down, allow somebody to get in to hit Jared Goff, which ultimately ends up causing the fumble.
But you made the point, and I think intelligently, got to protect the ball.
Got to protect the ball. Yes, but I'm saying he's not the only on that play. That was not the only breakdown.
Okay, what about his first pick, which was a pick 6, where he didn't take the open man, threw it to a guy who hadn't even fully run the route into coverage, sailed the throw, and gave the other team a touchdown.
That's on him.
Right. And then before the half, ball placement leads to an interception when you got points in your back pocket driving. And again, those drives were pivotal to stay within a one possession.
Right. Well, I'm not saying that, there are interceptions that are on the quarterback. There are other interceptions that quarterbacks throw, and I'm talking to generalities here, that a receiver runs the wrong route. It may not look like it, or he doesn't go across the face of a safety or something he's supposed to do that leads to an interception. That wasn't the case in the first interception that Jared Goff threw. But in terms of the fumble, yes, it is ultimately on him to secure the ball and understand when the pocket's breaking up. That's why I'm shocked that a veteran of his experience didn't do that. But there are other breakdowns of why he got hit.
If Sewell comes out and says, I got to do my job better, I understand that, right? Like internalizing it, knowing that we're a team and we all do this together. But I don't know why so many fans are hesitant to blame Jared Goff. Is it because we have this emotional attachment?
Well, I think they're hesitant to go all in on someone because then it's the belief that, well, he can never do it, or that's, they don't want to be wrong about how they felt before the game.
So then that's the question is how illuminating was that? Can you win a Super Bowl with Goff? And that performance may have shaken people's confidence.
It's shaken mine, and I want to get mad at myself here first before I say anything I have to say. First off, I wish I would have seen and at least opened my mind to the possibility that the Jared Goff that played in Houston was going to show up in the same game that the defense from the Buffalo game showed up, because that's what I watched. There was a merger of Jared Goff in Houston, the 5-interception game, and the Lions defense in the Buffalo game. And that game came to fruition. It merged together, and that's what happened Saturday. If people don't want to blame Jared Goff, look, what's Penei Sewell supposed to say? How was he even asked a question? I'd actually like to wonder what did he go there, or was he asked about Jared Goff? He's certainly hearing the narrative out there, or maybe it's not a narrative, because look, Jared Goff is a limited quarterback. He's a tier 2 quarterback, and the Lions are going to be challenged to win with him. And it goes back to the things we talked about when they got him, that they have to Goff-proof it. And I think the offense got far away from that in terms of being a physically pounding, running football team. The third down play, you should have run the football. You were absolutely tearing them up on the ground against a 30th ranked run D. Look, you have to reel back in Jared Goff. The last 2 seasons, he threw 12 picks last year. He threw 15 this year, including the playoff game. That's too many, right? You don't win in the NFL throwing that many interceptions. And John's right. Maybe one gets tipped and this or that. I'll tell you this right now. He's been sloppy with the ball in the pocket this season. He lost 7 fumbles, including the playoff game this year. The first lost fumble was Saturday night. There were balls on the ground. His ball security has to get better. They have to protect him better. Pass protection's been bad this year. Let me throw this at you. You won in Houston, and they got away with one, right?
Yep.
Guess what his quarterback rating was that game?
Tell me.
59.7. Guess what his quarterback rating was on Saturday night?
Right around the same?
59.7.
Yeah.
It blew me away when I looked at that. And if you go back to his Super Bowl performance against the Patriots, it was 57-9. This is who he is. He's going to have games like this 2 or 3 times a season, maybe more. And you got to overcome that. And the Lions are going to be challenged. That's why you're challenged. You don't have a franchise, you don't have a tier 1 guy.
Right, but there's not a lot of tier 1 guys.
Right. So you have to realize what you have here.
Right. And now the task is they have Goff-proofed the offense, but they need to make sure as play callers they keep it Goff-proofed. He can make a lot of throws and make good decisions on some 3rd and 8s. We saw it all season long. He also has the propensity to try and do too much, as we saw in the first interception. He looks past a wide open tight end in Sam Laporta and tries to go downfield because he wants a chunk play. It's about discipline. It's about him taking a look at that and saying, no matter the situation, I have to take what's available to me. I can't get greedy. But to take it and Goff-proof the team, to take it to the next level, they need a better defense. And this year they had a better defense, but most of it was, hanging out with Red Cross.
Right. The defense bailed them out in Houston because they still had Carlton Davis and
Elaine McNeil.
Yeah.
And Meek Robertson. Yeah, I mean, they had the whole complement of guys.
Which when you have a QB rating under 60, your chances of winning are pretty slim, and that has nothing to do with the defense.
You're right. That guy is still in there. The guy that McVay gave up on. That guy is still in there. Detroit did a lot to build him up, support him. And to his own credit, I think his game did grow and mature.
Sure.
But that guy is still there. There are some limitations with Jared Goff.
Right. And you have to always understand what your limitations are. You have to understand more than anybody else, what are you bad at? What are the risks that you have or that you bring to the table, and try and minimize those. And he didn't do that Saturday night.
Securing the ball and taking a sack is sometimes an okay thing to do.
Yes. He was the biggest reason they lost that playoff game.
Taking that sack would not have taken them out of field goal range. Hell, taking that sack may not have even taken them out of going for it on 4th down.
Potentially, yeah. Look, he was the biggest reason they lost that game. Flat out. Not the defense, not Ben Johnson doing Zoom interviews. Jared Goff was the biggest reason they lost that football game. But he's played 4 playoff games in Detroit, and he was good enough to win 3 of them. Yeah. Right? I include last year's NFC title game as a game he was good enough to win.
Yeah.
So what I don't want to do is overreact. As a reformed Goff hater, I'm trying to avoid the temptation to go, see, he's not that good. Last year, 3 really good playoff games, good enough to get this team to the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. Clearly, they have to support him. Clearly, you have to run the ball. Clearly, the offensive coordinator is going to be a very important hire moving forward.
And DC.
But specifically for Goff, who is going to have some input, the OC is going to be critically important. And you also have no choice. He's not going anywhere. He's a quarterback next season. You got to make it work with him. They had the number 1 offense this season. Even in that game, they had 500 yards of offense in the loss. He just can't turn the ball over. He just can't spiral the way he did a little bit at the end in L.A. and what he's done in, to Gov's point, spots, games here or there throughout the season. It just can't happen in the biggest games.
Turnovers are terminal. It's a terminal illness.
Yeah. John, we got nearly a full bank of calls here. We can't take everybody. Who's your favorite? Pick a favorite.
Let's go to 3.
All right, Kevin in St. Clair. You're on 97.1. Kev, good morning.
Good morning. Hopefully I can help you guys out here. The biggest thing is I blame myself for loss. Obviously, I wasn't on the field. I blame myself for not adjusting my expectations. They lost too much on the defense to be able to sustain. And going down for Saturday, my wife's like, what do I expect if they lose? I said, I'm going to have to go through the 5 stages of grief. Yes, I watched the game, no emotion involved. We were unprepared, plain and simple. It was by design that every kickoff, Khalif Raymond wasn't getting the ball. He was doing anything to try and get the ball and kick off the play hero. And the one time he had to come across the field to get it 3 yards deep in the end zone and lost us yards because he only got it up to the 19-yard line. They were over-prepared. We were under-prepared. The defense allowed too much separation. Detroit, we lost this game. There is nobody to blame. I was the same as you guys. thinking of every excuse walking out of there Saturday night of what it was. Guess what? Kellen Moore interviewed for Dallas' job on Friday, and they still won. Our coordinators interviewed a week before, and we still lost. We were not prepared.
Yeah, I just think
what stage of grief are you in?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I'm in acceptance. I'm over it. We had a great season. I don't care that we lost anyone. It was still a great season. We broke a lot of records. We were the best offense. I'm happy.
Man, I wish I could work my way through it like you have. That's impressive.
I can't do great season. I don't know if delusion is one of the steps of because I can't. I know he said he is now in the process of resetting those expectations given all the injuries, but I feel like that's a coping mechanism. That's not honest. You really thought this team could beat the Commanders even with this defense. I feel like that's a coping mechanism.
Well, it's just being able to turn the page quicker than some.
Yeah.
And I usually get there quicker as well. And I've started to get there when you talk about acceptance. I don't know that I'll ever accept that they lost this game. It's an unacceptable loss. But then you start thinking about next year and getting a Lee McNeil back. Having Zadarius Smith opposite Aiden Hutchinson, that in and of itself starts to get you excited about what the possibilities are. But it doesn't yet get me over what happened on Saturday night. And honestly never will, because this is, if they were going to lose a game because of the injuries on defense, it should have happened in the NFC Championship game against better competition.
248-539-9797. We've got the Lions lines. We'll get to those phone calls as the hour rolls. We got the news. We got 2 Grand Slam, but stay tuned. We're going to keep talking Lions football. It's 97.1.
Hey, traffic was a little bit slower on the way in. Not that there was a lot of traffic, but it was because the roads are a little bit slick, a little bit of snow last night. And if you get injured in a car accident, it's not your fault because there's crazy drivers everywhere. You need an injury attorney who is going to be responsive to your needs and aggressive against the insurance companies. That injury attorney you need to hire is David Femininio. You can pick up the phone right now and speak with David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Yeah, a lot of schools are closed in Metro Detroit today and tomorrow because of this just blast of bitter cold that hit us on Monday. So I'm sure if you have kids, they're probably home.
They're home.
There is
They're sleeping.
long list of school closures, including my daughter. She's home. Even though she's not technically in school.
Yeah, she can't yet celebrate. She's probably still at the age of, why can't I go to school?
She has no idea.
She thinks that's fun.
I told her yesterday, I'm like, you can't go to school because it's so cold out. And she doesn't care. She's a baby, but whatever. So along with the cold and the school closures, hospitals are also seeing more frostbite patients.
Sure.
So be careful out there. Experts say cold winds could cause frostbite to expose skin in as short as 30 minutes. So if you're outside, make sure you have all of the layers you need. Make sure you have the scarves, the gloves. They even said if you're going to be out there and walking, you might want to throw on some goggles just to have less of your face exposed to the cold. So just be prepared. Could also cause hypothermia as well. And obviously the coldest temperatures are expected today and tomorrow morning. So be prepared, right? Well, after being offline for 12 hours, TikTok is back. So the app went dark on Saturday, and access to those people who already had the app was then restored. And then in one of his first moves in his new administration, President Trump opted to delay the TikTok ban for 75 days in this executive order on Monday. So there's some time. It's funny, because I'm not on TikTok, it's one of those things that just means nothing to me, but I understand for those people who have built their career, if they're social media influencers, content creators, whatever it may be, or you own a business and you
there's
advertise.
Some people's whole lifestyle that is wrapped up in it.
So I completely understand. So the order instructs the Attorney General not to take any action to enter, this law that will ban. So anyway, they want to...
They hit the pause button.
Yes.
See if they can work out a deal.
Exactly. So you got 75 days at least with the app right now. Raiders star, the defensive end, Max Crosby, is jealous of Dan Campbell's Lions. So he admitted that he was kind of, I guess you could say, selfishly mad at them during NFL Network's Good Morning Football. So he's from Michigan, right?
Yep.
Born in Lapeer, calls himself a diehard Lions fan, moved to Texas for a little while, but came back, played at Eastern Michigan before he went to the NFL. So listen to what he had to say.
That is the sentiment a lot of players around the NFL have. And it's the first time, there's a lot of firsts that we're dealing with. It's coordinators being coveted and being hired at other places. It's also players around the NFL, when their contracts come up, they're going to talk to their agents to say, hey, is there a path to get to Detroit? Along with other teams. They're not the only team that people would like to go play for, but Dan Campbell is one of those guys that players want to play for.
Wish Max was a little louder about that, 3 months ago.
There's always a chance.
Yep.
Maybe this offseason. Make it happen.
Gas prices in Michigan are up 12 cents from a week ago at $3.15 per gallon. So the price is 8 cents more than this time last month and 11 cents more than a year ago. AAA says Michigan motorists are seeing higher prices at the gas pump this week. And if crude oil prices continue to rise, gas prices will likely follow suit. So the most expensive gas prices are in Metro Detroit, Ann Arbor, and Saginaw.
There you have it. It's time for the True Grand Slam.
I'm excited to give away some money. This could be a really lucky day for someone. their chance to win $2,000 in just 60 seconds, right?
I just hope that we're on a good path of competency.
Let's hope so.
Yes, it started off rough. Our last one got 6, and he was competent.
He did. He played well. So
yes.
Our contestant, 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly, $2,000 if they get them all right. Super simple. If you don't know one, pass, and if there's time, we'll get back to it.
This morning, it's Nick in Wyandotte. Nick, good morning.
Thanks for having me.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm good. I'm just driving to work. Still recovering from Saturday, as everyone else, but I'm ready to play.
All right, Nick, I hope this is a better ending for you than it was on Saturday. So your time is going to start as soon as I start the first question. Are you ready to play?
Yes.
All right, here we go. Where did Saquon Barkley play in college?
Penn State.
What is the capital of Pennsylvania?
Pass.
This Lions wide receiver threw an interception last Saturday.
J-Mo.
Who started at quarterback for Notre Dame last night?
Pass.
Who currently leads the NFL playoffs in passing yardage?
Josh Allen.
Danny Wolf currently plays for this college basketball team.
Pass.
Who played Ant-Man in the movie Ant-Man?
Paul Rudd.
Woodhaven is located in this Michigan county.
Wayne County.
Who currently leads the Red Wings in points?
Pass.
Who played Greg Fokker in Meet the Parents?
That was Ben Stiller.
What is the capital of Pennsylvania?
Pittsburgh.
Who started at quarterback for Notre Dame last night?
Don't know.
Danny Wolf currently,
5. Yeah.
Not bad, Nick.
Right down the middle.
Yeah.
Oh,
you sound disappointed.
I'm happy about it.
Okay.
I'm happy about it.
Okay. All right. It's a good way to start
There
your
were just
Tuesday.
some of them that I didn't know, and I knew I didn't know, but I'm okay with it.
All right. Well, yeah. Well, at least the ones you didn't know, you passed on quickly, so you got a chance to go and get a bite at the apple a couple of times.
Absolutely. And just one comment on the game on Saturday.
Yeah.
The Lions, they got humbled. And that's as simple as I can put it.
It certainly did.
Yep.
Certainly did.
No doubt about that. Nick, we'll put you on hold. Make sure you get paid. Quick math, that's $125.
Yeah.
Not bad.
That's a good Tuesday.
And he's disappointed.
Before he even gets to work.
I know. Well, maybe he can use it as motivation to get more the next time. 125, let's go through it. Saquon Barkley played at Penn State. The capital of Pennsylvania, he passed, and then he guessed Pittsburgh. Neither was
Harrisburg.
What we needed. We needed Harrisburg. Lions receiver that threw an interception. He knew that was J-Mo. Riley Leonard, Notre Dame's quarterback last night. Who leads the NFL in passing yards for the postseason?
Unfortunately, we saw him, and he's had 2 games to add to those numbers. Jaden Daniels.
Danny Wolf currently plays for this college basketball team.
That would be Michigan.
Who played Ant-Man in the movie Ant-Man?
He nailed that one with Paul Rudd.
Woodhaven is located in which county?
Wayne. Nice job.
Who leads the Red Wings in points?
Lucas Raymond.
I thought he was going to guess maybe like a Larkin. Raymond's what we needed. He passed, didn't get back to it. Who played Greg Fokker in Meet the Parents? Ben Stiller. He got that correct. Two Grand Slam is brought to you by Femininio Law. Your next chance to win is on Thursday at 7:25. We'll keep talking about Ben Johnson. It's the big story today. Some of you think he's a traitor. One call says he's a sellout. Can't wait to hear that opinion next. 97.1.
Whenever there's a pause, I'm like, who is it? Hey, there's nothing like the NFL playoffs. It's one big game after another. And you know what? Big games deserve bigger payouts. That's why FanDuel is giving all customers an same-game parlay profit boost every game during the NFL playoffs. And it doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or already have an account. It's for everyone. You're going to score a bigger payout if your SGP hits. So don't watch from the sidelines. Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to get in on the action. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to get a same-game parlay profit boost every game day during the NFL playoffs. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Bonus issued as No More Trouble Profits Boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
That didn't take long. News broke yesterday. Bears are hiring Ben Johnson.
No, and it's not going to take long probably for Aaron Glenn. We'll probably hear. I know he's visiting the Jets today.
Yeah, I expect by lunchtime.
Yeah, he'll be on his way. And Dan Campbell mentioned it on Monday. Hey, I'm expecting to lose both coordinators.
Yeah. Not a surprise.
No.
How Lions fans are taking it? Bit of a surprise to me.
I don't think it should be. I mean, I don't agree with he's a traitor, or he shouldn't have taken the in division job, but I'm not necessarily surprised.
There's nothing wrong with taking an NFL job. He's stayed the last 2 off seasons. I don't know. I feel like people come across kind of bratty. He's a traitor. He's a sellout. He should have stayed here.
We come across as fans. And it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm not going to sit here. If you think he's a traitor, I don't agree, but it's how you feel.
But what is it based on?
Well, it's based on rivalries. It's based, I mean, it's.
Are you afraid of him with the Bears? Not you, John, but the people who see him going to Chicago?
Well, I think some are.
Okay.
Sure. With Caleb Williams and the receivers that they have. Now, they don't have the offensive line. They don't have the run game. They've got a pretty good defense.
I just feel like he's taken the most arrows, and I think they should have run the ball more on Saturday. But I feel like he's taken the most arrows. Like,
I disagree. Goff has taken more arrows, and Goff is going to continue to take more arrows.
No, but I think people have conveniently shifted it to a guy who's no longer a Lions coach. They go, see, he was distracted. See, his game plan was a problem. See. Guys, every 1 seed's going to have their coaches get interviewed, including Kansas City. They had their OC and their DC both do interviews. Guess what? They still put a game plan together. They found a way to win. Detroit didn't, and it's mostly because of Jared Goff. But people don't like to blame Jared Goff because Jared Goff. They don't want to blame Dan Campbell because we all like Dan Campbell, right? We all like Jared Goff, but those guys are more responsible to me than Ben Johnson was. But now it's convenient to be like, hey, good riddance, this scumbag, he left us, he's a traitor. I think it's convenient more than it is accurate. But we want to hear from you guys. Is he a traitor? And how do you feel about him going in division to the Bears? I also think we should talk about what it means for the Lions. John, I think there's a fair question here of how much of this offense is Ben Johnson and how much of this offense is Dan Campbell, and it's going to stay intact. Let's get to the phones. Tim and Lansing, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
So as far as Ben Johnson's concerned, I do see him as a traitor. But it's not because I'm worried about him. It's not because he left. I expected him to leave. It's the fact he went to the Bears 24 hours after that performance that they put forward. I mean,
would you feel different if it was 48 hours or if it was a week later? Is it just that he did it so quickly?
Maybe a little bit. And I mean, I know I'm going a little off the deep end with this, but think about this. He has an interview with the Bears, right? He's in the playoffs with us. He's dialing up JMO deep balls in the fourth quarter. Do you think he wanted the Lions to win the Super Bowl when he knew he was taking the Bears job? I think the fix might have been in. I mean, think about
if the Bears wanted him, they were going to wait until whenever the Lions season was done, and they would love to have the coach come in who just won a Super Bowl.
But would that coach want his division rival to have just won the Super Bowl?
He would have wanted to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He would have won a Super Bowl.
Okay.
You think he was going to throw away the entire season and say, I don't
see, John, this is the stuff I'm talking about.
Well, but okay, hold on here.
No.
Tim, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. I don't know who you work for, how much you make. I don't care what that number is. But if somebody came, your number one competitor, a huge rival to the whatever company or whatever industry you work in, and they said, we're going to give you a promotion, give you more responsibility. We're also going to pay you 4, maybe even 5 times as much as you're currently making. You're not going to take that job?
Right. No, I would take that job, but you don't think there's a chance that the competing company is going to say, hey, before you leave, why don't you mess with their software? I'm joking about that. But in reality, I honestly think the biggest thing about it is just the fact he went to a division rival. Like, I grew up a Michigan State fan. I haven't hated a coach like this since Saban skipped out for LSU. And, I think it's the chemistry of the team. It's the way they're built. It's the way Dan Campbell talks. And for one of his boys to go to a division rival, it almost seems like it's an intentional shot at Dan. I mean, I don't see how there can't be animosity between the two. Out of all the places he could have went, he picked Chicago.
Was it the best job?
I think Dan probably said, hey, congratulations, happy for you, and we'll see you twice a year.
Was it not the best job? Right?
I mean,
and you could debate it, but in his eyes, he goes, hey, I got a number 1 overall pick on a rookie contract. I get to step in here, call plays, compete. The Raiders had no path to a quarterback, and he may have looked at Trevor Lawrence and said, damaged goods. He's too far gone. I don't know, but if I can't fault Ben Johnson for taking one of 32 head coaching jobs. He had been patient. He had waited through this now the 3rd cycle and took the job he thought was best for him. The response from the Lions fans should be, we're going to kick his ass 2 times a year. But the idea that, that's a real phone call we just took. He called the JMO play so they would lose the game.
So it's being reported. And I don't know that we'll ever know the exact figure because they don't publicize what head coaches are making. We usually hear the amount of years in terms of the length of the contract.
For stability purposes, yeah.
It's being reported by Mike Florio that the initial contract figures are $13 million per season. I don't know that there's anybody listening right now that wouldn't make that jump. If they were the OC of the Lions to Chicago for $13 million a year. It was being reported that he was making around $2 million. So that's more than 6 times what he was making here. I mean, let's use some common sense.
Come on, guys.
It's not being a trader. It's simply going for more money. Yeah. And it's not being greedy.
It's not at all. You can look at it like this. He came back. He gave us another chance to try to win a Super Bowl. I don't think he self-sabotaged them on Saturday. The JMO thing is fascinating. I've seen that play brought up so much nationally and even locally, we had some calls yesterday. That was the height of hubris and getting too cute. And did you like it when he ran the trick plays earlier that game or earlier this season? That was a key part of this offense, was keeping teams on their heels. You liked it when it worked. We're just going to do the thing where it didn't work. Therefore, he's a bozo. I think that's lazy.
This is after we just saw one that was a pitch to Montgomery and a shuttle pass to Amon-Ra St. Brown. It was absolutely beautiful.
Or JMO's touchdown earlier in the game when Teddy Bridgewater's in the game. They dial up the perfect deceptive play. If JMO just throws it out of bounds or eats it, are we complaining that Ben Johnson screwed up? No, probably not. And again, I think overall I wanted to see them run the ball more, feed Jahmyr Gibbs more, but the idea that he came in and his heart wasn't in it, or even with the caller said actively sabotaging is silly.
Yeah, it is. It's ludicrous.
Okay, 248-539-9797. Let's get to Damian in Southfield. Damian, you're on 97.1.
How you guys doing?
What's up?
Great. With the whole Ben Johnson situation, you pretty much hit it on the head. But the thing I wanted to bring up, it's if you look at it, it's the best situation of the available vacancies. You got Dallas, Jacksonville, Las Vegas, New Orleans, and the Jets available probably until Aaron Glenn signs. And if you look at it in regards to the pieces they have, maybe outside of Dallas, but I mean, I don't know if I want to go into Dallas. It's the best opportunity, so I really don't blame them. And we kind of got, and like you spoke to, we kind of got to be better fans and like not count people's pockets or, dictate where other grown men go to, make money and raise their families. But I mean, yeah, we can be mad because it's a rival, but that's business, man. That's business. Like you can't do anything about that.
Business. That's what this is. It's a business.
Yeah. And there was a comment on Twitch, and I can't figure out where it was. The essence of it was, love it when people tell you where you should work and how much you should make.
No kidding.
Like, I mean, this is a decision for him and his family. And you're talking about $13 million. Now, we could debate the best job available. And it may have ultimately, I know he brought up Dallas. If you're talking about job security, now, they have been overly loyal, which seems bizarre to me for Jerry Jones, but they have allowed coaches to coach longer than anybody else without success and stuck with them. Mike McCarthy was there until his contract expired.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. You got to have Jerry as the GM, though.
I understand that, but if you're just simply looking for money and security and years,
and they got some stars,
and they have a quarterback that is, I'm not a big Dak Prescott fan, but he is an established quarterback. They've got CeeDee Lamb, they've got Micah Parsons, they've got.
I don't believe Ben interviewed for the Cowboy job.
I don't think he did either.
No, that's maybe the only opening that he didn't.
Well,
so
and some would argue the timing of it.
Yeah,
they
because
didn't let Mike go until after the bye week.
Texter says 100% that caller was right. Ben Johnson was putting tape on video with the JMO play. Okay, well, it screwed up and they hired him anyway. Like, I don't think that was him trying to get the job. We're going to fight this narrative for days, I think.
We'll fight it right up until Chicago plays Detroit.
I guess so. I do want to get to the Lions part of all this, John. Like, how much of this offense is going to change without Ben Johnson here? We'll get to that next. 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank, and I think you should as well, with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you, as they did me, and work with you to build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. We're all different. We all have different life moments that happen. They'll adjust, and they'll be with you every step of the way. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. They volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
All right, John. What happens to the Lions offense without Ben Johnson? How big a drop-off is there?
It's hard to know because we still don't know what the total impact is going to be. Does Ben Johnson take anybody with him? Does Hank Fraley go with him? Does Mark Brunell, Antoine Randall L? Like, who is enticed to go with him to Chicago? Maybe nobody. I don't know. In regards to the offense, sure, there's going to be a difference. I don't know that it means there's going to be a drop-off. If it's simply a relationship issue between whoever that next coordinator and Goff is, and the familiarity of what to call, when to call it, and how to coach him up, how to make him comfortable, how to receive when Jared Goff comes to the sidelines or comes with ideas during the week. Is the next coordinator going to be as open or as to be able to handle those situations? We don't know that. This is ultimately Dan Campbell's offense. It's his show, and I think he's going to hire a guy that he believes will be Ben Johnson 2.0. Maybe better, maybe not as good. We don't know that until it happens. But to think that, continuity is a big deal. And if there is a lack of continuity, it certainly can have an effect.
He spoke yesterday and said he expected to lose both coordinators. He's lost one. It likely will be two by the end of the day today. And he said they're looking for the right guy. Ideally, that is also the best guy. They go hand in hand. But he wants to keep doing what they're doing. On defense, he wants to run man. Offensively, Goff's going to have a say. They want to keep things going the way they're doing this offensively. They're the number one offense in the league. The question will be whoever takes over, they won't have that rapport, that rhythm. It may take time. They might not be the number one offense next year. But I also thought the most telling thing Dan Campbell said yesterday, he was asked about Anthony Lynn, right? Because that's where it can go wrong. And he said he learned in that process that he has to be, and I'm paraphrasing, like more involved offensively.
Right.
Which to me says if he's been more involved offensively since late 2021, this is just as much his offense as it is Ben Johnson's, and we're not going to stare down this wholesale shift offensively. They're still going to be one of the better offenses in football, and it makes sense. The line is still intact, albeit getting older. They still have an all-pro in Amon-Ra St. Brown. They still have two very good running backs. The offense should still be, can I say top five?
Yeah, it should be. Yeah. It's not unreasonable to think that. Could there be steps back? Sure. But it's unreasonable to think that it's still going to remain one of the best offenses in the NFL. And for Dan Campbell to say those things about, I'm still going to be very involved. And what I learned from Anthony Lim is that I need to be more involved. And you learn that as a first-time head coach, where you make a hire and you hand the reins over fully to a coordinator on either side of the ball. And maybe it doesn't fit your vision. And a lot of respect for Dan to say, okay, it didn't fit the vision. And he did it in a respectful manner where he didn't fire him right away. He just said, I'm going to take over play calling because I have a vision for what this offense should be. And remember the discussion before year two when he did name Ben Johnson as offensive coordinator? It didn't happen until, midsummer. And then it was, well, who's actually going to be calling the plays? Is it going to be Dan Campbell and it's just Ben Johnson in name only? And then it wasn't until, a couple of weeks into training camp where he said, yeah, Ben Johnson's going to be one calling the plays on game day. It's still the concepts, what Dan Campbell wants, he's going to find in a coordinator, and he's going to dictate how that coordinator calls the offense, how they put the game plan together. It's all going to be Dan Campbell.
Greg, can we play a little bit of Campbell from yesterday, what he wants with his offensive and defensive coordinators? What do you make of it?
He's going to get the guy that he wants.
Is it an internal guy?
I mean, it very well could be. All right, so let's talk about some of those candidates. Already mentioned Mike Brunell, quarterback coach. Tanner Engstrom, passing game coordinator.
Kind of felt like he was in the Ben Johnson in waiting role.
Yeah. Hank Fraley, we know he's had an interview. It sounds like he's got a second interview with Seattle for their OC job. The question is, for him, is he going to have a sophisticated enough passing game? Because it's very different. And I'm not saying he can't.
Yeah.
That's going to be the question, and he's going to have to answer those questions, whether it's internally or externally.
If I was Ben Johnson, I would offer Hank Fraley the offensive coordinator job in Chicago. I'd still call the plays, but I'd give Hank a bump in title and pay, and I know how important an offensive line is going to be for me getting it right in Chicago. That would be the thing where Detroit would have to sit there and say, well, are we going to offer him the OC job to match? Do we want him calling plays, or is it somebody else? You see how this can start to force some really tough decisions.
Yeah. And so when you look outside, what are some of the names? Now, these aren't going to be all the names. Some of them people are going to look at and go, no way. How about Josh McCown? Vikings quarterback coach,
yeah.
Former player, because we know he likes former players.
Yeah.
But a guy that, did a tremendous job. How much of it was head coach? How much of it was quarterback coach in regards to developing a quarterback and creating a relationship with the quarterback? Because part of that with Ben Johnson was the relationship that he had with Jared Goff. That's a name.
How about a couple guys who played in the league, played quarterback? One of them is a Super Bowl champion, Doug Peterson.
You start looking at guys that have head coaching experience along with play calling experience. I mean, defensively, if one of the top names that's going to come up, especially since he's got local connections, is Robert Saleh.
Yeah. And that job could be open any minute now. Aaron Glenn is going to New York to visit with the Jets today. They don't want to let him leave the building, so there may be 2 openings before you know it. 248-539-9797. More of the Lions phone calls in the mix on this. It's everything. We've been talking about Ben Johnson and how much you fear losing him. Whose offense is this really? It's 97-1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Lions have already lost offensive coordinator Ben Johnson to the Bears per reports. Johnson spoke highly of Chicago QB Caleb Williams during the regular season. NFL Network reporters think that Aaron Glenn could be the next head coach of the Jets by the end of the day. He spent time yesterday talking with potential assistants. A 32-point performance by Cade Cunningham along with 17 from Malik Beasley helped power the Pistons past Houston 107-96. That's now 11 wins in the last 15 games for Detroit. The LA Rams season came to a close over the weekend as well. Wide receiver Cooper Kupp's status up in the air at this point. He said there's no doubt he wants to play somewhere next year after an injury-riddled start to the year. The Rams shopped Kupp around the trade market. He also saw his targets decrease as the season went on. Edmonton Oilers star Connor McDavid has been suspended 3 games for a cross-check to the head of Canucks forward Connor Garland. It marks the longest suspension of the 10-year vet's career. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We'll get back to the phones here. You guys have a lot to say, and we've thrown a lot at you. It's the aftermath of the Lions season. It's moves that are going to be made. Ben Johnson to the Bears to be their head coach. What does Detroit do at OC? How big a loss is this for the Lions, and how do you feel towards Ben Johnson? Free Press had Benedict Johnson as one of the headlines, I think feeding into some of the frustrations from Lions fans. Let's talk to you guys. Let's get to Matt on a cell. You're on 97.1. Good morning, Matt.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Good.
So I think that, we're seeing a lot of the effect of a lot of new money Lions fans, if I can put it that way. No shade. Just I've been one. I'm 47. I've been through it all. And the idea that you call the coordinator, a traitor or whatever, just for doing what he's going to do for his family and his career. I mean, it's absurd, frankly. And this is, when I say new money, it's like, hey, get used to being an elite franchise and having your assistants be sought after. So, there's that. I think what I told the screener is as far as comparing this year to last year, this year's harder because we didn't really get any games. We had one playoff game and lost it badly, pretty excruciating fashion. And there's nothing left. I asked for one thing for Christmas from my wife, which was an upgrade on our TV, so I could watch the Lions games, through January and into February. And obviously, it didn't work out. And now I get to watch, Billy Husso and also, Tom Thompson or whatever. I just think it's harder when you really did have the expectations, like you guys said earlier. And it's obviously a bummer, but this is the way it is. It's as everyone has said, at least on some different shows, it's not linear, so you got to just deal with it.
Yeah, and I think one thing Campbell said yesterday was, if you're made of the right stuff, failure will make you stronger. It just sucks when you failed in the NFC title game and you went backwards the next year. It really challenges that belief system. I think they'll reload. They still have a great roster.
Yeah.
Clearly they'll be healthier next season. It just sucks because they're two different kinds of disappointment. One is you're half away. You're right there. You've never even had it. It was so sudden. You've never even had a chance to really process that you're going to the Super Bowl, but you're hit with that instant adrenaline rush.
Yeah.
And then it crashes down in one of the most epic collapses in championship game history, and you have to wear that all year, and then you come back with the expectations. You cement them in your brain. You visualize. You live and breathe the Super Bowl expectation.
And you get the one seed.
One seed, home games, number one offense, and you have 5 turnovers, and you play as poorly as they have played all year, where neither side of the ball could pick each other up, and you're supposed to be led by your offense, and you lose like that. Like, it's a different kind of disappointment. To the caller's point, we were asking which is worse. John, you've kind of processed it. Where are you at?
Still processing.
That's an honest answer.
Still processing, because I go back and forth, and I think about the hurt that it was last year, where you literally were 17 points up. You were 30 minutes away, and at halftime you thought, this is really going to happen. And it takes me back to when we won the national championship. Like, you kind of start pinching yourself, like, is this real? And then all of a sudden you get hit in the face and you realize it's not real.
Well, they didn't.
It wasn't real. I mean, the moments were real, but they didn't make the Super Bowl. They didn't win a Super Bowl championship. And then, as you mentioned it, we heard from Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell, from the players. No surprise from the players, but you start hearing it from the higher-ups that the expectation is the Super Bowl. They've built this team, the way that they've positioned everything to win a Super Bowl, and you start seeing the outside forces talk about, they're the Super Bowl favorites. And it goes up and down with wins and losses throughout the course of the year. Your quarterback is talked about in the MVP conversation, and you get the number one seed. You start framing things. You start making plans. What are we going to do for the NFC Championship game? What are we going to do for the Super Bowl? You're starting to make party plans, travel plans, all of these different things, and you think that there's no possible way that you're not going to experience those moments.
In both situations, you thought you were good enough, right? You thought you were good enough because you're up 17 on the road against the Niners and everything's clicking and you broke through and you're the team. And then this year you thought, hey, 15 wins, they've overcome all these injuries. It's not going to be easy, but they should absolutely beat the Commanders. And to lose by double digits, and forget about our stupid disco, to lose the game by double digits, you guys can let us know. I mean, I think it's a personal thing. I mean, it's whatever is going to sit with you.
And it's okay if it changes in the middle of the conversation. I've done it.
Yeah.
And it's going to be one thing today. It might be another thing in a week. It might be something completely different if we revisit this topic in 3 months.
Ticket Texter says, I blame Jim and his doomed double-digit disco predictions. Please, no more next season. If you missed yesterday, I am personally embargoing disco music, disco paraphernalia, the words double-digit disco.
It's not like you listen to disco music a lot anyway, it sounds like.
You don't know. You didn't see my Apple Music
your
Wrapped.
playlist? Yeah.
Maybe it was all disco music.
So you're embargoing it. Does that mean it's gone forever?
You can always lift embargoes, but in fairness to the audience, I feel like that's
Put a tariff on it.
Oh no!
Just can you imagine we get back next year? I say we. The Lions get back next year, and they're the favorites in the NFC Championship game, and he breaks out the disco. Can you imagine the reaction from our listeners?
See, and that's why I think I need to make that promise to our listeners. I'll call it something else.
Get caught in the moment.
We should probably have a ceremony later.
It was a 2024 season bit
thing. Yeah.
I mean, the sign was during the picks on Saturday when John busted out the glasses and they broke. They physically broke.
They did.
Just like our hopes and dreams.
I did disco the Minnesota game.
You did.
And it worked.
But I just know the Bills were the one we were all in on, and then the Commanders are the one that we were all in on, and it's 0-2. And
I mean, you're so good on picks, and then all of a sudden,
oh, please!
I don't think we want to go
someone.
there.
That's what we do. We try and find somebody to blame.
I know
it's part of the grief process.
And it's Ben Johnson. It's Jim Costa. It's Jared Goff. It's
taking strays over here
with varying degrees of accuracy. We're blaming everybody. 248-539-9797. The Ben Johnson thing is a huge part of the conversation today. Let's get Brian in Sterling Heights in. Brian, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, guys, on that playoff run and, acquiring the number one seed, what shocked me is that good teams, like, they had that momentum and they were playing good. And they always say you need to play your best ball down the stretch in December, January, and they were. And that's what's mostly shocking to me. But as far as Ben Johnson goes, F him, because he's not going to have success there, you guys. He's going from the arguably best offensive line in the NFL to the 29th. That kid's going to get no protection. He's going to continue to get, sacked 30 times a year. And that's the biggest part about building an offense. And that's what Brad Holmes did when he got here. He built that offensive line, and he set it up for success for Goff. So he's not going to do that with that guy right away. I mean, it's going to take a long time. So, whatever. This league's about greed and money, and he's going to get his payday. Good for him. But outside of that, not worried about it.
I mean, we have yet, and obviously, I mean, it's not breaking news or saying anything that's shocking. We have no idea what Ben Johnson's going to be as a head coach. Being a head coach, you're hired to be fired. Yeah. We see it in every single sport. And sometimes you last a little bit longer than others, but it doesn't mean that you can go in, and it doesn't mean that Chicago is going to have the patience. If he was looking for patience, he would have probably taken the Vegas job, or now that early exit from the playoffs, maybe taking an interview with Dallas.
The hire to me makes more sense for the Bears than it does Ben. And it can make sense for both. But from the Bears standpoint, they needed someone on the offensive side of the ball to try to maximize Caleb Williams. They've never had a 4,000-yard passer in the history of that franchise. I mean, Jake Cutler is maybe the most statistically prolific quarterback they've ever had. Like, they needed to do everything they could to get the hottest commodity offensively on the market, and they land Ben Johnson. So from their standpoint, I'm sure they're very happy. From Ben's standpoint, they got a lot of work to do, specifically up front, and I think that's going to be where he's really challenged. See, when the Lions struggled, Dan Campbell, that's where that culture stuff really matters. That's where buy-in and leadership really matters. And I'm not going to tell you Ben Johnson can't do it. I'm just going to tell you when you're outside of Dan Campbell's shadow, it's going to be a lot harder to rally the troops. I don't see Ben Johnson as giving those locker room speeches after the game. You can win differently, but he's going to be tested in a big way in Chicago.
Well, and he's going to have to be true to himself. He can't be Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
He can't be anybody other than himself. He's got to be genuine. If there's anything that he learned from Dan, is that you have to be authentic. You have to be yourself. And we'll get a chance to hear more from him because we're obviously going to be following all the press conferences, everything he says. He's going to say anything about Detroit. He's going to say anything about the reaction in Detroit. Probably not a whole lot, but we will be looking and seeing what he does in Chicago because we're going to play him twice a year.
I love when Greg labels some of these calls. We'll get to him next. Lions fans needed to be humbled. This one says, crazy take alert. Oh, boy. It's 97.1.
Your New Year's resolution is to lose weight, and you can get there faster than you think with Ideal You. Go to idealu.us now, and you could lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 40 days. Whether your resolution is to lose 10 or 100 or anywhere in between, Ideal You works, and it works fast. I lost 10 in the first 10 days. I lost 50 in that 40-day window. I'm down 70 pounds since I started the program, and it's because I got a chance to eat real whole foods. It wasn't shakes or bars. It was tasty, yummy food. Ideal You's weight loss coaches are going to work with you every step of the way. Your coach will help you lose weight, and they're going to help you keep it off. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal You is a Michigan-based weight loss company that's helped thousands of people just like me and you lose weight. In fact, over 90% of Ideal You customers, that's 9 out of 10, lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Sign up now, and you're going to get a $200 Visa gift card. Start your new year off right, lose weight, and also get a $200 Visa gift card. Want to weigh less? Go to idealu.us.
How big a deal is it to lose Ben Johnson? Kind of knew this was going to happen sooner rather than later. He takes the Bears job. That news breaking yesterday. 248-539-9797. John, Dan Campbell said yesterday when he moved on from Anthony Lynn that he realized he can't just be putting the coordinators in a silo, specifically offensively. He's an offensive guy, and he became more involved with the offense when they removed Anthony Lynn. Well, that gives you a little bit of hope here that this isn't going away with Ben Johnson, that this offense is Dan Campbell's offense as much as it was Ben Johnson's offense, and the philosophy is going to stay the same. They're going to run the ball. They're going to play action pass. They're going to use motion. They're going to set it up with different formations. This offense isn't going to fundamentally change. I think you could expect maybe a little bit of a step back just in terms of continuity, but I still think they're a top 5 offense next season.
Sure, there'll be a lot of work to be done between whenever they hire the next OC and the first mini camp, all of the offseason practices, training camp. It's going to be a learning process between coordinator and all skill players, but especially coordinator and Jared Goff.
If they were to promote from within, would you be pretty encouraged in the sense that we're not going to have to introduce someone to this culture, this environment, this scheme?
In terms of relationship, you'll be obviously way ahead of where you would be if you brought somebody on the outside in. But like Dan said, I wouldn't be, fixated on I've got to hire from within. This is the Lions right now. We talk about it in terms of free agency. There are players. We heard about from Max Crosby. Yeah. And you could hear that there are a lot of players that want to play in Detroit, want to play for Dan Campbell. It's going to be very similar for a coaching staff. What if you're a coordinator or you're a position coach and you're an up-and-comer and you think, and Dan agrees that you could be a great play caller, there are a lot of people that he could pick up the phone and call, and they would leave where they are for that position in Detroit. It's a coveted position.
There's no doubt about that. Let's get to the phones. Chris and Flint, you're on 97.1.
I find it kind of humorous and a little delusional that the fan base is having this way of thinking like we've been here before when this is slightly new. I think some of the fans that are saying this might be the ones that are, I'm not going to say bandwagon, but, have reintroduced themselves to the Lions in the last couple years. You got to believe that with Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes, the culture is going to be there. You can't lose hope just because we're losing our coordinators. This is what happens to good teams. It happened to the Patriots every time they were winning. They lose Romeo Crennel, they're still fine. Lose Charlie Weiss, they're still fine. You gotta realize that it's still Detroit versus everybody and grit and all that mantra, but you gotta know when you're good, this is what happens. You can't just say, you're giving up on people and they're going to chase money. That's what anyone would do in any position, in any career.
No, I think, Chris, it's really well said. You don't want to call people names. I just think there are maybe some Lions fans new to this. I mean, we're all new to winning, but new to the fact that, yes, coordinators are going to interview during the playoffs. It happens every year to every one seed. It's not like the Lions are unique to this. And you're going to lose coordinators. Andy Reid's lost coordinators. Nick Saban's lost coordinators. You mentioned the Belichick thing.
Andy Reid has lost coordinators, and they've come back.
This is what the price of being a great team is. And to act like it was a distraction, to me, maybe that is the worst excuse of why they lost the game on Saturday is Ben Johnson was too distracted.
Yeah, I don't buy into that at all. It was a bye week. Some players probably left for a couple of days just to get out of town.
Yeah.
Was that a distraction? I don't buy into the, it's because he's the coordinator, because he's put the game plan. You can disagree with the game plan.
Sure.
Just bad decisions, but I don't think it was a level of distraction.
Why are they running all these trick plays? I don't know. They did it all season.
Yeah.
And didn't have a problem with it till it didn't work, right? Let's get to Charles. I wanted to get this call in. Charles, you're on 97.1.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
This should be interesting. What's going on?
It says crazy take alert. What's your take?
Has anybody looked at the money line bet? Because the money line bet on that game had the Lions at negative 9.5, and the Commanders at 5.5 plus.
Your point?
My point is they lost by 14. What's 9 and 5? 14. They were paid to lose.
Oh.
So let's stop following the Lions. Let's do something better, like support our military, get the homeless off the street. I'm sick and tired of this stuff. They get the city hyped up, and everybody gets let down. They're doing it for the money. They're laughing their way to the bank.
I think there's a lot of Lions fans that can do both. Support our military and try and solve all that ails society, along with rooting for the Lions. And I don't think that the Lions threw this game for a betting line.
Yeah, they did. They threw the game. They threw it. I'm not going to feel sorry one bit. I'm getting rid of my Lions stuff before the week is out.
Don't let the door hit you.
So
yeah. He's obviously going Lions free.
I sat back because I wanted to know if you were going to go off on that guy.
There's no point going off on that.
Is what that is.
It's just dumb.
A caller like that is why I say belief is a choice. And he can choose to believe that.
And in your defense, you did tell me this guy has a crazy take. You even said you do not have to take this phone call. But
it's so bizarre. I'm not going to waste my energy going off on a guy that is an outlier and just bizarre.
But John, 9 plus 5.
He was right there. It does equal 14.
But that's not how that's not how any of that works. Let's get to Heather's news. Heather, make some sense.
All right. Let's talk a little bit more about Ben Johnson. So he's the first Lions coordinator to be hired as a head coach since the John F. Kennedy administration. Yeah. So Johnson is the first coordinator to leave the Lions for a head coach job since Don Shula took the job, a top job with the Colts on January 9th, 1963.
They could have had Don Shula. Why did they promote him?
I know. Belichick was here too at one point.
I know.
That's crazy. 63?
Yeah, just a little interesting fact there for sure.
Which also kind of colors how people are handling this. They're not used to it.
Right. We've been talking a lot about the bitter cold weather that we're experiencing here all morning. This morning started with actual temperatures near 0 degrees, but it felt even worse. Wind chills dipped it to about bitterly cold, negative 12 degrees. Today's highs will only reach about 6 degrees. And then a cold weather advisory remains in effect through Wednesday afternoon. Tonight, get ready. Temperatures are expected to plummet to about -4 or that real feel temp of about -20. Tomorrow morning, also going to be bitterly cold, so prepare for that, about -16. And then there will be a bit of a warm-up on the way, so that's good. By the weekend, highs in the 30s, so it's going to feel tropical. It's going to be great.
The bizarreness of the way our bodies adjust to temperature when it's that cold and it does get to like mid-30s, you're like, I don't need a jacket anymore.
Shorts.
Heck, I don't even need it.
I'm good.
I saw a guy shoveling snow in shorts this week.
Oh, I've done it. Yeah.
In shorts?
But in this
You're not gonna do it in
this morning. No, it wasn't enough.
But he had like big boots on, so it was weird. Like the only area of exposed skin was like
his legs,
like lower
Knees
thigh,
and
upper
thigh.
knee. Yeah, weird.
Weird, very weird. So we're not the only one affected by this cold blast, though. More than 220 million people across the U.S. are facing these dangerously cold temperatures, and also this potential for this historic winter storm that could drop snow in Florida.
I know. Welcome to the bunch.
Which is very, very rare. So that's fun. The storm could also bring snowfall, freezing rain, icy roads, and other major travel disruptors to southern cities and states in Texas and South Carolina. Because they're not prepared for this weather, right? This is something
that's
they
the
don't
big
deal
danger.
with.
Yeah, if they get snow in Florida, like, okay, we all kind of laugh and joke, hey, you get a chance to enjoy a little bit of something that we have all the time, but it's so dangerous because they have nothing, they have no equipment to deal with it.
So governors in Louisiana, Georgia, Alabama, Florida, Mississippi have already declared states of emergency because of this big winter storm. So just stuff to watch for on the news, right? Shortly after taking office on Monday, President Trump signed an executive order to delay enforcing a federal ban of TikTok for 75 days. So the order would give his administration the opportunity to determine the appropriate course moving forward, how to handle this TikTok ban. Right now, at the moment, users who already had the app, who already downloaded the app, now have their access restored. I don't have TikTok, so I just checked this just to see. If you go to your app store to try to download TikTok, you still cannot do that if you hadn't already downloaded it. It's not available in your app store.
So I do have it. And during that 24-hour outage, there was a message that said, we're hopeful that President Trump will. And then as soon as it came back, they made sure to thank President
you got a little
Trump.
pop-up that said that.
Yeah, and it's... Hey, they're sucking up any way they can. They want to keep the lights on, right?
Oh, sure. I mean, I remember when this was a talk of the ban, how they were trying to do anything they could to keep the app up and running. So we'll see what will happen, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it might still go dark.
It could still go away.
But it might still be there. So we will see.
Clock is running.
Yep.
TikTok.
I'll end with this.
Stop.
A stupid criminal story. There's a woman in Florida who is back behind bars after carrying drugs in a very suspicious bag. So this woman, a 31-year-old woman, was arrested last week on drug possession charges for the second time when she was caught carrying drugs in a bag that was labeled definitely not a bag full of drugs.
Oh, okay.
That was the bag. You can buy it, on Amazon, things similar to that. Just a bag that said that exact phrase. Well, very suspicious to officers and the K-9 unit that was there. And
well, couldn't they just read? It clearly said it wasn't.
It wasn't, but yet it was full with meth, needles, scales, baggies, all sorts of drug paraphernalia. So she was busted again. Headed off to jail.
It's Heather with the news. All right, guys, the Ben Johnson conversation continues. We do want to refocus and ask about Saturday night versus the NFC title game. Which one hurts more? It's 97-1. Moran Chevrolet is officially Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 2024. When you want the best, you think Moran. And they're celebrating all month long with awesome deals. So get off the sideline and get into the game with Moran Chevrolet, where you can lease a 2025 Blazer, $299 a month, 24-month lease. You only got to put $999 down. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Score your best deal, MoranExpress.com, or on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. What did you just say to me?
February 12. Pitchers and catchers.
Look, we're all coping in our own ways. 248-539-9797. It was lousy what happened on Saturday night. It was painful. It was, you can fill in the blank. How does it compare to the NFC title game from the year before? Which one was worse?
I think ultimately I'll land on the NFC title game because you were 30 minutes away. You had a 17-point lead. It felt at that moment like the Super Bowl was inevitable. There wasn't the buildup. There wasn't the, pre-approved plans. And whether it was, hey, you're taking vacation time, you've made some plane reservations, some hotel reservations, you might even got Super Bowl tickets. All of those can be canceled, and you can resell your Super Bowl tickets. You're not going to lose any money on those. In fact, it might be a good investment. You might make a little profit on it. But it's the emotional investment that people made this year that is really going to be hard to get over.
And you didn't get any payoff. They didn't even win a playoff game, a single playoff game. And they lost the game by...
And there are some people right now...
Double-digit points, 2 touchdowns.
Where this one hurts more because they may not have gone and made the financial investment to go to a playoff game last year, but then this year, hey, number 1 seed, and we talked about the ticket prices going into last week's game, and I know you put something on Twitter about the NFC Championship game ticket prices, what they were originally going for.
People got mad at me for posting that.
Right, yes. Hindsight, they may have been correct. But if you made a financial investment in going to see that game and they lose, then yeah, because you just simply wanted to be there in the Super Bowl season.
You're out
now all of a
couple
sudden,
grand.
Yeah, you're out a couple grand, which hurts. And there's no more football in Detroit.
And they lost.
Mighty Casey swing.
We're doing off-season radio, and we should be doing NFC title radio and championship previews. And yeah, look, maybe because it's still fresh, it's Saturday. Maybe because of the emotional buildup, not over the course of a half of football, but half a year, it was Saturday. Both teams had real shots to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
One was closer, and that's the one that will, to me, be more painful. Knowing you're up 17, dominating on the road, breaking through, and they didn't get it done. This year, maybe some people will point to it and say with the injuries, that last year's team was actually better. Last year's team was the better chance to get it done. And this year's team had home field. They won 15 games. I think it's a really tough question to answer. And if you're processing it, you could change your opinion tomorrow, but where are you at today? 248-539-9797. Which of those games, which loss was worse? And we'll get the phone calls in. We've got the Ben Johnson stuff. If you want to weigh in on what it means to lose Ben Johnson, how big a deal is it? And then clearly the fact that he's staying in the division has people feeling a type of way.
Little spite.
Yeah.
Just getting back to, which one hurts most. I think I will always settle on the NFC Championship game and losing that one because they literally were 30 minutes away and it was an epic collapse. Not, there were certain, you got to have some luck to win a championship along the way. And the Lions this year, quite honestly, didn't have a lot of things break their way with the injuries and everything that happened defensively. Last year in the playoffs, it felt like luck was on their side until the ball goes off Vildor's face mask and into the waiting arms of Brandon Ayuk. It's the fumble from Jahmyr Gibbs that had been reliable, even though he's a rookie, had been reliable all season long. Like there were just some things that you didn't foresee happening in that final 30 minutes, and you started at halftime against San Francisco. Oh, man, this is really going to happen. It's reality. They can't possibly lose a 17-point lead, and then boom, the carpet is pulled right out.
Texter says, to me, the NFC Championship hurt worse. We were a healthy team. This year, I almost knew in the back of my mind we were susceptible to a game like this.
Yeah, I never really changed my expectations this year, even though the injuries kept piling up. They just kept piling up wins. And, looking back, should we – and I just didn't feel like it was going to be what cost them. And it didn't ultimately. It wasn't the reason that they lost that game against Washington. It was the 5 turnovers on offense.
Yeah, with this defense,
They should have still won that game.
Should have. We don't need to, get into the disco or whatever, but just win the game by 1 point. They were good enough, even with this defense, to win that game at home, and they didn't. So it's just a different level of disappointment and frustration and anger, and back-to-back years where you had a shot to win the Super Bowl and you don't even make the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. Let's get to Michael in Bloomfield. Michael, you're on 97.1. Talk to us.
Hey, good morning, guys. Love the show. For me, it's I agree with John. There's no question. I think the NFC Championship was a worse loss, and it's for all the reasons he said. It's 17 points. It's 30 minutes away. But no doubt this year was heartbreaking, too. I mean, I was at the game. My fiance and I went to every single game this year, and I think the reason is I knew it wasn't going to happen this year, and specifically I knew it when Amik went down. Because we're sitting there, it's the first drive on defense. I mean, down he goes, and I'm sitting there thinking, okay, Kendall Vildor and Terrion Arnold aren't going to be able to get it done. Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown come walking in the Ford Field, they're going to torch those guys. And Amik was kind of our last chance. And so for me, it was like as soon as he went down, I felt like that was the final nail in the coffin that we weren't going to be able to overcome. You look at last year, it's like we got the Chiefs waiting for us. It's a team we had already beaten, and it just felt like we were that much closer last year. So for me, it's the NFC Championship game, but I hold out hope, man. I'm the type that believes we're early in our arc with this team. We got a lot of promise. The roster's loaded. I don't believe losing Ben Johnson is going to be significant. I think really Dan Campbell kind of created Ben Johnson, and it's really his brainchild. That was the offense this year, and he was delivering that through Ben Johnson. So I got a lot of optimism, a lot of hope, and I'm already excited for next year.
Boy, he went through all that and is excited for next year already.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that are going to get through their, call it whatever, sports grief, disappointment. They're going to get there faster than a lot of other people. We will all eventually turn the page and start looking forward to next year and the health of a defense. We don't even know who the offensive coordinator is going to be. We don't know what's going to happen on defense in terms of coaches. I think there is a more likelihood defensively that if Aaron Glenn does go and leaves for the Jets, which we know he's interviewing again there today, that more assistant coaches go from defense than follow Ben Johnson on the offensive side of things.
Look, the Lions will be a contender next year. I just think we got to be fair about losing potentially two coordinators, a degree of continuity. Campbell gushed about the fact that both those guys were back this year and they were able to maybe game plan a little deeper, a little more thorough, build on the concepts to kind of wipe the slate clean from a coordinator standpoint. That's big. The offensive line gets a year older. Brad Holmes, good GM, he's got to do a lot of work because they haven't been good enough yet. So, yes, they'll be in contention. Yes, when next season gets here, I'll be fired up and ready to go and take another crack at this thing. I just know you only get so many opportunities, and it feels like they squandered a big one this week. 248-539-9797. Where are you guys at? Pain from this year, pain from last year. 902, we're going to get into Jared Goff. What does he look like without Ben Johnson? How much of the blame does he get for that performance on Saturday? It's 97.1.
Throughout the entire NFL playoffs, FanDuel takes it to the next level. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you simply win. That's $300 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. The FanDuel app gives you everything you need for live bets, same game parlays, and so much more. That's what makes the app so much fun. Plus, when you win, maybe this is the best part, you're going to get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to join today and get started with $300 in bonus bets. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as now or trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Over before it started. Lions don't win a single playoff game in a year. We were all dreaming about the Super Bowl. It happened at home in front of all of us. Is it worse than last year's NFC title loss? 248-539-9797. One of the things we're talking about today. The other is Ben Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
He's the Bears coach now, head coach. Some of you feel like he's a traitor. Benedict Johnson is the headline in the Free Press. Someone called in and called him a sellout earlier. We've also had people blaming the coordinator interviews for why the Lions lost that game. Every one seed ever is going to have their coordinators interviewed. Somehow the other teams find a way to win. I just think it's low-hanging fruit. I don't think it's why they lost the game. Those guys took some Zoom interviews before they were even doing Commanders game prep and didn't do any of that while they were preparing to play the game against Washington. I think people are upset that Ben Johnson took the job so quickly. Seems to already have his defensive coordinator in mind. Guys, he's probably put a lot of thought into this beyond the last week. I mean, he's been in the cycle for 3 years. Yeah. The fact that he had stayed a couple times and now we're going to go, he doesn't really care about us. What are you guys talking about? This is the business of the NFL.
And it's I mean, who doesn't sit there at one point and daydream, if I was the boss,
here's what I would do.
Yeah, well, who would I want to employ? Who would I want to work for me? Who would I want to work with? All of those different things cross your mind. Doesn't mean that he was distracted.
I don't buy that. Anyway, you have said that you think the NFC title game hurts more because you were closer to the Super Bowl. It makes complete sense. It's the proximity. The case for this year is it's at home. You didn't get anything that you were promised, this long run to the Super Bowl. You had more time to envision it, dream, and then to watch it all be lit on fire in front of your face. That's pretty hard to overcome, too, in terms of dealing with the failure.
And the investment may be more this year. I mean, in terms of financial investment, just emotional investment, even though reality tells as Aiden Hutchinson goes down, Derek Barnes goes down, you keep losing players that the Lions can overcome because they did. And it just draws you in more. It makes you and Dan Campbell, all of these guys are very likable. They're very relatable. And you invest so much emotionally, and maybe you even made the financial investment, and now it's just all gone. So I'm not going to sit there and say just because I think in the long run, the NFC Championship game is still going to hurt more. It still hurts to this day. This one's going to sting. But in terms of my perspective, it's going to be the NFC Championship game. But I'm not going to sit there and say, if you think that this one hurts more,
you're not wrong.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, I think you might be right that in 5 years, 10 years, when we lump these two together, we'll say, well, obviously the one where you were on the doorstep of the Super Bowl was worse. But I think there are so many little things that make this one compelling, make this one worse. You are going to lose your coordinators in addition to the emotional and financial investment, in addition to it being at home, in addition to getting zero payoff. At least last year's team, you could say, hey, I watched them win 2 playoff games for the first time in my life. Mm-hmm. I don't get any of that with this run. I'm left with emptiness.
I think people assume they'd be winning or playing next week, this coming Sunday. That's maybe the value in saying this year, but I do think it's last year. I mean, to me, in some ways, they justifiably kind of crapped the bed on Saturday because of the Robertson injury just kind of snowballing the defense. I don't know. I think sometimes we overrate the 1 seed. There are numerous examples of 1 seeds getting blown out in this game. I mean, it happened to Aaron Rodgers against Eli Manning, and it's 2010. It happened to Matt Ryan against Aaron Rodgers one year when they were the 1 seed under Mike Smith. Yeah, and then they got back to the Super Bowl eventually, and then, of course, what happened.
Right, but that's why it was kind of disappointing not to have TJ yesterday. I know he and his family are all sick, but he was in that situation where they were a 15-1 team and ended up losing in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the frustrating part of this was that I just never – I forgot how bad the Buffalo game was, and that's how bad the defense played this game in my mind. It was almost a mirror image. And then I forgot that it's in Jared Goff's DNA that he's going to have a few bad games a year. And I just never thought it would be against such a bad defense. That's the inexcusable part. That for me on Saturday, that it happened against their defense. There's nothing – that's great about the Washington Commanders defense.
No.
So they shouldn't have failed. They should be able to keep pace. And he had the Houston game again.
You're saying Goff?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think he's the biggest reason they lost that football game.
His rating in the Houston game was 59.7. His rating on Saturday night was 59.7. You know how hard it is to duplicate exactly your QB rating?
Neither good game.
And then they weren't. The turnovers were just, he had 9 turnovers in those 2 games.
Yes. He had 5
That's
the first
insane.
time, and he had 4 on Saturday night.
Yeah.
No, that's the thing. Like, the people blaming the distraction from Ben Johnson, I think would be better served and more accurate to say if Jared Goff doesn't turn the ball over 4 times, they win, even with Amik Robertson going down, even with all the holes on this defense. He can't give them 6 points, and then he can't turn the ball over right before the half, and he can't turn the ball over in the red zone with a fumble. Like, he is the biggest reason, not the only reason. Before everybody jumps down my throat, he's the biggest reason they lost that game.
Well, and it's such a stark contrast to what we saw in the playoffs last year. He was not the reason that they lost to San Francisco. In fact, there were a lot of reasons in last year's season where we bought into Jared Goff, and still are. I'm not saying that we're not. But the Tampa game where you have no running game and he showed that he can be the reason that you win. And in the playoffs where he put together drives that were gotta-have-it drives. And it wasn't him that fumbled against San Francisco. It wasn't, his face mask that the ball bounced off of. He did put the ball in the hands of the receiver on 4th and 2. And if that ball is caught, we're talking about another quarterback that at least took his team, 2 different teams, to Super Bowls.
Last year, he played well enough to win all 3 other playoff games. This year, he did not play well enough to win this game. Still, the majority of the time, he looked the part in the playoffs. But that guy's in there, though. That guy that McVay gave up on is still in there. He's not a tier 1 guy. He's in that next tier that you can win with, but
I don't think there's a lot of people that put him in a tier 1 category.
Correct.
There's not many tier 1 quarterbacks.
Tier 1 is Mahomes, Allen.
Yeah.
I mean, there's very few guys in tier 1. Burrow is probably a tier 1 quarterback, and he hasn't even won a Super Bowl.
Well, and here's the thing is you can have a tier 1 quarterback and miss the playoffs.
Yeah.
Because that obviously happened with Joe Burrow.
Supporting cast matters.
Supporting cast does matter. And he had offensively all of the skills in skill positions that you want. I mean, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, it goes to show you that you do have to, even the good quarterbacks have to have a team built around them. And that's why there's a lot of people that some have turned the page and being optimistic for next year because Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, Penei Sewell, that offensive line can remain intact. Now, there's some aging things, and we'll talk about that throughout the offseason. Sam Laporta, Amon-Ra St. Brown, J-Mo. Like a lot of the key position weapons are still there. Defensively, you're going to get everybody back healthy, and if that defense can go from being a mid-level defense that was banged up to being a top 6 or 7 defense, now all of a sudden, it makes a huge difference.
Calls on Ben Johnson, calls on which loss hurt more, and yes, we'll explore the Goff stuff a little more. No Ben Johnson. Is there concern about Goff at all? It's 97-1.
Lions coach Dan Campbell said yesterday he expected to lose coordinators Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. On cue a few hours later, the reports came out that Johnson was on his way to become the next head coach of the Chicago Bears. As of yesterday, the contract was still being finalized. Bears QB Caleb Williams was asked about Johnson at locker cleanout. As for Aaron Glenn, he's getting ready for a second-round interview with the Jets today. Ian Rappaport retweeted this morning that the goal is for him not to leave the facility. He says the deal is not quite done, but if all goes well, he could end up as their head coach today. Meanwhile, offensive line coach Hank Fraley also set to undergo a second interview with the Seahawks today. The Red Wings finished their road trip tonight at the Flyers. They're calling up Elmer Soderblom for the first time in a couple seasons. The 6'8" forward has scored 5 goals and 12 assists for Grand Rapids this season. The Pistons got back to their winning ways thanks to a 107-96 win over the Houston Rockets on the road. Cade Cunningham had 32 points, 7 assists, and 9 rebounds. Malik Beasley chipped in with 17 points and had a clear message for fans after the game as well. He, of course, referring to all-star voting. After a sweep last week, Michigan State basketball moved up 4 spots in the latest AP poll to number 8. Michigan moved down 1 spot to 21 after their split. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
A lot has been said since Saturday night. And John, I am attempting to show restraint and be measured. Because some of you know my past feelings about Jared Goff. I am a reformed Jared Goff hater. Saw the light last year in the playoffs, saw him put together 3 straight games where he was plenty good enough, made big throws, and got him all the way to the NFC title and played well enough for them to get to the Super Bowl. What I watched on Saturday night felt like what they saw at the end in Los Angeles. It looked like why Sean McVay moved on. It looked like a guy who had issues with turnovers. They end up coming in spurts, and he spirals. And I'm showing restraint because I still think you can win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff. I have some concerns, and I think it's fair to question that performance from him. How big a deal was that big picture to you?
I think when you are asking Jared Goff to go out there and be the reason to win every game, it's not what they did offensively. But in that game, when you lose Amik Robertson and you know the defense isn't going to be able to really hold up their end of the bargain, you're going to have to score a lot of points. What did we say going into the playoffs? What did we say the last, 6 weeks of the season? You may have to score 35-plus points per game to be able to win. And so I think, especially after the fumble, Jared Goff was pressing.
Yeah.
He was trying to make the big play. And when Jared Goff presses, and you'll find this, it's not just unique to quarterbacks. Everything is highlighted with the quarterback because they're the ones with the ball in their hand every single play. But when you press and you get out of your comfort zone, bad things generally happen. And as an offensive lineman, if I'm going to, if you're trying to block 2 guys, you generally block none. That's part of the mindset. Do your job, be disciplined. And he broke discipline. That's really what it comes down to. He broke discipline. Instead of taking Laporta in the first down, he tried to go for the one just a little bit deeper, ended up sailing the ball. It's a pick 6. And he paid a hefty price on that one. So he just needs to get back to being disciplined in the offense, playing within the parameters, because the offense is good enough to win a Super Bowl. The offense is good enough with Jared Goff to win a Super Bowl, but you've got to stay within those parameters.
I think you want a guy when things get tough, doesn't press, but kind of grabs the reins and plays better.
Well, and we've seen him do that.
Yeah.
So, is this a one-off? It's not just a one-off because we saw it against Houston. We've seen it, at different times throughout his career, even before he came to Detroit. That's why I say when he is disciplined, he's a quarterback that can certainly take you to a Super Bowl and win it.
Yeah, you have to take the pressure off of him. And I'm not insulting him by saying that. All these guys need different degrees of help. You can, they're the number 1 offense in football, right? They absolutely can win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff at quarterback, but they're going to need to beef up the O-line. They're going to need to run the damn ball. They're going to need to have a better defense, right? And these are all things that they can attack this offseason. They've got the cap space. They've got some pieces. They've got a great general manager.
Yeah, and doctors and trainers can help in that as well. Just getting guys back healthy will make this team better.
Where are you guys at with Goff right now? 248-539-9797. We're not doing Hendon Hooker radio. We're not going to, I can't tell you what to say if you call in, but we're not going to seriously consider any Hendon Hooker talk. And you're not trading Goff. He signed long-term. He's your quarterback next year and beyond. But your confidence level in him, was it shaken at all by what you saw on Saturday night? 248-539-9797. Let's get to Greg in Detroit. Greg, you're on 97.1.
Heck no, my confidence is not shaken with Gary Goff. Gary Goff is a superstar. He's the greatest quarterback the Detroit Lions have ever had. I love Gary Goff. But what we have to understand, fellas, and as Lions fans, we're going through a metamorphosis of understanding and changing and learning. Gary Goff is forced to carry both sides of the ball. He's forced to carry the defense, and of course, he's forced to carry the offense. Gary Goff has shown us that he has the ability to throw interceptions. He has the ability to mess up, but he has the ability to get his focus on, straighten up, tie the ship, and come back and do better. I have never seen a laser beam focused quarterback in my life that once after he threw an interception. If you ever look at Gary Goff after he threw an interception, he's coming back laser beam focused. And that attitude has helped him for the last couple of seasons. He ran into some adversity during some games, threw some interception, got focused, came back and brought the team back. Now this time, ran into some adversity, threw some interception, got laser beam focused, still threw for 500 yards, still threw for 31 points. But what the point that people are not making is that you ran into this young quarterback who is something like we have not seen, who is poised and calm, and is going to make you to pay for those mistakes because the defense doesn't have the ability to help Garrett out when he makes a mistake. Garrett has to help himself out. We don't have a defense to help him out when he makes a mistake. And that Washington offense with that quarterback, something like we have never seen, bust on the scene in the NFL, made us pay every time we made a mistake.
Well, Greg, I would agree with you that at times throughout the course of the last couple of years, Jared Goff has thrown an interception and come back with laser beam focus. I just don't think that he returned with laser beam focus on Saturday night. Which interception did he throw that he came back with laser beam focus? Because you can't make the argument it was one or two, and after he threw the third one, game was over.
Yeah, well, I would never argue with you first and foremost, but however, he's still the quarterback of the future. He's still the Lions. He's a MVP quarterback as far as I'm concerned, and we're going to win. We can win a Super Bowl with Garrett Goff.
I agree with you on that. I think we can win a Super Bowl with him, and he is our quarterback.
He is the quarterback.
I just would argue that point that on Saturday night, he didn't return with laser beam focus.
He did
make some good throws here and there, but you can't throw 3 interceptions. You can't turn the ball over 4 times.
Now, your diagnosis, I think, was spot on, that he was pressing. Campbell had said at different points, he told Jared Goff that he was trying to do too much. And I think this was another example of that. Don't ask him to do too much. Run the ball, play action pass. He can stand in and deliver an accurate shot on a third down. He's more than a game manager, but he's not one of these like superhuman quarterbacks.
Right, but that's the battle that so many athletes, that's the battle so many people that are really good at what they do, even outside of sports, that when you are asked to do something, you got to stay within the parameters. Trust what got you to that point. Trust in your teammates, and don't try and do something that you're not asked to do.
When we bring this conversation up, we're going to get texts like this one, all caps. It's not Goff's fault. The defense couldn't stop a JV high school team. Aaron, South Lyon at work.
Well, okay. They struggled to make stops, but they were also put in bad position because of the turnovers.
I really don't think we need to do the kid gloves thing with Jared Goff.
No.
I know we love Jared Goff, but he wasn't good enough. And the people who are going to go to the ends of the earth to not criticize him, guys, no one's kicking him out of the city of Detroit. You can just be honest. The defense played well enough to win that game if Goff doesn't commit not 1, 2, 3, but 4 turnovers.
Yeah, for people who don't think he's the first person to blame for this, I just don't know what world you're living in. You are living in a world where you fell in love with a guy. Look, first off, this city, I'm from here. I'm going to tell you what. I've been in this business for over 25 years. This city's defense of their athletes, they'll never blame their athletes before they blame a coach or a coach that's leaving or other things like time off and coordinator interview distractions. Before Jared Goff's performance on Saturday, he was awful. His QB rating says so. Yeah. It was under 60. You know the lowest it can be is 39.7, by the way.
I didn't know that.
He was 59.7. I mean, he was a guy that had a QB rating of 111 during the season. He almost went like half as much of his rating in this game. He did not play well, and turnovers are catastrophic in football. They are. Find me a game that they've won. I don't think they've won a game when he threw a pick six since he's been here.
John has said it. Turnovers are terminal. We watched the Ravens, who have a better defense than Detroit, lose this week. We watched the Rams, who have a better defense than Detroit, lose this week. You know what the commonality in both those games are? They had multiple turnovers and the other team had zero.
Yeah.
So, and Goff was more turnover prone than Lamar and that Rams offense.
Mark Andrews wouldn't have had to catch that 2-point conversion if Lamar didn't turn the ball over twice in the first half, probably, because Baltimore dominated that game.
It's a difference maker.
But Lamar, when you listed your three, you went Allen's Mahomes immediately. Mahomes, agree.
Mm-hmm.
And then you said, Burrow, too.
Yeah.
Who didn't you put in? Lamar.
Because I think there's a debate there.
Right. There is. There just is. And those turnovers are so catastrophic. And he fumbled 7 times this year. That was the first one he lost all year.
Goff, you're saying.
Yeah. I was talking to Doug in the bullpen during a break, and Doug's like, well, I looked up the fumbles yesterday, and that's middle of the pack. You don't want to be middle of the pack fumbling the football as a QB. You need to be in the top 5, the top 10.
Clean. They got here playing clean football. Like Jared Goff playing clean football got the Lions the number 1 offense, and they didn't play clean football on Saturday, and they were promptly escorted out of the playoffs. 248-539-9797. Was your confidence in Goff shaken at all? You're going to lose Ben Johnson. You saw that performance in a big playoff game. Where are you at? It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking to get stronger, this is your year, and it's at Planet Fitness. You want to feel your strongest, best self with best in-class equipment for a full workout, from strength training to cardio to stretching. It's at Planet Fitness. Right now, they've got the $1 down, $15 a month. It's going to get you in the door. And if you get there, you like what you see, you like what you're doing, every single level of membership offers free fitness training. If you want to upgrade, you go to the Black Card membership. You're going to have access to every single club around town and around the country. You're going to get all the perks of a Black Card membership, the Black Card Spa, Hydro Massage, all of those different innovative amenities. Plus, one of the great things is you could bring a guest anytime. So when you go, if you like variety in your workouts, they've got free weights, cable towers, Smith machines, upper and lower body strength machines, and a slew of cardio equipment. $1 down, $15 a month gets you in the door. You must be 18 years old or older. If you got a mom or dad or a guardian that wants to go with you, 13 to 17 will get you in the door as well. Hours and amenities and offers vary by club. Check the planetfitness.com app or on the web or the app to stop by your local club for more information. Find the nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. That's Planet Fitness.
Picking up the pieces from Saturday night, did that shake your confidence in Jared Goff? He had played so well in the postseason the year before. But there's no way around it. As much as you like the guy, you can't defend it. That was terrible. 4 turnovers. 3 of them in the first half. That's the biggest reason they lost that football game. And he can't be the biggest reason you lose games as a $200 million quarterback. Too much is given. Much is expected. So where are you at with Jared Goff? 248-539-9797. He will chart a course forward as the team's quarterback without Ben Johnson, who we'll talk more about coming up at 9:35. The offense, we assume, is going to stay largely the same. Campbell confirming Goff will have some say, some input, and they're going to want to continue to operate the same way, both sides of the ball, even if they lose both coordinators.
Yeah, I mean, this is Dan Campbell's offense. It's going to be his vision. It's going to be his vision on both sides. When he's hiring a defensive coordinator, obviously, they're going to have more. So I don't know how much Dan will be involved once that position is in place, but he knows the personality. He knows the type of coach, the type of defense that he wants, and pairing that with what he is expecting on offense. We've seen you make a hire, you're not happy with it, he'll make a change. And he's not going to wait to the end of the year to do it. So having made 2 hires at that position, he's probably very familiar with what he's looking for, having made a mistake and then doing something right. I think he's going to be able to be laser focused on who he brings in or who he promotes to that position.
I think the tell was when he was asked about Anthony Lynn, and he said through that experience when he let him go, he realized he needed to be more involved in the offense. I think that's the tell, that he was not just, hey, Ben Johnson's over in a corner office putting the game plan together by himself.
Yeah.
Dan Campbell was absolutely a big part of what they were doing offensively, and that's encouraging because he's still here. Through all of the changes that may or may not happen, he is still here.
And however much of this offense was Dan's or Ben's, they both learned from each other. That's what you do. Even if you are the one in charge, doesn't mean you have all the answers. And I think Dan will be the first one to tell you, and I think we all would understand if he said, yeah, I don't have all the answers. And if Ben's got a great idea or a great concept, how does that fit with what I believe in constructing this offense? So there will still be, elements of a Ben Johnson offense. But this is, let's call it, this is a Sean Payton offense that Dan has fit for himself.
Modified. Yeah. Let's get to Tom in Rochester Hills. Tom, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I got commentary and a question. First, a commentary. Jared Goff, we can all admit, didn't have a good game. But he wasn't the sole reason we lost that game.
Who's saying he was?
And I think that pass down the field to Williams in the end zone actually was a good pass. If Williams squares off that route, worst case scenario, there's pass interference. Best case, he catches the ball. So Williams didn't help him on that. Certainly on the call that we had, where Williams is throws a pick. Bad call to begin with, but he should have thrown it away. So he was part of the problem. He wasn't the only problem. My question is related to the 4th down play with 12 men on the field.
Yeah.
I don't believe that was ever hiked before the time ran out. You can play with 12 men as long as you don't get caught. So if the time expired, why wasn't that best case scenario penalty on Washington, worst case offsetting penalties? I'm scratching my head on that.
Well, you get into that that's one of the weird rules that NFL has in regards to, do they get the snap off in a reasonable amount of time after it hits 0-0? Mm-hmm. Like that whole hits 0-0, then a beat, then I blow the whistle or throw the flag. I don't get that. It doesn't happen in any other sport.
No, and it doesn't even happen at the college level of the sport. That like echo of the whistle type of thing. You get like an extra half second.
And you're guilty.
Yeah. He said it's not all on Goff. I said, who's saying it's all? No one has said it's all on Goff. It's like a defense mechanism to say no one has said it's all on Goff.
But he gets the biggest piece of the pie, right?
And his second pick, J-Mo's got to reach back to his hip pocket to get the football. And the defender's there undercutting the route because it wasn't deep enough. He didn't put enough on it. He's got a strong enough arm to make that throw. It's a 30-yard post. It's not easy, but it can't be behind him.
He's made that throw before.
Yeah.
And he'll make it again.
And the point about it's not all on Goff. Yeah, I think you could actually, like the fourth down play, it was not Goff's fault, right? They had a chance, 4th and 2, to get off the field, get a stop, get the ball with a chance to take the lead. And for inexplicable reasons, Dan Campbell walked out and moved the ball for a first down. Like, I mean, by not calling a timeout, he awarded Washington a first down willfully.
Yeah.
I mean, I think given the stakes, it may have been the worst decision he's made in a game, to not give your defense a chance to make a stop on 4th down. Hey, timeout. I'm going to fire these dudes up. We're going to make sure we can count to 11. We're going to give ourselves a chance. When he gave him a first down inside the 5, like, all right, we're down 10 in the 4th. Then J-Mo throws the pick, but the game kind of felt like it was, you're running out of steam at that point. They needed to get a timeout and get a stop on the 4th and 2.
Yeah, and it's especially with the defense that really wasn't putting up much of a fight. You got a chance of making one stop versus, getting a fresh set of downs with goal to go from the 3.
Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, what's going on?
Well, there's a Michigan woman who was just arrested after she allegedly abandoned a puppy in a porta potty.
What?
Yeah, at a Grand Blanc park. So police say this puppy, Hank, was abandoned probably for at least several days. An employee that owns the porta potty found Hank freezing cold, right, in this small little area, no water, did have a small bowl of food. Obviously, that was the only place it could also use the bathroom, so it was sitting in its own mess. But later, the woman was found, 25-year-old woman, said her landlord would not accept pit bulls, so she didn't know what to do with it. So she decided just to
leave it in a porta potty?
Leave it there, yep. So she has been arrested, and it sounds like Hank is going to be okay. Thankfully, this employee found him quick enough. It's always sad to hear those stories, but it's good that this dog is going to be okay, which is why I felt comfortable sharing it, right? Well, after seeing the Houston Texans get penalized for a hit against Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, ESPN's Troy Aikman felt it might be time for a rule change. So Aikman was really quick to criticize the ref's call of unnecessary roughness. I didn't see this, so I might be explaining it wrong, but after a pair of Houston defenders kind of went after Mahomes because he decided to run with the ball, right?
Right, yes.
So,
and he didn't slide till very late, and he's had a reputation of the old rope-a-dope of, I'm going to go out of bounds. No, I'm going to get a couple of more yards, and defenders are forced to lay off.
So this is what Aikman said after, or right before the call was even finished.
Mm-hmm. He's 100% right.
Yep.
It's going to have to be addressed in the offseason.
Yep. Carrie Underwood proved why she's a country superstar during Trump's presidential inauguration on Monday. After this 2-minute technical glitch where her background music never played, she said, you know what, I better just take control of the situation. And she sang America the Beautiful a cappella.
We don't have it right now. Yeah.
Oh,
she was.
I thought we did.
She was amazing. And I've been very critical of her voice, not a big fan. But to be able to do that in that moment, it sounded terrific.
And I think she was happy with the way it went down. There was a little backstory of that she wasn't happy with where she had to perform because it got moved indoors last minute because of the cold. So she didn't have a stage or a platform or any specific place to sing. So a little upset with that, but overall she handled it really well. And I think she's very happy with her performance as well. Finally, there's a husband who's going viral after he was captured on camera just going crazy on his wife's boss after she complained about him. So this video, it happened in Brazil. This husband walks into this grocery store where his wife worked, and he goes and peruses shovels, grabs a shovel, kind of walks around and waits for this boss to walk out into an aisle and just goes nuts, picks up the shovel, smashes it on this boss's head.
Oh,
he
no.
goes down, and then this guy was immediately rugby tackled by a whole nother group of employees. They held him down till police came. And it's all because his wife went home one day and was complaining about
our boss.
Which
Yes.
a lot of people do from time to time. Anyway, the manager suffered injuries to his head, ear, and sustained hearing loss.
Gee.
Yeah. But
It's
it's
no
all
joke.
captured on video. You can check it out.
Heather with the news. Thoughts on Goff? Thoughts on Ben Johnson? We got a ticket texter who's
Thoughts on your boss?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Jimmy!
Where's the shovel at? It's 97.1.
No.
Start the new year off with resolutions. That's a better diet. That's getting to the gym a little more. But don't forget about your teeth. Brightside Dental, there's no judgment. If you didn't see a dentist in 2024, they're not going to give you a hard time about it. Make sure you see a dentist in 2025, and make sure it's Brightside Dental. 1-800-PAINLESS, brightside-dental.com. These are dentists who aren't going to lecture you if you're not flossing 3 times a day, or why haven't you been to the dentist in a year or 18 months or even longer. There's no judgment with Brightside Dental. They've got 9 Metro Detroit locations, including the newest in Trenton, accepting new patients, $35 new patient special. And it's 1-800-PAINLESS. Give them a call, or brightsidedental.com. Brightside Dental, no judgment, just care. All right, to the phones we go. Question about Goff. Did that performance shake your confidence in him as a quarterback who can win a Super Bowl? And then the question about Ben Johnson leaving for the Bears. Some of you feel betrayed. He's been called a sellout. Benedict Johnson was the headline in the Free Press. And what this offense looks like without him. So a lot to discuss. Let's start with Matt. You're first. You're on 97.1.
Hey, so a couple things. Ben Johnson leaving, I don't hate him. You know, he's doing what's best for him in his career, and I wish him all the best luck in the world. Being in the same division, it kind of sucks because he's worked with the Lions. He knows, you know, how they do things.
Well, that familiarity works both ways.
Yeah, that's true. And the Lions game this season has just been very anticlimactic.
Yeah.
You know, I expected more of a fight Saturday. I didn't see any fight at all. I feel like this loss is worse than last year's because at least last year they went farther. They actually fought. The game this Saturday, it looked like they didn't even try. They just handed Washington the game. That's just my opinion.
That's valid. Where are you at with Goff?
Goff is the quarterback right now. I know you guys see him winning the Super Bowl with the Lions. I can't see it. That doesn't mean that it's not possible. It's just that I, myself, don't see Goff helping this team get their first Super Bowl. I don't know who it'll be, but I just don't think it's him.
Well, he's going to be the quarterback probably for at least the next 3 seasons based on the contract, right?
Seems like it.
Yeah. And Holmes is still going to draft, we'd say, fairly well. Like, that's maybe where my confidence comes is that Holmes can outfit the team in such a way where Goff is good enough to win. Because if it was, hey, I don't know, we're going to lose all these all-pros, I'd say, yeah, I don't know about Goff 3 or 4 years from now if the roster doesn't hold up. But while the roster is still relatively young, cost, under contract, I think they've got a couple cracks at this, and he's good enough.
And I think the defense is going to be better next year because I don't think you're going to lose 13 guys on one side of the ball, and hopefully you don't lose Aiden Hutchinson But here's the other thing. I think the Zadarius Smith trade doesn't feel like it necessarily paid off in full this year because there wasn't a lot of pressure, simply by himself. I do like the idea of him opposite Aiden Hutchinson. I think it makes both of them better. And making that trade, knowing that he's got another year on the contract, means that in this year's draft, or free agency, it opens up. Do you start to replenish some of the talent on the offensive line to get younger? Do you start working on some projects there? Where do you address things defensively or offensively? To your point, I think Brad Holmes isn't just going to all of a sudden forget how to draft or forget how to assemble talent.
And don't forget, too, the impact of losing McNeil on Smith.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that he was not as effective after McNeil went out because Zadarius Smith is pretty much a one-trick pony as a pass rusher. When you don't have that presence inside gobbling up people and the focus comes to Smith. I mean, think about if you're game planning the Lions' defensive line. Who'd you game plan
You're going to turn all your protections to Zadarius Smith.
Exactly. Yep. I'll say this about last year versus this year. Another reason why last year was worse is you were healthy. I mean, Dan Campbell said it yesterday. We were relatively healthy going to San Francisco.
Right.
And this year, probably next year, you know what will happen? They'll be somewhere in between how healthy they were last year and how bad it was this year defensively.
Most likely.
Fair to say. Mike in South Lyon, you're on 97.1.
Hi, guys. First-time caller, long-time loyal listener.
Thank you.
I think we need to look at the fact that at some point in time, the Rams had assessed that Jared Goff would not win them a Super Bowl. They went and got our quarterback to do it, and I just don't think he makes the right decisions under pressure. Just doesn't. That's my assessment. I don't think we'll win a Super Bowl with him, and I don't think he makes key decisions under pressure when they're needed.
Well, Mike, let me ask you this. What was your thoughts, and it's hard to remove what we know between last year's NFC Championship game and now, but after last year's playoffs, what was your thoughts on Jared Goff? Because he wasn't the reason that they lost that San Francisco game.
No, he wasn't the reason we lost that game. But I do think had we moved on to the Super Bowl, we would have lost the Super Bowl then. So I think he can win us a championship game, but I think winning that big one is going to be an issue. And I think the Rams assessed that and made their moves accordingly.
And who knows what would have happened. It's kind of a fool's errand, but if they had moved on to the Super Bowl, they would have played Kansas City, correct?
Yes.
And how'd they open that season?
With a win in KC.
You know, that's the interesting.
But there was an asterisk on that game.
He's undefeated against Mahomes, 2-0 as a starter. But
Sometimes I want to punch you.
The funny thing is about that, you don't know what Goff does against Mahomes in the Super Bowl, because look at Josh Allen. Wasn't he 4-1 or something against Mahomes in the regular season, and then like 0-3 in the postseason?
In the postseason, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe you don't know what's going to happen.
Right.
I think that the caller's assessment was fairly accurate. I mean, that's what the Rams determined, and Goff does struggle when he's pressured, and in some cases will start to press and make things worse. The key has been, and was a year ago, protecting him. Running it, setting up the play action, giving him a clean pocket. He can throw the ball accurately, right? I mean, he's far from a bum. Yeah, I think they can win with him. It's just clear that there's going to have to be a level of support that is more than your typical, top 10 quarterback. Just because of the mobility, right? Other guys can make a play happen if their offensive line screws up.
He's mobile.
Right.
And who knows what he does this year?
Right.
But I mean, I don't necessarily
out.
know that they're winning because of him. This year, they're winning because they've got
Barkley in that line.
Well, and a damn good defense.
A completely revamped defense. I mean, they were one of the worst last year, one of the best this year. Let's get to Ryan in Clarkston. Ryan, you want to talk a little Ben Johnson? You're on 97.1.
Yeah, so I guess first off, I would say this is the best season the Lions have ever had, given all the injuries they had and everything they did. They got the 1 seed. I think it's the best season they ever had. But I wasn't mad after they lost on Saturday because I thought they overachieved. I thought there was no way. How could you do this much with this many people on injury and this and that? So I wasn't mad. I wasn't mad until yesterday, until 48 hours after we lose, Ben Johnson announces that he's inked a deal, signed, done, delivered. It wasn't that they were making him an offer and he was going to accept it. It was a done deal. So now I'm thinking backwards, and that tells me that during that bye week, he had 1 week of full interviews. And then he had a second week of hammering out the final details of his contract. And if you look at that game, everybody on the offense had a bad game. Coaches were blundering, bad calls, interceptions, fumbles. Everybody played bad. And I think everybody knew he was leaving Friday night, Saturday morning, and it caused that whole locker room to just go, oh, really? Everyone's leaving? You kidding me? And I think it made the whole offense and the whole team and everybody was just out of funk because he couldn't wait 2 weeks to make that decision. He had to do it before. And if he was smart, he would have announced it in a week or two. Don't announce it 48 hours after. All that shows is that all you did for the last 2 weeks was hammer out the details of your deal. You weren't focusing on the game.
Which shows that his agent was hammering out the details, but the fact that he had the interview. What's that?
He was texting with his agent. He absolutely, he's having conversations with his agent.
I would
He's not going in there
disagree. There's a lot of guys that will say, hey, interviews are done, and when the season's over, then I'll talk about. We've heard players do that. So to think that, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that he told his agent, hey, I'm going to focus on this game. I'm going to focus on as far as we can possibly go. And you do your deep dives into these other franchises and start talking contracts with them, but I'm not going to do anything until we are done.
Don't the results kind of point to that doesn't really add up? Like
Ryan, this was not atypical. I know it's new for us. The Lions haven't lost a coordinator to a head coaching job since John F. Kennedy was the president, 1963. But this is not atypical. This is how this works. Guys interview during the playoffs. He did it during a bye week, which I think actually freed up the game week for him to prepare for the Commanders. And for a guy to be announced 48 hours after the season's done, this happens all the time. You'd be happier if it was 2 days from now? I'm just a little confused. First of all, Ben Johnson didn't run out on Instagram Live and tell everybody he took the job. The Bears need to know. And I'm sure it came from that side of things, right? Where the Bears go, hey, we got our guy. Let's let the insiders know, and then Schefter puts it out there. I don't think Ben Johnson was trying to spit in the face of Lions fans after the loss, nor do I think the fact that he interviewed anywhere is a reason why they lost.
Maybe the Raiders bailed.
Maybe.
They were getting heavily linked to him. Everybody was butthurt last week about Brady being so close to Ben Johnson and having access that other people didn't have. Maybe the Raiders bailed after Saturday night. Maybe Tom Brady sat there and saw, what's this JMO call about? What's this call about Jameer or not having a running back on the field? I'm just saying, if people put so much clout in it last week, which I think they kind of overdid, but if you thought that it was such an impact, that Brady had such a close impact with his ties to the Raiders and getting to visit with Ben Johnson and, connecting the dots, maybe the Raiders just bailed after that game. We can't hire an offensive coordinator that just had a game like that.
We don't know, to be fair. Guys, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Ben Johnson do a virtual interview last year?
Yes.
And they won 2 playoff games? Weird. Anyway, we'll get
It only
more.
matters when you lose.
No, yeah. I know, and I think.
Or you have to do that interview while you're preparing instead of the bye week.
Ben should have been spending time with
no
Goff
bye week last year
instead of on Zoom calls. That's why Goff played so bad, Jim.
Look, Lions fans are hurt. They're lashing out. I think this is new for them. I'm not trying to be mean, but I don't think that narrative holds any water that, he was 1 foot out the door and that's why. Anyway, I know we got ticket, text, and calls that want to make that point. It's 97.1.
Hey, your New Year's resolution is to lose weight. You can get there faster than you think with Ideal U. Go to idealu.us now and you can lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 40 days. And whether your resolution is to lose 10, 100, or anywhere in between, Ideal U works, and it works fast. I lost 10 pounds in the first 10 days. I lost 50 pounds in that 40-day window, and I got to eat real whole foods, which is why I've been able to stick with it and drop another 20, so I'm down 70. Ideal U's weight loss coaches are going to work with you every step of the way. Your coach will help you lose weight, and they're also going to help you keep it off. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal U is a Michigan-based weight loss company that has helped thousands of people just like me and you lose weight. In fact, over 90% of Ideal U customers lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. That's a great ratio. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Sign up now, get a $200 Visa gift card, start your new year off right, lose weight, and get a $200 Visa gift card from Ideal U. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us.
All right, to the phones we go. Talking Ben Johnson, Jared Goff. Ben Johnson to Chicago, and it's got some of you feeling a type of way. Betrayed. I don't fully understand it, but Dave and Flint, you want to make that case. You're on 97.1. Tell us how you're feeling.
Hey, pretty good, guys. Good morning. So just kind of want to echo what you guys were saying, that Goff needs to be disciplined. But here's the thing. I mean, Goff's not Stafford. He's not going to beat you with his arm. You know, he's not Lamar, not going to beat you with his legs. And he's not a hybrid like Josh Allen. So he has to play within the framework of his skill set. Now, you look at other quarterbacks of his type of skill set, let's say Joe Flacco or Matt Ryan, who weren't mobile quarterbacks. They had good defenses and they played discipline. So it's really just a discipline problem. Whoever his quarterback coach is, the OC is, they need to stay in his ear, say, look, and put him in a position to win. But as you said, he can't, he had Laporta right there open, third down, just no backs in the backfield there. So, we've got to put him in a better position to win. And also, I think the offseason, he needs to really work on a strength and conditioning plan, because he goes down with one arm. I'm not saying he has to squat 600 like Jalen Hurts, but he needs to be on a strength and conditioning plan to get physically stronger, because, if you're going to have a limited type of, skill set, you got to at least play stronger. So, but I'm not giving up on Goff, but the team has to put the tools around him to make him succeed, and he can get us to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I appreciate the phone call, Dave. Yeah, he's played 4 playoff games as a Detroit Lion. 3 of them were very, very good, and he quarterbacked them well enough to win. Wasn't his fault they lost the NFC title game. I don't want to fly off the handle. I've been critical. I think those limitations still exist, but they can, and for a long portion, did overcome them. They're the number 1 offense. They won 15 games. He just was flatly not good enough. And I think John had a great observation. He was pressing. Those are the mistakes that kill you in the playoff game. And now he will move forward without Ben Johnson. And we'll see how that all goes. Dan Campbell saying that they want to get input from Jared Goff and that they want to keep the offense largely kind of the same philosophically, and the same with the defense. They want to play a lot of man coverage. The Ben Johnson thing, the betrayal angle of it all, John. What if fans, they felt like they were entitled that he was going to be the coordinator forever?
No, they're just mad that he went to Chicago. If he had gone to Vegas, or if he had gone to Jacksonville, hell, if he had gone to Dallas, or the Saints, the Jets, any other open job outside of the division, nobody would really care that much. Yeah, we're disappointed to lose them, but going in division is where people start to get their feelings hurt.
So he should take a lesser job to protect Lions fans' feelings. I'm just trying to understand
if that's what they're feeling, sure. But
I'm asking them, like, you think he should consider the fans' feelings and take a lesser job when he's been selective as is, right? I mean, he knows hired to be fired. I think that's part of the reason why he was waiting for a good opportunity. Caleb Williams is the number 1 overall pick. If he feels like he's got something to work with there, he's supposed to turn it down because it's taboo?
And it may have been as simple as, okay, what are you offering? It's been reported $13 million a year. Okay, I'll go there.
Sorry,
it could be as simple as that. He may have done all of the analysis. Was it Trevor Lawrence, or is it Caleb Williams, or is it the ability at Vegas to work with Tom Brady and eventually figure out how you're going to get your quarterback? Oh, wait a second. You're offering me $13 million a year? Okay, I'll go there.
The about face. Like, people were worshiping the ground he walked on 5 days ago. And now it's, well, his game plan was lousy in the playoff, and he, like, almost a character assassination. He didn't take the playoff game seriously. He didn't game plan. He's slap in the face. This is regular business in the NFL. I don't know how to stress this to people, and I understand if this is, you're new to this, you haven't watched a lot of the Lions, you're just new to, I'm not trying to like mock you or anything. This is typical NFL business. Good teams get their coordinators poached, and it's not a knock on the Lions. In fact, it's a compliment that they're finally having coaches good enough that other teams want to hire them. And it's going to be a test for Dan Campbell. But if you trust Dan Campbell, then he's going to pass this test.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously hired the staff to begin with.
Yeah,
and he promoted Ben Johnson from within when he moved on from Anthony Lynn. Is he going to go the same route and go with a Tanner Engstrom, or is he going to go with Mark Brunell, Antoine Randall? Like, there's a number of really good offensive minds on that staff. or is he going to go outside the family and bring somebody else in simply because this is a very coveted position? The way that Dan Campbell has positioned this franchise, Brad Holmes, Sheila Hamp Ford, I mean, everybody, this is a coveted position. So you don't have to be limited with what, well, we don't really have any good applicants, so I'm going to promote within.
No,
Doesn't mean that's not going to be the decision. This will be a coveted position.
Absolutely will be. Ticket Texter says, so according to Jim, we're supposed to root on a division rival. Are you that clueless? I'm not saying you have to root for Ben Johnson. You should want to kick his ass 2 times a year and more if necessary.
And division opponents, you want him to lose all their games.
Yeah. But the idea that like he wronged the Lions by he took a promotion for a hefty pay raise for a situation he really wanted. He stayed in Detroit longer than he had to. He had opportunities to leave. The idea that he's getting vilified or demonized in any of this is a poor reflection on the people doing that, not on Ben. And yeah, now you go, hey, game on. Toe meets leather, let's kick his ass. That's competition, but I don't think we need to do the character assassination routine for a guy that we were all about 5 days ago.
Yeah, I mean, we covet players that are on other rosters, and when free agency opens up, we make an offer. Sometimes not, but we talk about wanting to make some of those offers and lure them to Detroit. Ben Johnson was a free agent, and he was lured to Chicago for whatever reason. Quarterback, offense, living situation, wanted to stay in the Midwest, wanted to stay in the division. Money all plays a factor.
All does. Got Gator getting settled in here in the studio.
Morning, Gator. How are you?
What's going on, Gator?
I'm all right. How was it right today?
Good. Yeah, it's a good Tuesday.
Yeah.
It's cold.
Yeah, it's cold.
Did it warm up outside at all? The heat wave hit?
Yeah. It went, I think, went from -1 up to 5. So, we're moving on up.
All right.
Moving on up.
What's the game plan for you guys today?
Well, I'll be solo today with Kang. Doug hopefully is back tomorrow. But we've got.
I thought I saw Doug earlier.
He was, but he had to take care of some business. So,
okay.
Hopefully he'll be here tomorrow. But we'll get into something. Kang didn't have a chance yesterday to give his Lions take. We want to get that right out of the gate. Obviously, the Ben Johnson news is big news. What does it really mean for the Lions? I see where you guys finished up with it. I can only imagine that's where people are going to go with us today, and it's going to be a little infuriating at some point to have to address that part of it.
We've had some very sensible callers as well.
Yes.
Good. Yeah. Good. I was worried about that. Like yesterday, I was concerned going into the show that we were going to have to address some letters that I didn't want to hear again. Unfortunately, that didn't really come up.
Good.
And then the whole, Hendon Hooker thing didn't really come up either. It came up once, I think. It was towards the end. So I think people have been pretty measured about what happened on Saturday night. They've let it sink in now for a couple days, and maybe now they can really formulate that opinion, be objective about it, and you be critical all you want because you're allowed to be, and there's reasons to be critical. But there's also, I got a text from a buddy of mine today who lives in Chicago, and he was concerned. He's a Lions fan, but lives in Chicago, and he's like, is the window closed? I'm like, absolutely not. The window's not closed. It's nowhere near closed. I mean, somebody called in the show yesterday and said basically, look at this team that they're going to have like basically the equivalent of 7 free agents coming to this team next year in the form of Aiden Hutchinson and Aleem McNeil, and Malcolm Rodriguez and Derek Barnes, and maybe they bring Carlton Davis back and had all these names. And I'm like, it's hard to argue with that because that is a strong argument. You got a defense back. Hopefully they can stay healthy, but that's really been a tough hill to go up the last couple of years. Each year, injuries have played such a massive role in what happens with the Lions, and it happened again in the first defensive series of the game on Saturday.
Yeah, I have a couple more cracks at it at least. All right,
Yeah.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator with you today. Kang is as well. Kenny's back screening calls. Doug is out today. Hopefully he's back tomorrow. But we will take your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Let's just get to this first. Kang was out yesterday, as were a lot of people because of the holiday. And hasn't had a chance to give his thoughts yet on what happened on Saturday night with the Lions losing to Washington in the playoffs. We all know it sucked. It was a bitter pill to swallow over the weekend. I'm feeling better about it as the days have gone on. I don't think I'm quite where Dan Campbell's at right now.
Yeah, he went through his stages of grief quickly.
Yeah, he did. It took him a couple days, and then yesterday he speaks to the media, and he's, I'm ready. I'm back. Okay, I'm glad to hear that because he needs to be back, and he's got to focus on some other things now, which we will get to in just a minute. But
I feel like he's more important to the Lions' success than we are.
Yes. So, Kang, your thoughts on what happened on Saturday night?
I mean, like everybody else, I was gutted, very surprised, to say the least. Disappointing. You just didn't think it was going to end like that soon, of course. And like we mentioned a second ago, everyone's going through the different stages of grief, right? And Dan Campbell's gotten it through pretty quick, and maybe you're still going through it. So I'm going to give people this whole week, Gator, as far as where they're at when they finally get over this loss. There's anger, there's shock, there's everything, right?
Yep.
And at some point, you finally just come to accept it. I don't know where I'm at exactly yet. I'm still a little, hurt. Over the weekend, of course, me and you talked about the Ravens-Bills game, how an awesome matchup that was. Couldn't wait to watch it. And I watched it, but it definitely wasn't the same, man.
No, not even close.
It's like I didn't even want to watch playoff football anymore, which is crazy because you know how I feel about the NFL. But I was that hurt and gutted by the loss with the Lions. I ended up watching the game, of course. It's a good game and everything, but it wasn't the same. And my look back on the Lions-Commanders game is this. This was always a real possibility that we just didn't want to believe was possible. And what I mean by that is the injuries on defense, I think, ultimately cost the Lions their season. And there's a lot of reasons why the Lions lost. You can blame Jared Goff. You can blame the turnovers. You can blame the defense. You can blame everything. But to me, I think in the end, it was the attrition, specifically to the defensive side of the ball, that cost this team. They made us believe they could continue doing what they're doing because they were doing it. They won 15 games. They just made Sam Darnold look terrible. They beat the Vikings, right? Held them down. But at some point, that dam was going to break, and I think it broke. And because Jaden Daniels, another reason, is I underestimated how good he is and how fast he got this good. And he picked apart that defense. He was poised. And when you don't get any pressure, because there's guys that just can't beat their man one-on-one, like no Hutch, no McNeil. Like those guys are important. They're difference makers. And you dial up a blitz and it doesn't get there, you're in deep trouble. I thought Ben Johnson got out coached. I thought Aaron Glenn got out coached. I thought Dan Campbell got out coached. But in the end, they were working with what they had, and it wasn't much, man. And in the playoffs, it's one and done, and you can't have a bad day in the playoffs, and that's what happened. And Commanders were the better team Saturday night, and it just hurts because you didn't see it coming because you kept hearing the 1 seed talk on stuff. But really, Vegas, they were the odds-on favorite because Vegas didn't want to lose any more money. Like, that was the one team they couldn't afford to win the Super Bowl was the Detroit Lions. And so they're always going to be the favorite, even though really when you look at it on paper, could this defense hold up? And it didn't, Gator.
No, it didn't, and I agree with a lot of what you had to say. I think, the other part is that, we have to be honest about it, Jared Goff had a bad day to have a bad day. You can't play that poorly in a playoff game and expect to win because, particularly in this situation, because if you're going to not be on your A game or even your B game at that point, that the defense needs to help bail you out, and they were incapable of doing it because of what you just said, because the injuries just ravaged it. In the first defensive series of the game for the Lions, on the second play, Meek Robertson
unbelievable
breaks his arm.
I mean, that's the season, in general.
It's like that just happened. Again, another catastrophic injury, would have been a season-ending injury, another one of those that happens to this team and this defense. But look, the defense was playing above their heads, and they were able to get it done. And that game against the Vikings, because they played so well, and Amik Robertson locking up on Justin Jefferson, and the Lions got some pressure on the quarterback, and we were feeling pretty good. Felt very chesty about the efforts, what was going to happen against Washington. Washington can't stop the run. Well, you know what? They didn't. Lions ran for 200 yards. The Lions threw for 320 yards. That's 523 yards in offense. Sounds great. But they had 5 turnovers. Or 4 turnovers, whatever it was. 4 turnovers. And
yeah, let's not even count the last one.
Yeah, it was actually, it's 5 when you think about it. But it's.
But 4 because the last one was
the last one doesn't matter.
Didn't matter.
But it was frustrating as hell. And because the defense on their first drive, they bowed their neck, right? Because Amik Robertson goes out and they got to dig deep. There's a 4th down situation and they get the stuff. Now they stuffed it. Did Mariota screw up the play or whatever? I don't know. Don't care. But they got this. They got the stop. And for that defense to get them to not move the ball down the field enough to be put in scoring position was a big win after the offense went 3 and out in their first drive. But this seemed like a game where there were a handful of plays, and it's every game. You could look at a handful of plays that really changed the outcome of the game. And, for the Lions, there are too many of those. If you can look at 1 or 2 plays that really cost you, okay. But this was a handful of plays that really cost them against a team that wasn't going to show flaws. Washington, we knew going into it that was a pretty good offensive team. We knew going into it that was a high-scoring team and that the quarterback was playing at a level was pretty impressive and was able to handle pressure when it comes. He likes playing against the blitz, and he does just fine against it. The Lions couldn't get any pressure on the quarterback throughout the day, and the only time they did get pressure and forced him outside, he threw a brilliant pass to a spot in the corner 50 yards downfield, and Brown made a reception with Kirby Joseph's hand playing blindfold. It was an amazing play for Washington, and that's the only time, really, that he faced pressure. And that's a difference in the game for the Lions defense, unable to get pressure on the quarterback. For the Lions offense, they kept turning the ball over. I mean, there's plenty of blame to go around, and I think if we're going to look at who gets the biggest slice, it's probably Jared Goff for me. And it doesn't mean I've given up on Jared Goff. I think Jared Goff is the guy for this team, not just because he's got the contract, but because I believe in him. I'd love to know an honest response to, how is he feeling really internally after getting blasted on an illegal hit after he throws the pick 6? Was he scrambled a little bit? Was he apprehensive after that point? Because he didn't look like the same, Jared Goff we've seen all season long in decision-making and all that. And then you start to play with more of a sense of urgency and maybe you're forcing things. Either way, it's on his shoulders because he's got the ball in his hands ultimately, and they just didn't get it done. But like I said in the crosstalk, I had a friend of mine from Chicago text me this morning, hey, is the window closed for the Lions? I said, absolutely not. Absolutely not. This team has all the core players you need. Hopefully they can stay healthy next year when they get into the playoffs and we can see something really happen. But injuries obviously killed them. A better Washington team beat them. That's what happened on Saturday night. Now, all things being equal with injuries, if you don't have to deal with that on the defensive side of the ball, Lions win that game 10 times out of 10. But they don't have that team. What they did do was put out the team that beat Minnesota, which looked pretty good until, like I said, 2 plays into the game defensively, you didn't have one of the key pieces in the game again. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. You want to comment on what happened on Saturday night. How are you processing it, Detroit? Are you starting to feel better about things? Are you doom and gloom at this point? Have you let it set in? Are you over it? Where are you at? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. All right, so the Lions lose Saturday night to Washington. Here we are, it's Tuesday. We've had, a few days to kind of digest this and get our bearings back and see where we're at. I'm still pissed that they lost. I was really hoping to see an NFC Championship game here in Detroit. That would have been amazing. Would have been fun talking about, what's the price to get into the game and how many people are going to tune into this one. And because, it would have been massive ratings if the Lions were going to take on what ends up being Philadelphia. I mean, no matter what, it's the NFL. It's going to get ratings. But because Detroit has been this media darling for a couple of years, people want to tune in and see what happens with the Lions. So it's disappointing to me because I would have loved to, and everybody would have loved to. I'm not alone. Of course, we all wanted this team to win that game. So it's bitterly disappointing when they lose. And just, kind of gauging where people are at now that you've let a few days pass, how do you feel about it? Do you feel any better about the situation? And I mentioned earlier, Dan Campbell yesterday, he was like, he's moved on. He's ready to focus on the future, and he has to because his offensive coordinator just left yesterday to take the job with the Bears. His defensive coordinator is interviewing today with the Jets, and the reports are that the Jets don't want to let him leave without signing the paper. That there are some people that think that strongly that he's going to get the job offer from the Jets. And he's got another interview, Aaron Glenn does, scheduled with New Orleans. Was supposed to be for tomorrow, but because of the bitter cold temperatures and everything else that's going on, New Orleans has said we're going to reschedule interviews for later in the week when things change. So, that's advantage for the Jets if the Jets want to get something done with Aaron Glenn. So he's got bigger fish to fry right now.
Yeah, and we're all at different stages of grieving. I'm better than I was, of course, Saturday night and even Sunday, but I'm not over it yet. And I probably won't fully get over it till the season's over because if I watch other teams play in the playoffs, you're just going to keep thinking to yourself, that could be the Lions. It should have been the Lions, could have been the Lions, and it's not. For Dan Campbell, he's got to get over it because he's got a team and organization to help move forward and try to win it next year. Last break, you ended it like everyone's pie chart's different of why the Lions lost the game, and I think you said Goff was your biggest slice of pie.
Yeah.
To me, it's the defense. Ultimately, the attrition to the defensive side of the ball. I just think when you put up 500 plus yards and you score 31 points, you have to win a playoff game. And I know the turnovers clearly did not help, and I'm not going to defend the way Goff played and things like that, but they still ended up putting up 31 points and 500 yards of total offense. You have to be able to win a playoff game like that. And looking back at it, the real key play of the game for me was Goff losing the fumble on 3rd and 1 when they're up 7-3 and potentially being able to end that drive with a touchdown going up 14-3. That completely changes the game because the defense was so bad Saturday night that they had to play with a cushion, and they never got that cushion, that real double-digit, cushion. And it just, from that point forward, the offense I felt like Ben Johnson was pressing a little bit because we got to score 50.
Well, when the game starts and the Lions go 3 and out, people are like, oh crap, here we go. Because they lost the coin toss, and we had discussed, hey, what would you do if you win the coin toss? I would have deferred. I would have taken the ball in the second half and let's go. And they lose the coin toss and they start on offense, which is two things I didn't want to happen. But they go 3 and out. So I'm like, crap, this is not good. But then the defense gets the stop on 4th down. That's good news. Then the offense gets the ball back and just methodically marches down the field in 6 plays and scores a touchdown and made it look easy, even though we know we can't say things like that because we know they put in hard work in the week. But yes, it looked easy. It was awesome because it was just 15-yard play here, 22-yard play here. Here's another 17 yards on this play, and then they get it in the end zone. And then they get another stop, or they give up a field goal. They get the ball back, and they're marching right back down the field. They're in a great situation. Like you said, King, it's 3rd and 1. And then things go south because of, I think it was St. Brown, the receiver, gets knocked off the route right away, or he slips right away. And that's where Goff was going. So he described it after the game. He said it was like a chain of events that just happened that really screwed things up because it throws off the timing. He's going to go there. He's got to double clutch or look elsewhere. And that bought that defense that extra split second they needed because it was supposed to be a quick play, and which no pass rush was going to get to him. But it ends up being a little bit longer. He gets hit, fumbles, and everything else. Then the Washington team gets this amazing gift put to them, and and they took advantage of it. Give them credit for it. Their offense looked unstoppable in that game. Jaden Daniels looked unstoppable, and the Lions were only able to get a few stops in the game. It wasn't enough, and then the offense had to carry the burden, and they couldn't get it done, and that was disappointing. And
well, that's why I blame the defense more than the offense, because if you're asking the offense to play perfect, I'm not asking the defense to play perfect, you know? And the thing about that Goff fumble, Gator, is this is amazing. Goff lost 0 fumbles this year.
Yeah.
That was the only fumble he lost the entire. Yeah, but he didn't lose any of them.
Lost him, right?
That was the only fumble he lost all year, and it was at the worst absolute time possible.
Yeah, that's why I said pick a bad day to have a bad day, which is kind of a cliche nowadays, but it is what it is. I haven't lost confidence. I know the morning show did a topic, if you lost confidence in Goff. I haven't. I know what he is. I think he's a damn good quarterback. I don't think he's in that, you talk about tiers. He's not in the top tier. Top tier is reserved for elite, and there's like 2 quarterbacks I know of that are in that level. At the very least, it's 2. It's probably 3, because I'll throw Lamar Jackson in there along with Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. After that, I start to shut it down and say, nope. There's another tier after that has your Joe Burrows of the world, right? And is Jared Goff in that second tier? He might not be in that second tier, but he's in the third for sure. Do I think he's a top 10 quarterback? Yeah, I think he's a top 10 quarterback. I think he's great. But he doesn't do what other quarterbacks can do. But okay, so he's not perfect. The guys that are perfect are 1 and 2 and 3. That's it. You know, it's hard to find those unicorns. We got a guy. We got a great offense. This offense had averaged 35 points a game at home this year. That's a lot. This team didn't lose on the road. They were battle tested. They overcame obstacle after obstacle, challenge after challenge, and came to a head on Saturday night, and they couldn't get it done. And it sucks that they couldn't get it done. But it doesn't mean the window's closed. It doesn't mean you throw away the quarterback. You know, it has nothing to do with the offensive coordinator taking a job with the Bears a few days later. People think he was distracted or he lost his focus. That's a bunch of BS. That's not the case, all right? You know, Ben Johnson didn't throw the passes that found their way into the Commander's hands, into Mikey Sanderstill's hands. That was Jared Goff and Jamison Williams, unfortunately. Now, people will go back and look at, I don't like the trick plays. Really? Because I like the trick play where Jamison Williams scored. I like the trick play that allowed Amon-Ra St. Brown to take a little shovel pass and go 20 yards up the field on a play that you weren't expecting. So I'll take the bad play. I wish that J-Mo never threw the ball. I wish he just took off and run. And if you look back at that play, if he had made one guy miss, he's probably going maybe for a touchdown in that play. But he was hell-bent on throwing it, and he shouldn't have been hell-bent. Wish you had it back. Look, is that a Ben Johnson problem or is that a Jamison Williams problem? You know, trick plays don't work if people don't buy the trick, and Washington clearly didn't bite. So it's unfortunate. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We got a lot of people lined up. Stay there. We'll get to you. We want to get to everybody today. Kind of again a postmortem here, but wanting to gauge where the Lion fan is today. What your feelings are today. Dan Campbell's moved on. He's ready to focus and attack the offseason, look ahead to next year, do some draft preparation, figure out who's going to stay, who's going to go from this roster. He's got to find a new offensive coordinator. Will he promote from within? He's going to go outside the organization. Is he going to lose his defensive coordinator? Lots of stuff going on with the Lions front. There's other news, too, in other sports that we got to get to, but we're focusing on the Lions right now here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, let's get to the phones. 248-539-9797. Same number to text as well. Where are you at right now in terms of the Lions losing the game on Saturday night? Have your feelings changed at all? You let it soak in. Speaking a little bit calmer today than you did on Sunday or maybe even yesterday. Where are you at? Let's get to the people, and we'll start with Al. Al, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket.
What's going on?
Hey, Al.
Hey, I'm just saying, my man, first of all, I'm a Commanders fan. I'm a Redskins fan. And the thing is that, for the Detroit Lions, I ain't going to say same old Lions because they had a really good season, a damn good season. But what I'm saying is, let's get on. I'm talking about, first of all, y'all got a good coach. Dan Campbell's a damn good coach. But what I'm saying is that Goff. Goff is a decent quarterback, no question. He's a decent quarterback. But see, I'm just saying that y'all call this guy not Goff. Let's get on Jaden Daniels. They say he's a rookie. Okay, yeah, he's a rookie quarterback. But see, he has something in him that knows how to seize the moment. He knows he doesn't crack under pressure. He gets out there and do what he has to do and make the chips fall. But with Goff, you got to learn how to seize the moment. You got to learn how to get out there.
They won 15 games this year, Al. They won 2 playoff games last year. They won a game at the end of the season. Was for all the marbles
I'm not
to either.
Talking about
no,
that.
but you are. But you're saying that you're alluding to the fact that Goff. You're saying that Goff doesn't have that in him. That he doesn't have that instinct in him. That he can.
He's in that Texas game.
In the what? In the Texans game. And what happened in the Texans game when he threw 5 interceptions?
They won. Reason why they came back because the other quarterback stank too.
They won the game. They came back from that. That's a challenge. That's an obstacle. That shows intestinal fortitude. That shows what the team can do together. They won the game. And then they win the game at the end of the season against Minnesota. Look, hey, Al, stop for a second. Because you're a Commanders fan. You want to blow up Jaden Daniels and talk about how great he is? You're not going to get an argument. Jaden Daniels is awesome. And I didn't even look at him as a rookie. I had a conversation with Kang, our producer, before the show. I said, the last thing I'd mention about Jaden Daniels is that he's a rookie. Because all I want to do is talk about what a great quarterback he is. I don't care that he's a rookie. He's great. Fine.
You're going to let me talk, man. You're going to let me talk.
Well, you've talked and you've said very little, but go ahead.
Okay, I'm talking about other quarterbacks like Joe Thies, my boys. That's what I'm saying. Other quarterbacks.
Yeah, please bring up more Washington quarterbacks we care about. Go ahead. How about Mark Rippon? Yeah, let's go.
Right. Doug
Williams, thank you. All right, that's it. I got to go. And no disrespect, I love Doug Williams, by the way. He was at the game Saturday night. I saw him, and I was a little bit in awe. I'm like, that's Doug Williams. And Stoney pointed him out to me. I'm like, oh, my God, that is Doug Williams. That's awesome. That's a legend right there. But stop talking about Washington stuff here in Detroit. Don't need an outsider telling me what our quarterback is or isn't. When you're comparing him to a kid who's just won his first 2 playoff games in his rookie season, which is awesome. A guy I would have taken first overall in the draft if I were the Bears. Whoops. Great for Washington. They've got an amazing future. And you know what? I'll say it. I'm rooting for Washington against Philadelphia. I am. If I have a rooting interest, it's for Washington. Because I love Jaden Daniels. But I'm not going to shine up Jaden Daniels so that I can poop on Jared Goff. I think Goff had a horrible game. He's my number 1 blame in the game. But I don't think that they can't win without him. Or I should say, I don't think that he's the reason that this team's not going to win a Super Bowl. I think they can win a Super Bowl. I think Jared Goff's really good.
I don't know what the point of his call was. To say Jaden Daniels is good, I think we can all agree on that. If it was the point was that they can't win with Goff, he didn't even say it. Like, he was just dancing around it. Just say it, man.
Well, say exactly.
Right. You know all I'm saying. All you're saying is nothing right now. What are you saying?
Go ahead, say it.
Instead, we're talking ripping.
Right, you're right.
Like, I don't care.
And he brought up Joe Theismann. Like, oh, great. Let's go Mark Rippon. Yeah. But Doug Williams. All right, there you go, Doug Williams. Thanks. We pretty much care about that at this point. Ray is in Detroit. Ray, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Ray.
Oh, my God. I was praying that I was next after that call. What was that, man? Oh my! Anyway, guys, so I agree with you guys totally. I told my wife the other day. I said the amount of injuries that this defense had, we were able to overcome it in the regular season. When you playing certain teams, you already know teams in your division pretty well, so you can kind of game plan for them. But when you get in that final 8, which everybody thinks is the best divisional round, the best round of the playoffs, everybody is good. And it's hard to overcome that amount of injuries. So I was worried about the game. I really thought we were winning, but I was worried about that game. I didn't care who it was, because when you're talking about having 19 guys on IR and then you lose another cornerback to a broken arm during the second play of the game.
Yeah, the first defensive series of the game.
It was like you know what, if we overcome this again, like it must be meant to be.
Well, not only that, Ray, they lose Amik Robertson. There's the second play of the first defensive series they have, right? Then they lose Melifonwu later on in the game. I forget if it was early in the second half or was late in the first half. Whenever it was, I think it was earlier in the second half. They lose Melifonwu. That defense has completely changed. I mean, they literally had guys that were barely on the practice squad. They're now elevated for this game. And
they said one guy, it was his second play or something like that of the season. And not only that, I wish we had Doug Williams at quarterback.
Right. Yeah, thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
Good talking to you guys.
All right, Ray, thank you. Yeah, I mean, the Lions, they had elevated Chris Smith, the defensive lineman, and Stanley Thomas Oliver, the corner. That's who they elevated right before the game.
Morris Norris played a bunch of snaps all of a sudden.
I mean,
Morris Norris, with all due respect, the dude played, one snap this year or something? And in the playoffs, when the whole season's on the line, we're asking him to come in and play a bunch of snaps? I don't know what the stats are on this, Gator, so if someone do the research, whatever. Has a team ever lost 3 players to broken limbs because of friendly fire?
Right.
Like Aleem McNeil, I'm sorry. He helped break. Aiden Hutchinson ran into Aleem McNeil, which broke his leg.
Alex Anzalone
breaks his forearm because of friendly fire. And then Amik Robertson, it happens to him in the playoffs.
Jack Campbell, I think, was it hit him. Yeah. And remember, when we talked about this game on Friday, and we talked about all last week, right? And as a week built up, I was feeling chesty about the game. The reason I felt chesty about the game, players I specifically mentioned, I said I like this matchup because despite the injury to Carlton Davis, and then what had become, I guess it was Carlton Davis, they're switching guys around, and now you've got Amik Robertson moving from the slot over to the corner spot. What he did against Justin Jefferson, I like that. But even more what I liked was that now that allows Brian Branch to go into a slot corner, and Melifonwu is healthy. And now Melifonwu could be that playmaking, hard-hitting safety we know that he is. Well, 2 plays into the game, you lose Amik Robertson, and now you're shifting things around again. And then a half later, you're losing Melifonwu in the safety side. So there goes what I liked and what I was chesty about.
And that's why that was my number one blame in the pie, Gator, is the attrition to the defense.
No, I get it. And to me, there's 2 big pieces, but I just give the bigger piece to the offensive side because they had to pick up the slack for what the defense wasn't doing. And look, they got a ton of yards, and 31 points seems like a lot, but it's less than what they averaged at home. It's right at what their average was during the season, and they needed to do more. And unfortunately, they turned the ball over. And, the fumble, like I said, Goff described as a chain of events, but he's got to take better care of it, even though it's the first fumble he's lost all year. The interception he throws where he overthrows Tim Patrick and there are other guys open. I don't care if the other guys were open. Tim Patrick was wide open. He just made a bad pass. It sailed on him, goes for a pick 6, and then Goff gets clocked, and there's no flag on it. Okay. I don't know if he was the same after that. Physically, I'm not going to say mentally. I'm going to say physically if he was the same after that. Throws the interception right before halftime that you can't have. Either throw it away or throw it only where J-Mo can get the ball. I don't know if Sainer still, if he baited Goff or if he just makes a spectacular play. Either way, he makes a spectacular play and intercepts it. And there goes an opportunity to at least go for 3 because they were at the 30-yard line. Would have been a 47-yard field goal, which we know that Jake Bates can kick. those are massive plays, particularly when you look at the pick six literally turned into 7 points the other way. You miss out on 3 points for the field goal. That's 10 points. And then you have the fumble on a drive that you at very least were going to get 3. So at the very least, it cost them 13 points, probably 20. And it could have been as many as 24 points. Or 20, I should say 21 points on this.
Yeah, all the turnovers were critical because there was points attached to those turnovers.
That's the difference in the game. To me, is the turnovers. And the turnovers I attribute to the quarterback. Unfortunately, I love the quarterback. I think he's the quarterback for this team. I don't waver on that. And you know what a huge Hendon Hooker fan I am. But I'm fine with it. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text. You want to get in that way. We will discuss more as we continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, looking for a new or used car? Well, you've got to check out Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. With one of the largest inventories in the area, you're going to find exactly what you're looking for, whether it's a sleek new model or a reliable pre-owned vehicle. And here's the best part. Guaranteed credit approval. No matter your credit situation, they've got your back. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield is in the perfect spot. They're right there at 696 and Telegraph. Got the giant American flags sticking up there. You'll know exactly where they are. And they make it easy for you to swing by and drive off in your dream car. And if you're short on time, no worries. They'll even bring your new ride right to your doorstep with at-home delivery. And if you're into the latest tech, you'll be glad to know that Sarah Chevrolet Southfield is one of the top EV dealers in the country, offering cutting-edge electric vehicles that are setting the standard for the future of driving. I was at the auto show yesterday. I saw a lot of electric vehicles on display. It's pretty cool to see. And best of all, they're open on Saturdays because they know weekends are the best time to shop for your next car. Come see why Sarah Chevrolet Southfield is the place to go for your next vehicle. Together, let's drive. Well, I hope we get some more Washington references. That'd be fun. And bring John Jansen back. Talk about the good old days. Playing in Washington.
Yeah, how come that caller never brought up like Patrick Ramsey?
I don't know. I don't get it.
Huh?
Doesn't make any sense.
No.
Doesn't make any sense.
Left him out.
Right. Didn't say Kirk Cousins.
No.
RG3.
Gus Frerotte.
Gus Frerotte. Good call there with Gus Frerotte.
Thank you.
Where was that? You know?
No, he went to the good quarterbacks.
Taylor Heineke.
Yeah, right.
That's all the good stuff. The recent stuff. It's okay. It's all right. Look, calm down. I'm all right. Paul is next up here at 97 on the ticket. Hey, Paul.
Hey, guys. I want to put the blame, my biggest piece of the pie is on the defense. And it's easy to look at the offense and 5 turnovers, be like, man, that's the problem, the biggest problem. But the field position on those turnovers, you might as well have been punting. And they put up 31 points still on offense, which I looked through the numbers, looked through the scoreboards. That was enough to basically 18% of the time this season, teams have scored 31 points or more. So if your defense had played bottom 82% of defenses, you win that game. Like, yes, the offense could have done more. The picks suck. They take points off the board. Our offense could have put up 50 on a good day yesterday, bar those picks. But the defense had put up, 20 worst performances of the season. That was enough to win the game.
Well, if you're going to, the problem with playing with numbers like that is that you're not putting into the effect of what Washington's offense is, which Washington's offense, I believe, is a top 5 offense in the National Football League against all competition. Now you put it in against a extremely wounded defense, and that 28% chance, whatever you said, is there, that grows exponentially.
Yeah, the defense struggled because of the injuries, and you look at the number of injuries is directly proportional to your losses in a season. The Lions are the only outlier this season. I think maybe
they were able to overcome it for the most part, and then it just became too much in a game where then you lost another piece, and it was like a game of Jenga with a defense. You pulled that last piece out, which was your last starting corner, and boom, he goes. I guess Terry Arnold is your last starting corner, but
I still feel though that the defense, if they could have done a tad better, we win that game. And so that's my biggest slice of the pie.
All right. I appreciate it, Paul. I don't think a tad better gets it done. I think you could talk about the offense, and those are basically punts, but the one is a pick 6, so it's not a punt. It's points going the other way. The other one is an interception in the back of the end zone at the end of the first half that cost you from kicking a field goal at the very least. That's points. The other one was a fumble deep in their territory.
Yeah, it's at least 3 points there.
Now, that's not a point, but that's in a punt. But again, it's at least 3 points and probably 7 the way that team was marching, because that's the Lions' first drive after they went down and scored in 6 plays. They were humming along offensively.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It was a momentum shift there, too.
It was massive. So I appreciate what he's doing with statistics and numbers like that, but I don't think it applies.
Yeah,
here.
you don't think it would have mattered maybe, but I'm on agreement with him. Obviously, I think the defense is the bigger blame in this game. I think when you still put up 31 points and 500 yards, you should win a playoff game, because what the Commanders did is they put up 38 points on offense. I'm not counting the pick 6. Right. So 38 points. They scored a ton of points on the defense. I just think, I don't want to say this sounds bad, but I feel like we were tricked into, it was like a mirage what the Lions were doing. It was actually amazing if you look back at it, that they won 15 games and were the number 1 seed with all the injuries they had. And what it made us do is it made us believe that they can continue doing this when at some point, it wasn't sustainable. It just wasn't.
And I guess this supports you a little bit. I'd love to see what happens if Robertson doesn't get hurt, if Melifonwu doesn't get hurt in the game. How different does that look? Because it's basically the entire game you're playing without Amik Robertson.
Oh, yeah.
That's huge. Now, again, you can't commit turnovers in a game where the other team isn't. That's the other balance of it, is that, okay, if the Lions are going to turn the ball over, I know it was 5, but let's say for the 4 times, because the last one doesn't, who cares? If they're going to turn it over 4 times, they better be able to get the ball back on some turnovers a couple of times to balance it out a little bit. But when it's 4-0 in the turnover battle,
Yeah, it's almost impossible to come back.
That's why I have it on Goff and the offense. And you have it but again, it's like my 51, right? The defense clearly wasn't good enough to stop Washington. And because of that, the offense needed to do more, which we knew the offense was going to have to be there anyway. And they just weren't enough because they kept shooting themselves in the foot. Now, here's another one on the defense. Don't have 12 men on the field on a 4th and 2.
God.
Don't commit a pass interference in the end zone. I don't care if it was
incidental
an
or not.
one.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't have thrown a flag on it, but you can't give them the ammunition to go ahead and throw a flag on that. Those are massive plays that keep extending things when the defense is doing all they can to stay in it and fight and claw and do everything that Dan Campbell wants them to do. Drag them in the deep water, drag them into the deep water and all that, and bite kneecaps. It's what they were doing. And then that happens, and it go from being 4th and 2 with a chance to shut them down to 1st and goal from the 1.
Yeah, and I don't think Aaron Glenn had his best day calling defensive plays. Like, I don't know how much this affected the game plan, but he wanted to play a lot of man. They lost their best man guy, you know what I mean, the second play on defense. And I don't know if you can switch game plans all of a sudden. You still stick to the game plan, which was man. And there's one play that really stuck out to me was when he blitzed Brian Branch, and there was 2 guys covering 3 commander receivers. Like, are you kidding me? Kirby Joseph is like a mile away. He wasn't going to get there.
Are you talking about the touchdown pass to McLaurin when he went 59? Yeah, that's
There's
tough.
3 receivers over there and 2 defensive backs. You cannot blitz Brian Branch at that moment. You've got to kill an audible out of it, or Kirby Joseph has to get over there. Instead, they continue with the blitz. Jaden Daniels calmly throws the ball to Terry, and he's gone because no one's there to tackle him.
He splits the 2 guys,
Yeah,
and then
it's it. It's a foot race to the end zone.
Yeah, that one hurt a lot.
It was a terrible call.
Well, I mean, is it a terrible call or is it a great play? I guess because the
No,
guy,
because
the guy
they had
doesn't
3
get
receivers.
Slow down.
I'm sorry.
Slow down.
You know what? I got to back
Slow
up. I'm sorry. I guess I'm still mad.
So is that an Aaron Glenn problem, or is that a not recognize it quick enough on Kirby Joseph's behalf? Okay, so I don't know if I'm gonna kill Aaron Glenn because he's trying to dial up some pressure by bringing a safety because they had no pressure at all on the quarterback, and that's how you're going to try to get it. I can't kill him there. I would blame the safety for not getting over. That's where the blame, I think, goes.
Well, I don't know if he was supposed to get over.
Well,
or what.
somebody's supposed to be there, I think, to accommodate for the
you
safety.
Would think,
who's not, yeah.
Or Washington just had the right call dialed up because they know what the Lions are trying to do.
May have been, but I don't want to give credit to Cliff Kingsbury, so there's that. There was another play in the game where Branch is coming. I think it's on a blitz. It's a play going, on your TV screen from the bottom to the top, if you will. Jaden Daniels is rolling out to his right. And I think it was a 3rd and short play. Brian Branch is chasing him down in the backfield and looks like he's going to get him, and he doesn't because Jaden Daniels is that much quicker, that much faster, gets past him, and then turns it into a big play and a 1st down. Where if he makes that tackle, it ends up being a 4th and can't go for it on 4th down. It's not 4th and 2. It's like 4th and 7, and they would have punted. Instead, fresh set of downs, and they keep going down the field. A lot of plays like that. That's the problem, is there are too many plays in the game that were like that cost the team both on offense and defense. I still think this team is absolutely a Super Bowl contending team. They got to be healthier to do it. They're not good enough to get by because so-and-so is elite, right? They've got some elite players on this team. The quarterback's not elite, but the quarterback's really good. The offensive line might be elite, although I think you could shoot some holes in that theory. I think they got some linemen that are. The center is. The right tackle is. And the other players are good, but, St. Brown's elite. And then you start to get into different territories, and it's fine. It's fine. This team is talented enough, when healthy, to compete for a Super Bowl. But they don't have that, if you want to say that the quarterback isn't Josh Allen, he's not Patrick Mahomes, right, he's not. And there are, 27 other teams that don't have a quarterback, or 28 other teams that don't have a quarterback that is like that. So I deal with it. It's okay. Let's go to Jack, who's next up here, 97 with the ticket. Hey, Jack.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Hey, let's be honest here. The Lions have the greatest, I think, one of the best offenses in the NFL. They're just exciting to watch, and I think they're the best. I think they have the best offense in the NFL. Where they lacked it, and when Hutchinson went down, they tried to patch up that pass rush. And when you get players in their late 30s trying to patch that up, you just can't do it. They didn't They didn't address it in the last draft. And then when Hutchinson went down, they tried to pick up these players. They're going towards the end of their career. And I think that was one of their biggest downfalls right there.
Well, everybody got hurt. And thanks for the call, Jack. I mean, that's the problem is Davenport gets hurt right away, but that was his MO in his career. He always gets hurt, which is unfortunate because I think he's very talented, but he got hurt. Then you did try to you draft a guy like Wingo. He gets hurt. He gone. You go out and you get Zadarius Smith at the trade deadline. I think it was an excellent pickup for what was available at the trade deadline, but I think he underperformed from what the expectations were going to be because I was thinking, okay, now they're going to get a guy who's going to get some pressure on the quarterback consistently. Not as much as Hutch because Hutch is elite, but he should be able to get some pressure consistently, and he didn't. And he was completely non-existent on Saturday night, except for the play when he drops into coverage and knocks the pass down. Beyond that, I don't know where Zadarius Smith was.
Well, Zadarius Smith, that's the reason probably why he didn't play 100% of the snaps. When you look at a snap count every game, it was, half the game or whatever, or half the snaps, because he's a situational almost type of player. Are you a little disappointed in Levi Onwuzurike and what we were kind of sold?
Yeah, we will get to that next year. 97.1 the ticket.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. Just spoke with Bears beat writer Dan Wiederer. He says a Chicago Ben Johnson press conference could happen as soon as tomorrow. Audio from that interview coming up at noon. Per Tom Pelissero, the Saints are postponing their head coaching in-person interviews until later this week with a winter storm warning ongoing in New Orleans. Snow and sleet could reach 3 to 7 inches. Aaron Glenn was due to interview tomorrow. The Jets are hoping they can hire Glenn today, though, for their spot if their second interview goes well. The Wings will look to shake off a rough couple games and defeat the Flyers tonight on the road. It's the end of a 4-game road swing that hasn't been kind to Detroit. 6'8" winger Elmer Soderblom has received the call-up from Grand Rapids. Soderblom just an inch shorter than Zdeno Chara, who's the tallest man to play in the NHL. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7. MLB Pipeline released their top shortstop prospects for the 25 season. Kevin McGonigal comes in at number 9. McGonigal's sophomore year in the pros was cut short last season due to injury. He played 74 games between West Michigan and Lakeland. Minor league writer Emily Walden confirmed that he successfully rehabbed following hamate bone surgery. That was last week. Modest Buzelis, someone the Pistons were tied to in the last NBA draft, went to Chicago. He's only averaged 13 minutes this year, but according to The Athletic, he will compete in the NBA Slam Dunk Contest. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program. Doug will be back with us tomorrow. Gator and Kang and Kenny, we're taking your calls at 248-539-9797. Same number to text us if you'd like to approach it that way. Be happy to take those. We're talking about the Lions kind of post-mortem here. How do Lions fans feel about what happened on Saturday? You're in a better place today than you were on Saturday night, and what you expect to see from this team and moving forward. And there's a lot of moves that are going to happen here. Now that they've lost Ben Johnson to the Bears, they've got to find an offensive coordinator. I'm imagining they're probably going to promote from within because they know those guys best. I don't know. Maybe Dan Campbell has another person he's eyeing for that job. Don't know. Aaron Glenn, you heard in the update, he's going to be interviewing with the Jets today. There's a report that the Jets don't want him to leave New York, that they want to secure this today. If he interviews well, they want to secure it because he's got an interview scheduled for, was scheduled for tomorrow with the Saints, but the Saints are pushing all their interviews back a little bit later in the week because of weather situations they have there. So it's an excellent opportunity for the Saints, or I should say for the Jets, to lock up Aaron Glenn. And if they do that, then what happens on the defensive side? A lot of questions going to be asked this week of Dan Campbell and filling spots on his coaching staff for sure. But there's also the players that have to be addressed. And we talked about, what do you blame more for the loss on Saturday night? King and I disagree slightly on this. I think we both see the merits of each other's argument here, but I put more of the blame on Jared Goff than I do on the defense. King puts it more on the defense because of the injuries they had. It was just too much to overcome. And I think both answers are right. I mean, it's unfortunate what happened all around there. It doesn't mean I've given up on Jared Goff. In fact, quite the contrary. I'll state it again. Jared Goff's the guy. He's the quarterback of this team, and he should be the quarterback of this team. This team can win with Jared Goff. This team needs to be healthy to win a Super Bowl, and they were not healthy enough to continue marching through the playoffs. It just caught up with him, and it wasn't that it caught up with him all of a sudden. It was another piece to the puzzle that left the game early in Amik Robertson. So now you're left with one starting corner in Terrion Arnold. That was it. And you didn't have guys like you thought you were going to have guys in depth like Emmanuel Mosley, who was never able to come back from injury. We didn't see Rakestraw come back, who was injured and then was trying to come back from the injury and looked like he was, and then he got sick, had some kind of illness that was showing up on the injury report. So he never really got his opportunity. We're seeing Kendall Vildor, who actually made a couple plays out there. And then others, guys you'd never heard of, are out there in the secondary. Melifonwu gets hurt in the second half. It just became too much. Everything collapsed on them, and it was a disaster. There were 42 points in the game scored in the second quarter. It's an NFL playoff
That was
record.
A wild one.
42 points in the second quarter. That's crazy. I remember watching a game in the early 90s with Barry Sanders, and the Lions are playing, I think it was a Monday night game against the Raiders, and it was a crazy start to the game where it was like 35-28 at halftime or something like that. Just nuts. That was at halftime. This is 42 points in one quarter.
That's crazy. And people want to, rag on Ben Johnson today, and I get it. He's leaving. He's going to the Bears, and he didn't have maybe his best game Saturday night. But he's so creative. That pitch to Gibbs, or was it Monty? I'm sorry, to Monty, and then the shovel pass to St. Brown in the backfield was when you have Tom Brady. Tom Brady, okay, not just you or I sitting at home on our couch. When you have Tom Brady going, oh my God, I've never seen that before. That's amazing. I mean, you're pulling out stuff that people don't even imagine. Like, you think about it, but to actually do it in a game, and then they executed it perfectly. What a call. What an execution.
And somehow Tom Brady apparently was able to say that without mentioning Ben Johnson.
Because how ridiculous is that?
Well, I mean, obviously, I think word came down. Maybe keep it on the down low of your feelings for Ben Johnson.
Supposed to ignore that play, right?
And he didn't ignore the play. He's like, well, I've never seen that. And he's like, anybody else seen that play like that? Hey, who calls plays for this team?
Yeah, right.
Well, the guy's going to be coaching the Bears. Sorry, Tom. I wish he was going to Vegas. He's going to Chicago. Don't want to see him twice a year. I think he's going to change that offense around. I think the offense for the Bears is going to be a problem soon. I don't know if it'll be right away next year, but it's going to be a problem. But Ken, you asked me a question right before the break about Levi Onwuzurike. And I believe he just finished his 4th season. So I think he's a free agent at the end of the year here. I don't bring him back. Yes, we had discussions. We go back to early September, right before the season began. And Dan Campbell was talking about him and was effusive in his praise for Levi Onwuzurike, leading us to believe like this is a guy. He's really turned into a guy. He's going to be that guy that they thought he was coming out of college and was going to be a force in the defensive line. Was that the beginning of the "oh yeah" thing? The word he said, "Oh yeah, he's a guy now." And I said, wait a minute, is this just coach speak? And we had the debate on the air, you, me, and Doug was like, well, I'm buying into what he said, because why do I not? So I'm gonna believe Dan Campbell. I'm like, well, I'm still not there yet. And I think you were with me kind of on that to start off. I'm not there yet. Let me see it. Okay. And then we saw a little bit in the preseason, a little bit in the first game. I'm like, still not there. And then as the season goes on, and now, the bright light is shining on him because Hutchinson's out. You need somebody to step up. And I just didn't see it. So I'm not going to here to assassinate, what was going on with him on the field. I'm just saying it was a disappointment based on the hype that was built up by the head coach going into the year. So now I think maybe we take a step back with taking everything that Dan Campbell has to say as the gospel with understanding there's still coach speak in there.
Yeah,
right?
And that's why I asked you, because it was Campbell a lot, of course, but teammates, I think Zeitler said this guy's like unblockable. He's the next guy to get the contract extension, right? And we just couldn't, me and you couldn't fully buy in because we've never seen the guy play. So how could we, and we're not at practice, but how could we believe that it's going to translate onto the field? I honestly thought his career was over at one point because the injuries were just too much.
Now maybe he's grades out really well against the run, and that's probably the case. I won't disagree with that. But I need him as a pass rusher, and he's not. Nobody was on this team outside of Hutchinson
and McNeil.
Right, and Lee McNeil's outstanding, and so it's hard to.
That was like actually the true death blow. I think they just couldn't withstand one more injury on that defensive front four that could beat a man one-on-one. At some point, you have to be able to beat your man one-on-one, and Hutch and McNeil were those two guys for this team. And when they lost both of them, and Aaron Glenn's got to dial blitz after blitz, and then you lose cover corners that play man-to-man like Carlton Davis and Meek Robertson, it just became too much.
Yeah,
all of this was too much.
And then your depth gets not exposed because they had good depth, but then those depth guys got hurt.
Yeah,
and like I mentioned earlier, Rakestraw and Mosley, these are guys you're counting on to sub in or go in and start a game or two if you have to, and those guys don't see the field.
And then, speaking of another depth guy, how about a guy who rushes the quarterback on blitz, Derek Barnes, who actually became really good at it, and then he's gone. Malcolm Rodriguez is gone. We're down to like Trevor Nowaski.
Right. And they waived James Houston because he wasn't good enough.
At that point, I was like, where's James Houston?
Right, exactly. But there's obviously a reason that I don't think Houston ever recovered from the broken leg. Ever. Because he just was never that same guy and just seemed lost out there. But look, they've got some personnel questions they're going to have to answer for sure, and we'll see how they go about that. but they've got a great core. They've got money. They're going to have to extend some players too. You'll be happy to give extensions to. And then I'm at the point right now, I'm an F them picks guy because the window is right now. You've got a couple years here with this team to go out and do something. It's probably more than a couple years, but I'm just saying go out and make a massive move in the offseason where you say F them picks and just make it happen and trust that you can find other guys throughout the draft without having a first-round pick because you can and you have. Look what the Rams have done. You know, the Rams, they said F them picks all along. They did it again to acquire Stafford. They won a Super Bowl. They had a down year. And then they were able to recoup this year because of an outstanding draft class. They had Fisk and Jared Verse to that defense, and by the end of the season, those guys were playing at a high level. Lions can do that. I'm not worried about that with them finding draft picks. But I'm at the point right now, F them picks, get the impact player, go talk to the Raiders about Max Crosby. Talk to Cleveland about Myles Garrett, whoever it is. You know, I'm throwing out the biggest names out there, of course, but find and identify who that player is and go get him. Go get him. Impact defensive end, impact corner, whatever you got to do. Because that's the other. They got to make a decision on Carlton Davis because he was only a 1-year signing or 1 year. They traded him and it was a 1-year deal. So what's going on with him? Is that a guy that they think they can, bank on? It's a broken jaw. It's not a hamstring or a knee. So hopefully he'd be good enough to go and be right back because he was really good in supporting the run. He was a pretty good cover corner. I liked him. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. It's the same number to text. You want to get those texts, and we'll read some of those as well as we continue here on 97.1, The Ticket. All right, I feel like taking a shot at somebody right now real quick. It's a quick one, but I just saw it, and Ken, I just talked about it during the break. So Dove Climate has put out this the chart that shows the 4 major sports and its team accomplishments in the last 10 seasons. So in the last 10 years, 29 of the 30 Major League Baseball teams have made the playoffs. 31 of the 32 NFL teams have made the playoffs. All 30 teams in the NBA have made the playoffs in the last 10 years, and 31 of the 32 teams in the NHL have made the playoffs. In the last 10 years, 8 Major League Baseball teams have won the World Series. 6 have won the Super Bowl. 7 different teams have won the NBA championship, and 8 different teams in the last 10 years have won the NHL championship, the Stanley Cup. The only teams not to make the playoffs in the last 10 years in any of those sports are the Angels, which is crazy to think that the Angels couldn't make the playoffs with Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani and all the talent they've had there. The Buffalo Sabres haven't made it in the NHL. Well, it's a long rebuild that continues to be a long rebuild. The New York Jets are the only NFL team to not make the playoffs. And I love what you had to say after I told you that. In the last 10 years, the Jets are the only NFL team not to make the playoffs. And your beautiful response was...
2 of those years were Aaron Rodgers years.
Any excuse to rip on Aaron Rodgers. Gonna do it.
Yeah.
Anything.
You'll take it, right?
I'll take it. Aaron Rodgers. I love the Lions ended his career with the Packers on a losing note.
I mean, maybe his career in general.
Basically,
you know what I mean?
yeah,
like,
right?
Then the next year he gets that injury, and then this past year was an epic fail.
Yep. Love it. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Anyway, just thought we'd dig that one in there a little bit because it's fun to do that. We do have some text coming in at 248-539-9797. Same number to call us if you'd like to do that. Amik's injury was the last straw that broke the Campbell's back. I like that. That's from Bruce in Farmington Hills. I agree with you. I think it was the defense is like I mentioned earlier, kind of like a Jenga board. You keep pulling pieces out, and it's still there, but it's not as stable. Once you pull the Amik Robertson piece out, it all fell down. It was just too much. I look back now, and I wonder if it was Aaron Glenn's defense or Sam Darnold just choked.
I think you have to think about that because they were so bad versus Washington. You're like, what? Is this the same defense that held the Vikings to 9 points? It can't be, right?
Well, except for, I think it's a combination. First of all, you guys know my feelings on Sam Darnold. I think he's terrible. And I think he had a heck of a season with the team until he can get exposed. And look, they lost to 2 teams all year long, the Lions and the Rams twice. But in that game, they had Amik Robertson. They put Amik Robertson on Justin Jefferson. He got the job done. So the next game against Washington, you're putting him on Terry McLaurin, and he gets hurt in the second defensive play of the day for the Lions. I mean, it changes everything. And then you lose Melifonwu, and it changes everything again. So I think it's probably more Aaron Glenn's defense was a success against the Vikings as opposed to Darnold choking. I think Darnold made some bad decisions in that game. He held on the ball way too long, and he gets smoked for it.
So looking back at it now, and this is all, in hindsight, I wanted the Commanders, and be careful what you ask for because obviously they lost to the Commanders. But looking back at it, I actually wish they would have got the Vikings or Rams, and here's why. The one thing people kept saying about not wanting to play the Vikings or Rams again and saying it's hard to beat a team that many times, right? The Vikings 3 times this year. The Rams will be 3 times in 12 months, right? But the Commanders, the one thing you do have when you play a team again is familiarity. Yep. You know that team. And by the way, those 2 quarterbacks aren't that mobile. So you've beaten them for a reason. You know how to play them. Now, when you go with the Commanders, number one, we know how the Lions are with mobile quarterbacks. And I know the whole league has trouble with mobile quarterbacks, but the Lions really have a problem with mobile quarterbacks. And number 2 is, I don't care what film shows you. When you see it live in person, it could be a lot worse. And I think Jaden Daniels was a lot better than they could have even imagined. Thinking a rookie is going to come in here, and he's not just any rookie. He was so poised. He was so calm. He was so precise. And when you see it on the field in action, you've never seen it before. These players are reacting to the first time playing Jaden Daniels, and I think it hurt this team. It was better if I think they would have played the Vikings or Rams.
Well, the Vikings were just embarrassed and exposed by the Lions and the Rams in their season. Had they played the Rams, if you're going to tell me Amik Robertson gets hurt on the second defensive play of the game for the Lions, then I'm going to say it's going to be a bad day at the office for the Lions because you still have the same issues. You can't get home on a pass rush. Jaden Daniels' mobility isn't what kept him up on his feet. He had all day to throw. Can you imagine if they gave Stafford all day to throw to Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua? They've got more weapons on that team offensively than what Jaden Daniels has to throw to. McLaurin's great, and Brown is turning into a really nice receiver too. But I'll take Nacua and Kupp over those two. And the running back is, you want to say it's a wash or Kyron Williams is better, whatever you want to do. I just think it would have been a disaster if you're going to say that the same injury happens because Stafford would just pick them apart without Amik Robertson out there. But I understand what you're saying. Nonetheless, it worked out the way it did, and it sucked. Gator King, I was at the game, still don't have a voice from yelling so much. I'm still mad about it, and I'm making it everyone's problem. Injuries got us, Scott and Carlton. It's a big part of it. I blame that lost fumble on Ben Johnson. He pulled a Pete Carroll. Just hand the damn ball off inside the 5. Gibbs was going crazy. Mike from Warren. I know a lot of people have said this. But they've done this before where they go empty with a 3rd and 1 situation and they've thrown the touchdown pass and nobody cares because you're scoring. This is what you get. When you have an unpredictable offense, you do plays like this and hey, you take the good, you take the bad. You take the both, and there you have the facts of life. The facts of life. It worked out more often than not. In that play, it didn't work out because, according to Goff, the receiver stumbled out of the gate. And it causes a chain reaction of bad things to happen. Because there goes the rhythm of the play, which is supposed to be just a quick hit, would have gotten a first down, maybe gets a touchdown, and instead, it's not a quick hit, can't throw to him, got to hang on to it a second longer, and then he gets hit from the backside and fumbles and loses for the first time this season, loses the fumble.
I understand why people are upset about that play. I really do. But you're asking the Lions and Ben Johnson to do something they haven't done all year, which is be predictable and safe. They aren't predictable and safe. The predictable and safe play would have been just run the ball up the middle, get the first down. No. Something happened that hasn't happened the entire year. You just mentioned it. Goff lost a fumble at the worst possible time. That was the game changer. That was the beginning of the end, because if they were able to convert that first down and score a touchdown, it's 14-3 Lions, and the defense has an 11-point cushion, and Washington's playing from behind. And instead, they turned the ball over, and from that point on, the offense pressed, the defense couldn't keep up. Washington won the game.
Yeah, not good. Just not good all around. Dominic is in Commerce. Welcome to 97 The Ticket. Hey, Dominic.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
I think the Lions lost as soon as Goff got hit on that interception, that pick 6. Goff, after that hit he got, he didn't play the same at all.
Yeah, I wonder, I'd love to know from him, what he was feeling after, because he left the game for a little bit. That's when they brought in Bridgewater for 3 plays, and then Jameson Williams runs for 61 yards and a touchdown, and Goff comes in the next series. You got to wonder how it affected him, because that was such a massive hit that he took, helmet to helmet. He's not expecting to get hit like that, and he just gets lit up. I don't know if he was concussed or not. He said he wasn't, but I kind of agree with you. He didn't look the same after that. But I mean, if you're not, then maybe you let somebody know and you change things up. But the other interceptions he threw after that, it's not good. It's not a good look.
Yeah. I think that flustered him up. He's not used to getting hit at all, really, in a game. And that flustered him up, and that's the reason we lost.
All right, thanks, Dominic. I appreciate it. 248-539-9797. More of your calls as we continue here at 97.1 The Ticket. All right, welcome back to 97.1 The Ticket, Karsh and Anderson program. Taking your calls and texts, 248-539-9797. Some more text coming in. Levi can go. He hasn't done anything of note to warrant keeping around. Just a body at this point. Talking about Levi Enzarique. It didn't really flash this year enough for me to say I definitely want to bring him back. But, if the guy can be brought back at a decent cost, obviously he knows what the Lions are trying to do and the Lions trust him, then so be it. But I certainly wouldn't be, opening up the checkbook and saying, yes, please, come here, sign. I have to blame Goff first. The fumble and his interceptions. Sorry, fellas, but now I see why the Rams wanted to get rid of him. Really? How'd you feel last year when they beat the Rams? How'd you feel last year when they beat Tampa Bay? How are you feeling this year when they went 15-2 in the regular season, including a last game win over Minnesota with everything on the line? He had a bad game on Saturday night. No question about it. But I ain't giving up on that guy.
I'm going to give people this week, Gator, to let all their emotions and the sizzling hot takes, and all that stuff, because people are in pain, so I get it. So I'm just going to give them this week. But if you think it's easy to win 15 games in this league and do what Jared Goff did consistently throughout the season, yes, he had a couple bad games, but consistently he was great this year, you're in for a rude awakening. Teams are looking for quarterbacks every single day. Ask the Jets how easy it is to get a quarterback. Ask, so many other teams how easy it is to get a quarterback that can win you that many games.
They were 35-9 in their last 44 regular season games. 35-9.
That's so impressive.
And they've gone 2-2 in the playoffs.
And that sucks. We want the ultimate
Each
goal.
loss is brutal.
Yes.
I'm
but
not
you
happy.
don't throw them out the door because of this last game.
Might be too late. F them picks was needed the last 2 years. What, do you think the window is shut? The window ain't shut. Quarterback is signed. You got your running backs are in tow. You've got your wide receiver in tow. You've got your offensive line is ready to go.
You got key defensive players coming back.
Yeah, you've got 7 guys who were, you were counting on are coming back. I don't see how this window is anywhere close to shutting on this team. I think it's wide open, at least for the next 2 or 3 years. It might be longer than that. They've got some signings they have to do, some extensions they're going to have to offer up, and they will, and they'll still have money. They've been very smart about this whole thing, and doing it as the salary cap continues to go up and up and up and up, which is why the league's going to go to 18-game schedule.
I can't believe they're going to 18 games.
Who knew?
They never saw this coming.
No,
Gator.
who saw it? Then the commissioner says last week, oh, it's a logical step. No kidding, it was a logical step. Really? You like money, do you?
Like it felt like they just thought of this.
Right.
Like it's just logical, right?
Hey guys,
I
got an idea. What do you think of this? Based on how much money we're making hand over fist here with the league, what do you think if we went from 17-game regular season schedule to an 18-game regular season schedule? Think about how much more money we can make with an extra regular season game. Now, we'll cut back on a preseason game, but those don't really matter anyway. They're glorified practices, right? Were we all on the same page here? Yeah? Okay. The players going to vote it in. You think they'll be cool with it? They'll get paid more money.
Yeah, we'll just give them raises.
Which is why injuries in the game are just so devastating. It's just it's survival of attrition is what it comes down to.
As the players agree to this, which they will, they need to open up the active roster list. They need to put that in there. Like, hey, you guys want us to, play another game? Then you need to, expand the rosters. Come on.
I'm with you on 100% on that. I don't know why you have this 53-man roster that drops to, 40, 48 or 47, whatever it is on game day. I don't know why it's not a 53-man roster the whole time. Let them all be active. It doesn't make any sense to me. Go back to the phones, and Dion is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Dion.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
All right, man.
Good day. Hey, listen, Gator, this is my thing. After, Saturday night I was disappointed. Sunday morning, my reality kicked in. Ever since when we reached that injury list at 19, 20 players, from that minute on, my whole thing was, okay, we're gonna go as far as we're gonna go, but eventually we're gonna run up against a team that has just as much power in their offense as we do. We don't have the defense. Aaron Glenn has done a wonderful job trying to piece this defense together game after game. When we reached that, 19, 20, 21 injured on the injury reserve list, from that minute on, I realized that it was just a matter of time. We're going to run up against a team that has a hell of an offense and also somebody that we have not played at all this year. And that's what happened on Saturday night.
Yeah, I hear you, Dion, and it's hard to disagree with you on that, and thanks for the call. Washington is very good offensively. They were good enough defensively on Saturday night. They've got some playmakers on the defense, and Mikey Sainristil is absolutely a playmaker. You know, I'm no fan of where he matriculated from, but I've said from moment one that that's a guy I'd love to have on my football team. He's a hell of a player. Just seemed to make play after play at Michigan. Big play after big play. And it's what he's done in the NFL. He's made big plays, and he comes up with 2 huge interceptions in the game and, you know, blows up the JMO play that Jamison Williams just should have not thrown the ball. Or if he's going to throw it, just throw it out of bounds. I prefer he just take off and run if it's not there. But he didn't. He decided to throw it, and Sainristil still made the play. And Jahmyr Gibbs couldn't get back in time to try to, you know, knock the ball away. It's just, it was a cluster. And they couldn't overcome it. They just couldn't do it. And I don't know, is this a hole in Brad Holmes' game that he hasn't been able to find another pass rusher? Yeah, they drafted Hutch, but I mean, how could they not? They had a second overall pick in that draft. He was right there. I suppose he could have taken Thibodeau if he wanted to, but and maybe Thibodeau would have been just fine because he's a good pass rusher, but Aiden Hutchinson is special. Outside of that, they haven't been able to find that guy through free agency or through trade or in the draft. They don't have another defensive end.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, Brad Holmes has done an amazing job here. There's no doubt about that. But if you're going to start trying to, you know, pick at holes and things like that, yeah, he hasn't found a pass rusher opposite Hutchinson. Does he at some point say F them picks, like the organization he came from, and just go out and get that stud, you know, rusher to go opposite Hutch? Or do you just try to find and draft and develop these guys? Because you and I believe the window has not closed, but also windows do get smaller at some point. Yep. And so I think it's fair to ask if the window's gotten a little bit smaller after this year. And do you go out and get, I'm not saying Max Crosby was available, but that type of player, go out there and say, you don't screw it, man. I owe it to this team. I owe it to Dan Campbell to get the best players possible right now to win right now.
Well, and the FM picks, it can come in the form of trying to get that established player like a Max Crosby right now, right? And that's going to cost probably a couple first-round picks and then some, right?
Cost a ton.
It'd be a heavy price, but that's why you do that type of move, because he's that type of impact player. Now, let's not forget he got hurt before the end of the season too. But that's a situation. The other way you do it with the FM picks is you move up in the draft to get that guy. If you identify who that player is, if you fall in love with Abdul Carter from Penn State, who unfortunately every mock draft has going like in the top 5 right now. But let's say that he hasn't been drafted. You know, he's lingering around 9 or 10 right now, and he hasn't been drafted yet. Would I be opposed if they went F them picks and moved up to get him? No, absolutely. Identify your guy, whether it's an established player right now, a player you see in free agency, then you don't have to F them picks. You just hand over cash. Or is it somebody you see in the draft that you have to get? Go get them, because they need to get another defensive end on this team, another pass rusher on this team beyond Aiden Hutchinson. Hutch is great. He might be the best in the game. He was doing outstanding this year.
Doesn't he still lead the team in sacks?
Right. I mean, even the play he breaks his leg on, he's making a tackle.
Yeah, he got the sack.
He got the sack and breaks his leg. He's amazing. The amount of pressures that he gets, I mean, it forces, if he doesn't get home on those, fair enough, but he's forcing the quarterback to get rid of the ball before he wants to, which is a win. He's great. They need to find somebody that runs with him. You're not going to find somebody as good as him.
No.
I wouldn't think. But you got to find a running partner for him, because Marcus Davenport didn't cut it, and Zadarius Smith wasn't getting it done either. Now, Smith has another year left. If the Lions want to hang on to him, he's here for another year. I'd like to see him here working with Aiden Hutchinson. I think that could be nice, but I still want more.
You can never have too many pass rushers. And I don't think Max Crosby was ever available. I don't think Trey Hendrickson was ever available. But, I mean, those are the type of players that people wanted when you say F them picks, let's go for it. Because if something does happen to Hutch again or another pass rusher, you need backup. And the league now is every team is trying to get bookend pass rushers, not just one. They want two.
Or more. Keep adding more to it. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. All right, so the Lions lose Ben Johnson. That's really the big story of today, is that it happened yesterday afternoon. I was at the auto show walking around, and my brother goes, look at this. I'm like, oh, come on.
He didn't say look at a car. He was saying look at his phone.
Yes, he was saying look at the phone. Yeah, although we were looking at cars, but yeah. But I was, come on, don't do this.
No.
Not the Bears.
Not the Bears.
We were going to lose them, but not to the Bears. That's the part that stings. It's to the Bears. It's in division. You have to face them twice a year. And I want to wish him well. I want him to do well. But no, it's not. And now he's the enemy, right? And I hate him being the enemy. But it is what it is. So how do the Lions go about fixing this hole on their team? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. It is cold outside, man. It is really cold, bitterly cold, like record-breaking low temperatures when it gets to the wind chill is well below zero. All that is bad for your garage doors, man. You got springs and all these moving parts. They get brittle, they get cold, they can break, they make a lot of noise, and you've got to take care of them. Do what I did. Call Precision Garage Door today. If your garage door is making some weird noises, call them, have them over the house. Let them tell you what to do to maintain those doors so you don't have the parts that are going to break, or so they can replace them before they break. Or maybe you just need a new garage door altogether. They can help you out there. They've got warehouses full of garage doors. In a lot of cases, they can give you a new garage door in 24 hours. They're awesome. I've had it at my house a couple of times, and we actually ended up replacing the garage doors. They walked me through the whole process, gave me a bunch of options. I could not have been happier. So if you need a new garage door, or maybe it's just some repairs, Precision is the place to call. Just call 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule at precisiondoormi.com. So Ben Johnson leaves the fold. He takes a job to become the Bears' next head coach, leaving the Lions with a hole at offensive coordinator. We've been talking about this for weeks. We knew that this time was going to come. They're likely to lose Aaron Glenn as well. He's interviewing with the Jets again today. Reports are that the Jets really like him. They don't want him to leave New York to go for an interview with the Saints, who he's got an interview scheduled with later in the week. So we'll see if they lose both coordinators. I think they will. But they've definitely lost Ben Johnson. And we've been talking about this for a while. Actually, we've been talking about this for a couple of years, Kang. And the question comes around, are they going to be able to absorb the loss of Ben Johnson, and which coordinator would be worse to lose? I think it's worse to lose Aaron Glenn than it is Ben Johnson. I think it sucks to lose both. Let me put that out there. But I do think they can absorb it. With Ben Johnson was not the first offensive coordinator with his team. It was Anthony Lynn. Dan Campbell didn't like how things were going, made a change, and Ben Johnson didn't take over the offense. Dan Campbell took over the offense. And he brought Ben Johnson along for the ride. Now, I'm not going to say that Ben Johnson doesn't cook things up and call a great game and have these great plays to look at, because he does. But what I'm saying is, maybe the mastermind is Dan Campbell, who's able to spot guys that can do that and impart some wisdom offensively of what needs to be done, taking advantage of skill sets from the players. So that's why I'm not terribly worried about losing Ben Johnson. I think that they have other guys in the pipeline that can help out, that can take that next step. And whether that's Tanner Egstrom, who is the passing game coordinator, or it's Mark Brunell, the quarterback's coach, or whomever it is. I think they have in-house candidates for this. And then, of course, you've got the whole network of NFL coaches throughout the league and college coaches, which you may want to take a chance on. I'm not worried about that. I think Dan Campbell knows how to hire his staff. So that doesn't concern me too much. It bothers me that he went for the Bears job. That sucks. But that's not like, it's not demerit against Ben Johnson. It's just disappointing because I don't want to see the guy twice a year, because I'd like to root for him, but now I can't. Now I have absolutely no rooting interest in I hope he fails miserably now with the Bears.
Or maybe the offense is good and the defense just sucks. But yeah, it sucks that he went to the Bears. I thought, I made this bold prediction that he was going to be the Vegas Raiders or he'd come back. And I think the Vegas Raiders made a strong push. But in the end, maybe the allure of working with a Caleb Williams right now was too much. And also, if these rumors are true, the money was too much. I think Ben Johnson might have just set the new standard for first-time head coaches as far as salary goes. $13 million plus a year.
That's a report that it's $13 million a year, which is a massive amount. That's more than you get for any college coach.
And for all the people that said that, why don't they just pay him more here? I don't think they're going to pay him $13 million a year to be the assistant coach or the offensive coordinator of the Lions.
And now that he gets $13 million, if the reports are true, if you're Ryan Day or Steve Sarkisian, you might be looking at the NFL. Because if the first-year coach is going to get that, what about a coach that's got a pedigree in college of being a champion? It
would take a lot, I think, for them to leave their jobs.
But the point is, if those guys are getting $10 million a year, if you increase your salary by 50% and get it up to $15 a year to coach in the NFL, you might just do that. Rather than having to deal with the headache of constantly re-recruiting players and everything going on with college. That's a whole other thing, and maybe we'll get to some. We should probably talk about the national championship game that was played last night. We'll get to that coming up at 12:35. But looking at the Lions right now and what they have to do, they've got to find somebody that's going to step up and be the next offensive coordinator. And I don't know who it's going to be. I'm guessing they promote from within, and I think they have a number of choices they can go with. And frankly, I'm hoping we're hearing that Hank Fraley is interviewing. He's the offensive line coach. He's interviewing with Seattle to be their offensive coordinator. I hope he doesn't go because I think he's done a great job of the offensive line. And when you see that they've been able to fill in depth with the guys in their drafting, with Mahogany and Sorsdal to a degree, and then they've got Giovanni Manu, and all these guys are getting rave reviews from practice and how much they've grown from the beginning of the season to where they're at now. I don't want to lose Hank Fraley. I hope he sticks around. Is he an offensive coordinator candidate? I mean, he is for Seattle. Why wouldn't he be with the Lions?
Yeah, no. I said last week that I think, just with the players, with Brad Holmes and draft, develop, sign, I think they do the same thing with the coaching staff. They're looking for guys that they can just kind of move up the chain, promote. if they do lose coordinators, because welcome to big boy football. When you're successful, you're going to get poached. And I agree with you. I think Kelvin Shepard's a guy to look for on the defensive end if Aaron Glenn does leave. And I think Tanner Engstrand is a guy to look at on the offensive side because the passing game coordinator, good relationship with Goff. The offense is really good. I think those are the two guys that I think that you should probably get used to hearing in the next couple of days here that might be taking over. Hank Fraley, though, I'm glad you brought him up because did you watch the media scrum, the clean out the locker day, all that stuff? Frank Ragnow and Manu, they're two guys in the offensive line that just absolutely love Hank Fraley. And Ragnow even said, like, I can't imagine playing without him as my coach. Like, I want this guy back, like, almost at all costs. So they love that guy. Offensive line clearly has been one of the best in the league, and if they can just kind of, keep plugging in guys, like, for example, if Zeitler retires or leaves.
Is Mahogany a full-time guy?
Exactly.
Is Sorsdahl a full-time offensive line? Or Giovanni Manu? Has he improved so much that he's going to get a shot when Glasgow hangs it up?
So I think he's an underrated coach to watch. I hope he does come back. But, I mean, if he gets an offensive coordinator position, gets a promotion, gets more money, I mean, Fraley could be gone too. Who knows?
248-539-9797. Chris is next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Chris.
Hey, I just want to preface this by saying I like Goff, and he's our quarterback, and all the idiots that wanted Hooker, he's not even good enough to be the backup other than a high school coach. So no Hooker. But my question to you two, do you guys, fork to your nose, is Goff the guy to get us through the playoffs? You keep saying regular season success. I keep thinking Phillip Rivers, maybe.
I know they had playoff success last year. They won 2 games in the playoffs last year for the first time in 30 years.
So Mike Filoni yesterday brought up a great point about look at his QBR ratings in the playoffs. He has multiple games where he's like 59.7. The Super Bowl was 57.9 QBR. I'm just saying. So you can tell me that he is a killer in the playoffs. He is your quarterback to ride or die with in the playoffs.
Yeah. I think this team was killed by injuries on the defensive side of the ball, and I think Goff had a bad day to have. Hang on, and I think Goff had a bad day to have a bad day.
Yeah, a bad day to have. So I'm sorry. So everybody says maybe because he was concussed off the interception. Well, he wasn't cussed while he threw that interception.
Yeah, it was a bad pass.
It's playoff Goff.
Is it? Because he had his quarterback. Look, you started off by saying he's your guy, but he's clearly not your guy.
He is the guy.
No, he's not your guy because you're saying because you're buying into all this other stuff, and now you're saying he's not. I mean, here's what he did in 2020. Why are you yelling? In 2020, he had played in 2 games of the Rams in the playoffs, had a quarterback rating of 100.7. Last year, in 3 playoff games of the Lions, he had a quarterback rating of 103.3.
What was his playoff rating against the 49ers?
Against the Niners, I'd have to look back and see it. Well, I can find it. I guess give me a second, and I'll get there. Was he the reason they lost to the Niners?
I'm just saying he doesn't get any heat here. Any heat.
His quarterback rating was 88.8. No turnovers, had the touchdown, 273 yards passing.
So you honestly think that he's a playoff killer? I mean, Kang knows like
I do, but I'm asking you because you start off saying he's the guy, but clearly you don't think he is. Just admit that you don't think he's the guy.
I am not a Hendon Hooker guy.
It's not about Hendon Hooker. It's that you don't like Jared Goff. Just admit it.
I like him in the regular season, but you got to also like Lamar.
So you don't like him because you don't think he's a playoff guy, even though he's won 2 playoff games.
Lamar Jackson, but he's 3-5 in the playoffs. He's not a killer. He is not a playoff quarterback, and you can't tell me he is.
So Lamar Jackson is to blame for the 2 passes that Mark Andrews dropped.
Wait. No, but he also had a terrible.
Yeah, he had a terrible interception and he fumbled, and then they came back and he was the reason they were going to come back and potentially win that game. But look, again, if you don't like Jared Goff, that's fine. Then just admit that, but don't play both sides of it. You say he's a really good regular season quarterback. You don't think he's got the killer instinct enough for the NFL for the playoffs? Fine, then say that he's not the guy. I'm not going to. You can have your opinion. That's fine. I disagree with it because he has won playoff games with the Lions. He did win playoff games with the Rams. I know people want to rewrite history, but he actually did win games with the Rams, including the year that they traded him to here. But does he have that killer instinct? I think he does. I think he had a bad game on Saturday night. And it was awful. Actually, more than bad game. The three interceptions, 3 of the 4 he threw were terrible interceptions. I should say 2 of the 3 interceptions. Because Jamison Williams had a terrible interception. And the fumble he had, it was the first fumble he'd lost all season long. But when he's leading the team down, was it a killer instinct on their second drive when he leads them down in 6 plays and scores? You know, the next drive, they're driving down with no issue at all. It's 3rd and 1, and then he gets sacked and fumbles the football. Look, it's I don't know. You see what you want to see, I guess, and you're going to hear what you want to hear. Make up your mind and just be there. I'm with him. I think he's the guy. I think they can absolutely win with him as the quarterback in the playoffs. I think what they didn't have on Saturday, and King, this guy's making me go to your side where the biggest slice of blame is.
Hey, come on board, man. I welcome you.
A huge part of why they didn't win the game Saturday is because they gave up 38 points on defense. That's what happened. Why? Not because the defense is terrible, but because the defense was absolutely ravaged by injuries.
Here's the truth, Gator. Like, he's kind of entering Lamar Jackson territory as far as this. If he doesn't win the Super Bowl, they're going to call him a failure, okay?
All right, well, I'll tell
Jared
you what,
Goff has won big games.
We're way late, so we're going to – I'll let you follow up on that because I do want to hear that. We'll continue here. 97.1 The Ticket. Somebody on you could. By the way, you want to stream the show if you're out and about. Odyssey app is the best way to go. It's Odyssey, AUDACY. There's a rewind feature. You can go back 24 hours and listen to anything that's been said here on the air. It's a great feature to have. Great thing to have the app if you're out of state and you want to listen to, or if you're in state but you're not in the Metro Detroit area, you want to listen to the show or any of the shows. Odyssey app, way to go. If you want to stream with video, we stream every show on twitch.tv. Search for 971 The Ticket. Same thing goes for YouTube. On youtube.com, you look up 971 The Ticket, and we have cameras in here in the studios. You can see myself, you can see Kang and Kenny behind the glass, and typically Doug when Doug's here, but Doug's not here today. Should be here tomorrow. Look, maybe I lost a little bit with the last call. I was getting frustrated because I think he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. If you don't think that Jared Goff is the quarterback that can lead this team into playoffs, that's fine. We can have the debate. I'll disagree with it, and you'll disagree with me. That's fine. But don't come in saying that you think he's a guy and then give all the evidence that why he's not the guy. Just say that you don't think he's the guy. Or be more articulate and say, look, he does great in the regular season, but I'm worried about him in the playoffs because of what happened. I mean, the evidence contrary to that, he did take a team to the Super Bowl. He did win 2 playoff games last year. And if you want to bring up his quarterback rating in the game against San Francisco because it wasn't, 110, look, he didn't turn the ball over. He had key passes dropped in that game. Right? Do we forget that? They had a 17-point lead because Jared Goff was making plays, because other players are making plays on offense, because the defense was looking good. And then everything went to hell in the second half, with a confluence of events that you just wouldn't expect, which we've gone over ad nauseum over the last year. And this game feels like, because it's a loss and ending the season, it's kind of going that same path, although not as easy to pinpoint. There are plays we can pinpoint for sure, but easy to pick on the quarterback in this game, and rightfully so, because he did not play well in this game. But you can't ignore that the defense was also devastated going into the game, and even more so shortly into the game when Amik Robertson breaks his humerus, which, by the way, is the upper arm bone. You know how difficult it is to break your upper arm bone?
So ridiculous, my God. God.
I mean, what?
I said earlier in the show, has a team ever lost 3 players to broken limbs because of friendly fire? As it happened with Aiden Hutchinson, Alex Anzalone, and now Amik Robertson, where their own teammates end up coming in and breaking their arm or leg.
Absolutely amazing.
Before the break, I was saying, I think Jared Goff is kind of starting to enter into Lamar Jackson territory. And what I mean by that is they have to win a Super Bowl or people are going to question whether they're even a good quarterback or not. Jared Goff has won big games. Playoff games are big games. That last game of the regular season for the number 1 seed versus the Vikings was a big game.
Huge game.
But I do understand why the conversation is being brought up. Can he ultimately win you a Super Bowl? Can he help you win a Super Bowl? And in my mind, the answer is yes. Now, he hasn't done it yet for any team, but I think he can. Lesser quarterbacks have won Super Bowls in this league. I think Jared Goff can definitely win you a Super Bowl. He just hasn't, hopefully, yet. And hopefully it is with the Lions. But I can't shoot down anyone's argument that he hasn't won Super Bowl yet because he hasn't.
Right.
I don't have that card to play. I just think that he can. I think he's good enough. Now, if you don't think so, I understand it because he hasn't. But to say that he hasn't won big games at all, I think is different. He has won big games. Now he's just got to put that run together during the playoffs when it matters the most.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you go, is he playoff tested? Yeah, he's playoff tested. Like I said, he took a Rams team to the Super Bowl. They didn't win. Last year with the Lions, which is more important because it's with this team and what they've done. The first game against the Rams, his quarterback rating in the game was 121.8. Right? Really good. In the win over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, his quarterback rating in the game was 103.5. You'll take that. Now, the rating was down in the Niners game, but he didn't play poorly. It was 88.8. The reason it's low, because quarterback rating, a lot of it is based on your average yards per completion. That's kind of where they get, or average yards per attempt, I guess. That's where that number shrinks. Even though he didn't turn the ball over, he threw a touchdown and threw a couple passes that were dropped on in really big situations, if you recall. So is he battle-tested enough in the playoffs to show me that he can win? He is. They didn't win on Saturday, and it was ugly. He's not the guy who's perfect. He's not a unicorn. He's not Patrick Mahomes. You know who else isn't? Every other quarterback in the National Football League. Josh Allen isn't Patrick Mahomes either. Josh Allen's really freaking good and is number 2 behind Patrick Mahomes. And if people want to complain about Lamar Jackson, I mean, if you watch the game in that afternoon, yeah, he made a bad interception and he lost a fumble. But he's the reason that they were able to claw and get their way back into that game. He throws a pass over the middle to Mark Andrews, who then, for some inexplicable reason, the tight end decides to go.
He went backwards.
And then gets hit and fumbles the ball in a game where clearly ball security is the utmost importance because of the weather situation. And you're going to yell at Lamar Jackson because, he doesn't have killer instinct? Flushes that out of his mind, comes back down the field, gets a touchdown. They go for 2, throws the pass to Mark Andrews again, and he drops it a la Jackie Smith in Super Bowl 13 for the Cowboys against the Steelers, which still bothers me to this day.
That's right, Super Bowl 13.
It's the same play. Throwing it to a tight end on a low pass because that's where you got to throw it, and the guy drops it in the end zone. That's not on Lamar. Sorry. If your takeaway from the Bills-Ravens game is that Lamar Jackson doesn't have the killer instinct, he can't win in the playoffs, then you're a fool. Because the AFC has 3 outstanding teams. The AFC is loaded with really good teams, and the Ravens are one of them. And if you don't think that there are 29 other NFL teams who would take Lamar Jackson in a heartbeat over the current quarterback situation, although maybe Washington wouldn't right now because they think they have the next one. I mean, including the Lions, by the way. I don't know what to tell you. Lamar Jackson's outstanding. And his performance in that playoff game on Sunday, that doesn't change my mind on that. I mean, some tough luck there. Now, has he always been great in the playoffs? Nope. But I would bank on him winning a championship at some point. He's great. Am I banking on Jared Goff winning a championship here? I'm not banking on it. I'm saying I think that he can get it done. But the team needs to be good around him because he's not a unicorn. And the team that lined up on defense on Saturday night, as valiant as they were, as great a job as the effort was there, that's not a championship caliber defense. It wasn't. They played really well against Minnesota, but when you take away the last Jenga piece, which was Amik Robertson, the thing collapses. They were able to get pressure on Sam Darnold. They were in Sam Darnold's head. Sam Darnold is not Jaden Daniels. They got no pressure on Jaden Daniels, and Jaden Daniels is so young in the league that nothing's going to get in his head. He's great. He's amazing. Love Jaden Daniels. But good God, man.
And by the way, earlier I said 3 players that broke their limbs running into their own teammates.
Yeah.
It was actually 4. I forgot Khalil Dorsey. He snapped his ankle running into his own teammate.
That's right.
How's this happen?
There's another one.
That's unbelievable.
Good grief. Look, it's really cold outside. We know this. It's really cold. And if your furnace isn't working, or if you've got some pipes that maybe you're concerned about that they're going to freeze up, you better call the right people. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. These people are awesome. They're going to help you out. The red, white, and blue trucks, you see them all over the place for a reason. They're out there to help people. People have problems. Make sure you're all set. Call the expert technicians at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and they're going to get your 2025 started with some peace of mind. Trust me. Well, I guess you don't have to take my word for it, but I wish you would. But if you don't, that's fine. You can check out their A+ rating they have from the Better Business Bureau or some of the 5-star reviews that they have on Google. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. Before we get back to calls and texts at 248-539-9797, I want to say something that's very serious, and then we want to say something that's kind of funny. The serious part is this. The weather is no joke of how cold it is. I just saw a tweet from it was from one of the weathercasters and from Channel 4. And they have the wind chill forecast for tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock in the morning. They're forecasting it to be, with the wind chill, minus 28 degrees at Metro, minus 29 in Pontiac. That tonight it's supposed to the actual temperature will be below zero. And just you think of all the people out there that don't have a place to go, or if they need to get to shelter, that to get there early. And, please be kind out there to people. It's ridiculously cold. That is frighteningly cold. I wish I didn't have to say to people, hey, bring your pets indoors, because there are horrific stories about, pets that are frozen because they're left outside. It's awful. Let's be smart about what's happening out there, and, be kind to people out there too, if you can. It'd be really nice. And the heart goes out to everybody that is in a dire situation. But hopefully there's room at shelters, and that they can find places to go and stay warm as we endure this. And this is going to be a brutal overnight. So that's the serious side. And thank you for that. Now, for something that maybe we can lighten up a little bit and have a little fun with. Kang, did you see the video of the woman who was driving the golf cart with Ryan Day and Will Howard on it after last night's national championship? They're in the tunnel areas of the stadium, and she's supposed to drive them wherever she's supposed to go. And she ends up driving the golf cart straight into the wall. I mean, right into the wall.
Yes.
Full speed golf cart, get go, like she gets everybody in. Okay, let's go. Wee! Boom.
Yeah, I saw it this morning, and I thought, has she ever driven anything in her life before? Like, what kind of depth perception do you have? Like, that wall didn't come out of nowhere. It's like it's long as as the day, from? Right? Like it's right in front of you.
Structure.
Yes. And so she does the thing where you back up, try to give yourself some room, and then go forward. I think she did it once. And the second time she thought, well, that's enough room. I'll clear this.
Oh, I have this. That's
not
plenty of room.
Even close.
I mean,
what?
Like Ryan Day's in the passenger seat, and he's like, boom, like, whoa. And then she's like, oh,
yeah, she laughs like it was you just concussed everyone in the cart, lady.
And these guys like, we just won the national championships, and we're kind of feeling no pain right now. But hey,
it was damaged so bad they just had to walk. Like the car was, you know what I mean? Like she didn't try to back it up again. I think she just completely ruined that.
Is this thing drivable?
No.
Nope. She just smashed it right into the wall.
I guess we'll have to walk. What? Who
With
are
a
you?
limp.
Yeah, right.
With some assistance.
We'll just leave a note.
Yeah. Little post-it right on there.
Yeah, right. Sorry.
I mean,
dude.
Ryan Day's like loving his moment. He's basking in the glow. He's probably
Did he come
flipping
to
his
the
middle
press
finger to Lou
conference
Holtz and all.
with the neck brace?
I don't know if that was before he got to the podium or after, but either way, thoughts and prayers to everybody who was in the vehicle
right?
when she smashed it into the wall, the golf cart. Like, just say, hey, Molly, we need you to take Coach Day and the player, Will Howard. We need you to take them to over to Gate A if you could, and just use the golf cart. Okay, like you wouldn't have to. I don't need to explain to you, of course, how to operate a golf cart, right? You've got you have a standard driver's license here in the state of Atlanta. This is in the state of Georgia. Is this true? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Good. You got this. Like you don't have to have that discussion, do you? Do I have
no,
it?
you don't have
like,
to.
How about asking
she should just
do I
tell
have
them.
it?
I can't do it if she couldn't do it. Like, right? It's like, hey, I don't actually know how to drive one of these things. You might want to ask.
Oh my God,
Kenny.
Just ask a man. Is that what you're saying?
I said Kenny. Because because he's sitting right next to me. Man's got a.
I mean, a dude would. I think in a situation, hey, I got your room there. No, I got. Okay, I got. Back it up again and go back at it and take it out. You know, or a dude would say, "Hey, hang on tight, you might hit the wall here." You know, I got to go for it. She just went right into.
No, not even. It's not even one of those like I could just scrape it. No. Ryan Day's concussed.
No. I was, like I mentioned earlier, I was at the auto show yesterday with my brother and his family, and he's got a giant, one of these obnoxiously large trucks, and you have to eventually go through a little spiral in the parking deck where we were at, and I'm like, are you gonna be good in this spiral? Like, we got the clearance. He's like, I hope so. We did. We had it, but I mean, it was like nerve-wracking, and I guess he's driven a truck for years, so it's not a problem. For me, I'm like, I would not be able to do this that well. I don't like the spiral thing. And at one point we just had to like make a right to get out of the structure, or actually to get into the structure. And it was clear that he wasn't going to be able to make it without backing it up again and making that turn. But at least he did, unlike Molly at the the Mercedes-Benz Dome or whatever it is there in Atlanta, smashing into the wall with the winning coach. Anyway, I
think it's the last time they asked Molly to do that.
It might be. Yeah, she might really go. Maybe we'll just maybe stick to catering.
Yeah, so they just all got out and walked.
Yeah. Like, why don't you go with the PR team and work over there? David's next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, David.
Hi, Gator.
Hi, David.
Let me tell you. Hey, is that Kane? How you doing? Okay, let me say this. All right, let me say this. Jared Goff lost that game for the Lions. He gave 21 points to the
other team. Yeah.
To the other team. Minus subtract 21 points from 41. You're at line of that's 20. You gave 21 points to Washington.
Well, they gave him some points for sure, and I think you have to give Washington credit for when they got the turnovers that they were able to convert that eventually because their offense was that good against the Lions defense. But yes, Jared Goff had a terrible game.
Jared Goff, 3 interceptions.
Yes, Jared Goff had a terrible game.
This dude is terrible. Get somebody else. You better sign somebody else to be a backup. I suggest you try to go out
to be a backup. Well, what is a backup going to do? He's the starting quarterback who won 15 games in the regular season. They won 2 games in a postseason last year. But you're done with him?
3 interceptions in a playoff game.
I understand. So you're done with him, David. Let me ask you. So are you done with him?
I'm done with him. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, David. Appreciate it. 97-1 the ticket. So if you haven't seen the video of the golf cart crashing into the wall that is carrying Ryan Day and Will Howard in the tunnel after they won the national championship last night, I have retweeted it at Doug and Gator 971. And it's always going to be funny. I'm watching it again and again and again.
It's unbelievable.
I mean,
she tries to put it in reverse.
Right. And
dude, the lady, the car is jacked.
Yeah, it won't. It
Or
won't
the
even.
cart, sorry.
The cart is ruined. It won't start again. Like she only tries it once.
It's like off its axles.
Yeah.
Like the wheels.
She hit the wall with such force that it's undrivable in the span of 6 feet. I mean,
Yeah, how did she do such damage so quick and in such a small space?
And she like immediately tries to back it out, and it just won't happen. And then she just
because it's
gets
total.
up out of the cart and
laughs and leaves.
Grabs her phone and she's gone. She's gone, like gone.
Doesn't check if everyone's okay or not.
No, she's like, I gotta go.
Wasn't her responsibility to get them to where they were supposed to go, and she just leaves?
Meanwhile, there's a cop right there too. She's like, I'm gone. Cop's like, wait a minute.
The cop was in the cart.
I mean, you're right. It's a triple row seating golf cart that looks like Simon on the defense, Will Howard on the offense, the quarterback. Ryan Day's in the passenger seat. She's driving it, and then there's a cop and I don't know, somebody who's probably a PR person with the Ohio State in the third row. I mean, I don't know how you hit a wall that hard in 6 feet. So hard that the golf cart is now inoperable. Like if you've been on the golf course, you've driven a golf cart, you know, you've hit some things, you've done some things. You know, you've gotten yourself in situations you shouldn't.
Some terrain you shouldn't be in.
Yeah, exactly. And you're always able to back it out and get yourself back on track. Not this lady. Where? Anyway, I thought that was good to bring some levity to the day that needs a little bit of levity. Let's go and pick up Mo, who's next up in 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Mo.
Hey, how you doing?
All right, man.
Just got a couple things I'd like to talk about. Jared Goff, Ben Johnson, and what's next for the Lions.
Yes.
So Jared Goff is actually a good quarterback. He's actually like top 5 this season. You know, it's just after he took that hit, which should have been a flag to the face, that kind of shook him up, and he was shook the whole game after that.
Yeah,
So
I wonder what kind of a role that really played with him. If he was messed up from that or not. Obviously, he left the game for a few plays.
It was a head-on hit, so it did mess him up. That was a head-on hit.
Yeah.
And if it was Patrick Mahomes, that would have been a flag totally. You know, the refs would have called a flag, but it was Jared Goff, so they didn't call no flag on that, and that's what, you know, kind of shook him up. And Ben Johnson, when the running game was going good in this Washington game, he decided to stop running the ball, and that kind of, you know, changed the game.
Well,
and
they also got behind, and they were going to start throwing the ball. But, yeah, I mean, to your point, and thanks for the call, Jahmyr Gibbs had, I think, 96 yards rushing in the first half on 9 carries. Or was it 11 carries? I forgot. I have my notes here somewhere. And he ended up with 14 carries for 105 yards in the game. So at halftime, Jahmyr Gibbs had 9 carries for 96. So he carried it 5 times for 9 yards in the second half. But David Montgomery picked it up. David Montgomery actually got some yards rushing in the second half. But the problem was they were getting down. They cut it to 31-28, and things were looking good for the Lions. But unfortunately, they couldn't sustain that and keep the Commanders out of the end zone. You know, when you get to 31-28, as I'm referring back to my notes, the next drive was a killer because the Lions had the opportunity to get off the field. It was 4th and 2 at the 5-yard line. And that's when they get the 12 men on the field. That's not on Jared Goff. That's on the defense. And it's also on the coaching staff. Because if the coaching staff recognize that they had too many men on the field and they're trying to get the guy to come off the field and they realize he's not going to get off the field in time, call timeout.
You have to. You cannot. There's no point in saving timeouts at that point. You have to get a stop. 4th and 2 is almost the game right there. Like the Commanders are willing to risk it all. Right? It's either points or no points.
Yeah, because they're every bit as aggressive as the Lions are.
Exactly. So you have to call timeout and get the right personnel. You cannot just gift them a first down, which essentially is a touchdown.
Yeah, and it's one thing if you don't have the right personnel. It's another thing when you actually have 12 men on the field, which cannot happen. Now, I have a theory on why they had 12 men on the field. I think somebody came in and they were supposed to get somebody.
I think it was Nowoski.
And somebody was supposed to come off,
Mm-hmm.
but that person probably didn't hear because the crowd is so insanely loud at that point. It's right at the end zone. It's a 4th and 2. The crowd's going to be loud. It was as loud as it would have been in that game. But those are excuses. The coaching staff sees it. They need to call the timeout and reset on a 4th and 2.
Someone upstairs doesn't see that and can just headset it down like, hey, we got an extra guy. But
well, maybe it happens. But they just whatever it was, they didn't. It wasn't relayed in time to an official to get a timeout called, and they paid for it because that's an automatic first down, and then they get Robinson to run it,
which is an automatic touchdown basically at that point.
Then that's in the 4th quarter, and now it's instead of 31-28 with an opportunity to get the ball.
Yeah.
Now it's 38-28 with 13:29. That hurt, and then the next series is where Jamison Williams threw the interception. So you go from being down 31-28 to now they get the ball back and they just come right down and they score it to make it 45-28 with 7.5 to go in the 4th quarter, and it's donezo.
Yeah, they were killers. I think at that point they're moving the ball, and you can question Ben Johnson getting a little too aggressive there. Maybe he was pressing, but I'm almost positive they tell JMO in practice, you don't force the ball if he's not there. You don't, and he threw the ball when he shouldn't have, and it resulted in a pick.
Yeah, I like my quarterbacks throwing the football instead of
kidding.
But that's kind of like a glib comment to make. But the reality is, these plays are in the offense, and normally they work. And when they work, they're spectacular. And we all talk about how great Ben Johnson is at coming up with these things. The design of the play is there, and if the trick part is if you don't bite on the trick, then you have to have the discipline not to follow through and figure it out. And in Jamison Williams' case, it's either one of two options: throw the ball out of bounds, or tuck it and run. And in hindsight, if you look at the replay on that. In hindsight, he could have had a monster gain if he tucked it and run because there's like 6 guys in front of him waiting to block, and it just didn't work out that way. And it's a confluence of events. Like last year with all the things that went wrong to blow the 17-point lead against San Francisco in the second half. As we're looking at this is what's happening with the Lions. There's, again, a confluence of events that are very tragic, and it's self-inflicted. It's very much self-inflicted. The 12 men on the field, you can't have it. The Jamison Williams interception, you can't have it. It's just, it's really unfortunate because the game turned like that. Just when they got back in, now they're knocked out. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Let's go and pick up Mike, who's next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good. You're Mike. I'm Scott.
Hey. Just want to reach in about that Jared Goff. Being a born Michigander, I have total respect for this California boy. And I got total faith in the future that he's going to lead us to a Super Bowl. But with everything with...
Okay. That's well said. With everything, I don't know. Don't know where that was going to go, but it was going somewhere. Don is next up. Don's in Howell. Welcome to 97 on the ticket. Hey, Don.
Hey, guys.
How are you?
I'm doing good. So if I'm taking my pie of blame and I'm cutting it up into sections, I feel like I'm going to go ahead and give Jared Goff and the offensive line about 20 to 25% of the total blame. But I really feel like I have to put at least 50% on the performance of the defense. In really, the defense gave up 38 points in the game, whether we gave them the ball with the short field or not. In games past, we were able to overcome some of those things, and the defense was able to step up. But the injuries, way too much. I was looking up a stat online. I said, well, how have the injuries affected Detroit or in the NFL? Like, who leads the league in injuries that have affected the team? There was a stat that showed that Detroit was number one on points lost due to injury. I think it was 156 points were contributed or were due to injury from the injuries that they suffered. 156 points, number one in the league.
Well, I'm not sure. Thanks for the call, Don. I don't know how you can attribute points to an injury. I would say that injuries played a massive role in why the Lions weren't able to extend their playoff run. There's no question about it. Absolutely massive role. When you don't have Aiden Hutchinson and Aleem McNeil on the defensive line, you don't have Marcus Davenport, who looked like he was going to be a nice compliment to Aiden Hutchinson, but he was gone early in the season. You don't have Derek Barnes, who's a pass rushing linebacker. You don't have Malcolm Rodriguez for more depth. You don't have Carlton Davis, your number one corner. Then you lose Amik Robertson, the second defensive play of the game for the Lions. He's gone for the game. Who's your second best cover corner? He gone. Then you lose Melifonwu later on in the game, who's at safety because Brian Branch is moved over to slot corner. I mean, it's so much to overcome, let alone the Kaminsky's and the Wingos of the world that got hurt. And, it's just a ton, and it's too much to overcome. And you want to give the pie of blame, more than 50% to the defense. I'm not fighting you. I think that's where Kang's at. I give it more to Jared Goff because they needed him to be the guy, and he just wasn't. He didn't have it that day. Too many turnovers. And, yeah, it was costly the way things worked out. But I just went through just 3 quick plays of how different the game would have been right there in the second half. And they're killers. Dumb penalties that you can't explain it away. And is that a defensive penalty to have 12 men on the field, or is that a coaching penalty? I think it's a coaching penalty. They got to call timeout. The coaches have to recognize too many men on the field. Stop the clock. Hit reset. Hit pause. Do something so that you can get back on the field at 4th and 2 and make a stand. In this game, there were 2 punts all day long. Each team punted the ball once.
Remember, I had set it at 1.5?
Yeah. And I said, I'll take the over. Yeah.
Cash those tickets.
Offensively, Washington ran 73 plays in the game. The Lions had 68 plays in the game. Those are a massive number of plays in a football game. Both teams, a massive number. Washington had 481 yards in offense. The Lions had 521 yards in offense. Absolutely incredible. Neither defense was all that good. But their defense made the plays that made the difference. Sainristil with a couple of picks. They had a couple of sacks at Jared Goff. One was obviously very costly with a fumble. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Hi, welcome back to 97.1 The Ticket. Gator and Kang with you, along with Kenny working the phones. Doug will be back with us tomorrow. We take your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. We're talking heavy Lions today, obviously, with the news of Ben Johnson taking the Bears job. That sucks. We're not happy about that. We await word from the Lions as to what's going to happen in terms of a replacement. They've got plenty of in-house candidates to look at. And then, of course, there's everybody else that Dan Campbell wants to go outside the organization to find somebody. They can find somebody. I'm not worried about them finding their next offensive coordinator because it's Dan Campbell's team. And, Dan Campbell took over when they let Anthony Lynn, they let him go of his duties. And that's when things started to take shape. And then he tutored and mentored Ben Johnson. So I'm sure we'll be fine with regards to that. Plus, they've run this offense now for a few years. I feel like Jared Goff knows what he's doing. And they're going to hire somebody that's going to be that Jared's going to be comfortable with working with, and that'll keep the offensive machine rolling. And I'm looking forward to it. We're waiting for the other shoe to drop, which is Aaron Glenn. Aaron Glenn is meeting with the Jets today, and the reports out of New York that they don't want him to leave New York. They'd like him to stay and hire him as their next coach. He's got an interview scheduled later in the week with the Saints. We'll see if that one holds up or not. If the Jets do, in fact, decide that Aaron Glenn's their guy and they just don't let him leave. And that creates other issues. Who do you replace him with on defense? Because I think Aaron Glenn that's going to be the tougher one to replace. He's had to make tough decisions as a head coach, Dan Campbell has, in making changes on the defensive side. And they brought in new coaches on the defensive side. And they've all worked out well with Aaron Glenn. So I think that one's going to be a tougher to fix. But again, they have in-house candidates. And then, of course, there's a whole network of coaches in college and pro football that he can go to. I guess things got a little spicy today with people with their take on, when you look at the game Saturday and where do you place the blame more. King and I are split on this pretty evenly. He blames the defense more. I blame Jared Goff more. And yet, when I say that, it's not me saying that Jared Goff isn't the guy, because I think he is the guy. I think he is I have no issue with him leading this team for years to come. I think he's absolutely the quarterback of this team that can get them through the playoffs and hopefully to a Super Bowl. Full stop. Right? Is he a unicorn? No. He's got flaws, like most quarterbacks have flaws. He's not Josh Allen. He's not Patrick Mahomes. Apparently he's not Jaden Daniels either, who's awfully good. And he's not Lamar Jackson. Is he then that next tier of quarterbacks? Yeah, I think he probably is. In the mix with a lot of guys that are trying to win. It's not easy to win. Really not. And we'll see how far Washington goes. I'm actually rooting for Washington against Philadelphia because I can't stand Philadelphia. And I like Jaden Daniels a lot. But this is kind of where we're at. And last night, the national championship game take place. And we've been joking about the golf cart incident. And if you haven't seen it, I retweeted it out there. You can follow us at Doug and Gator 971, and you'll see the video of the woman who is trying to drive a golf cart with Ryan Day and then a couple players, Howard and Simon, with the Buckeyes. And then there's a police officer in there, and it looks like maybe a PR person with the Buckeyes. And she takes off in this 3-row seated golf cart and immediately smashes it into the wall of the tunnel area of the stadium. It's hit so severely and damaged so bad, it's inoperable. She immediately tries to put it in reverse, hit the gas, and and it will not start. She gets out of the golf cart and bolts. She grabs her phone and leaves, which is kind of a funny video. Nobody was hurt, fortunately, so we can laugh about it.
Except for the golf cart. That's hurt pretty bad.
Thoughts and prayers to the
doubtful to return
to the golf cart. Yeah, it's definitely doubtful. But we haven't really talked about the game last night, and it was actually a pretty good football game. Ohio State looked like they were pulling away. It was 28-7, and then right on cue, right on cue, the announcers are talking about it, how they need to get a turnover. Actually, not even the announcers. They interviewed Marcus Freeman, the coach of Notre Dame. He's like, we need to get a turnover. And what do? They got a turnover. And they turned that into a quick touchdown. And then they get another score, and things are getting tight. And then they somehow, for some reason, tried kicking a field goal. maybe it's because they thought fourth and whatever it was, fourth and long was too much to go for. Let's just kick a field goal and take our chances late in the game. That call is going to be questioned for a long, long time, and rightfully so. But they did make a game out of it. It made it really interesting, and then Ohio State was able to hang on at the end, get the kill shot with a deep pass, great play call on third down. They got the man-to-man coverage with Smith, and they threw it to him, and he caught it deep downfield. Brilliant play, and then they're able to kick the field goal. They go up by 10, and it's just insurmountable, or go up by 11, I guess. Insurmountable. And win the national championship. Big Ten wins back-to-back national championships, which is awesome. And I'm sure people are having a tough time today here in this state because we know.
Yeah, I don't think all of the Big Ten celebrate.
Yeah, maybe not all. Although, there are times that some people will just put the conference above, particularly if it's like Big Ten versus SEC. There are people that will convert, whether you're Michigan fans or Ohio State fans or Michigan State fans, whatever your allegiance is. Sometimes you put that aside because you don't want that conference to win. And in a game like last night, where you've got Notre Dame and Ohio State. Ohio State is Michigan's biggest rival. Notre Dame is probably the third biggest rival behind Michigan State. And as far as Notre Dame and Michigan State's concerned, Notre Dame is Michigan State's number 2 rival behind Michigan. So neither fan base is real thrilled with who's playing in this game. Somebody had to win. I was happy it was Ohio State that won because I didn't want to see Notre Dame win a national championship because I didn't want them to get rewarded for being an independent, not joining a conference. They're already rewarded enough. But nonetheless, it happens the way it happened. And I think in the end, when everybody complains about the college football playoff, there are too many teams and this and that, and how do you get in? How do you leave this team out and all that? When all is said and done, when the dust cleared, Ohio State's the best team in the country. And they proved it with the run to the national championship. Yes, they stumbled against Michigan. Michigan's in their head. They've got a Michigan problem. Doesn't stop them from being the best team in the country. They avenged an early loss by 1 score to Oregon to destroy Oregon in the playoff after destroying Tennessee in the playoff. Then they went out and they doubled up Texas with a massive play at the end of the game. And then they beat Notre Dame the way they beat Notre Dame. After the way that game started, with Notre Dame driving 9 minutes and 45 seconds to start the game, and running it right down their throat, and you thought, this is going to be trouble. No, Ohio State made the adjustments, and offensively, then they became unstoppable. Ohio State's run through Tennessee, Oregon, Texas, and ultimately Notre Dame, this is why you can like the college football playoff, because you see a team going through a run like that to be declared a national championship because it's a tournament now. That was impressive. I don't care if you don't like Ohio State. If you can somehow put that hatred aside, you have to be impressed with that four-game stretch. That's impressive. And I think they are unquestionably the number 1 team in the country, and they deserve the national championship. The Michigan fans can be happy that they beat them. They're one of the 2 teams on the season that beat them. But Ohio State's hoisting the flag, and it's Big Ten championship number 2 in a row. We'll see what they do moving forward. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. You want to comment on the national championship game last night? You want to talk Lions? We're talking Lions. We're talking Ben Johnson. We're talking Aaron Glenn and what's next for this team. We'll discuss it all with you next year on 97.1 The Ticket.
One day after Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson left to be the Bears head coach, we're now on Aaron Glenn watch this afternoon. The Lions defensive coordinator's meeting in person with the Jets today, and they reportedly don't want him to leave that building without a contract today. Meantime, Dave Burkett of the Free Press is out with some candidates who could replace Johnson, including passing game coordinator Tanner Engstrand, running backs coach Scotty Montgomery, offensive line coach Hank Fraley, and also former Rams assistant and Seahawks quarterbacks coach Greg Olson. No, not the commentator. Red Wings look to avoid a third straight loss when they take the ice against Philly tonight in Philly. New head coach Todd McClellan says even though the Wings won 8 of 10 to start his tenure, they're still trying to break those bad habits. Wings are currently 6 points out of a playoff spot in the East. That puck drop at 7 tonight, 6:45 pregame right here on 97.1. And no Pistons tonight. They continue their 5-game road trip in Atlanta tomorrow night. At the Corwin Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so we'll await word. I don't know how soon it's going to come down, but I think it's going to be probably a week before the Lions name who the next offensive coordinator is going to be. They lose Ben Johnson to the Bears. It sucks. Going to the Bears, that's not where anybody wanted him to go. You know, if you want to wish him good luck and all that and wish him well, but not with the Bears. I suspect he's going to have the Bears offense going pretty good. I don't know what to expect from the rest of the team. I don't know what kind of head coach he's going to be, but I think as an offensive mind, he's a very good offensive mind. And you've heard me say all year that I think the Bears have a lot to work with offensively. As far as Ben Johnson's concerned with that team, you know, will he be on the same page with the front office? Will they see eye to eye enough to be able to build the team up, much like what was done here in Detroit? We know the success here with the Lions is because of the like minds that they have, not only with Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes, but also with the full vision of what is expected from Sheila Ford Hamp, Chris Spielman, Rod Wood, and others in the organization. And that's how things work. Lots of give and take, and look, it's worked here. I'm not wishing success on the Bears. I won't do that. I can't do that. I was like Kang. I was hoping he was going to go to the Raiders, start all anew. Who knows what they were going to do with the quarterback situation there. But obviously for him, it's a good situation to go to with Chicago with what they have offensively.
Yeah, I mean, they got good players on the field, especially on the offensive side of the ball with the quarterback. Solid defense. So I get that from a football perspective. I'm a little surprised because off the field, the front office doesn't seem like they really know what they're doing, which is why I'm really surprised they got Ben Johnson, because I think that is the right move. But I don't know if he's really aligned with them as he says he needed to be with his next job. You know, he's saying he wanted to be aligned with the GM and the president, and maybe he is, you know, and that's why he took the job. Or maybe that, along with the $13 million that's reported out there, $13 million a year, is hard to turn down, and that's all guaranteed for coaches. So he signs that contract, that money's in his bank, or it's gonna be in his bank.
Yeah, that's big money, and you can understand leaving the fold here for $13 million. Reported $13 million a year is massive for a first-year coach. Let's go back to the phones. Ned is in Oxford. Ned, welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Ned.
Hey, Gator. Remember that from Scary Movie?
Well, I remember that from the Budweiser commercials, too. What's up?
What's up, King? Hey, okay, so really quick, you were talking about the weather earlier. Pope Francis Center, downtown Hancock Street, has a emergency shelter set up for anybody who needs that. So
great to hear that.
Yeah, Pope Francis Center, they have emergency shelter, Hancock Street, Detroit. Okay, so I'm bummed out, man. I'm super bummed out. I can't believe that. I guess this is kind of the beauty and the drawback of football, right, is it's one and done. And the topic kind of all day has been, where does the blame go? And I don't think you could just blame one person, or I don't think there's like a ton of blame to go around when you suffer the injuries that we've suffered this year. Like, it's a miracle that we won 15 games, and we did a lot of that after Hutch went out. What was it, week 6 against Dallas? That was kind of the start of it, and it's just kind of slowly progressed. And Jared Goff is known to have stinker games. Look at the Bucs game this year. Look at the
it happens. Game. He's not perfect. He's definitely got some flaws, but he's also a very good quarterback.
Exactly, and that's the thing is that the question: is he your guy? Yeah, Jared Goff's my guy. I mean, is he my dream? Is he my dream team? 96 Olympics, quarterback? No, not necessarily. I'd probably pick Josh Allen, but he is what he is, and he's good enough to get the job done. You just hope that you just hope that those stinker games don't come. In the divisional round against,
Yeah, I mean it's unfortunate what had happened because obviously it's the worst time to have a bad game.
Exactly, and that's all you can do. And what else can we do as fans? Is like we could get on them, we could harp, and we could talk about the injuries and stuff. But I'm kind of with Dan Campbell, man. It's like, all right, you had your a couple days. Let's not sulk. Let's get back to work because we still have a good team. We just made history as a franchise all over the books, and there's always next year.
All right,
and
thanks, Ned. I appreciate the call, and that's what they're looking at. And now it's next year. To think that the defense was going to be able to keep playing at this ridiculously high level despite they had the injuries, I mean, you're hanging on a thread there. I kept referring to this as it's a game of Jenga. When Robertson got hurt on the second defensive play for the Lions, when he breaks his upper arm, which is strange, you're breaking the humerus bone, but when he breaks that arm and comes out of the game, you pulled that last Jenga piece out and it just comes crumbling down. It was too much.
And that's why I put more of the pie chart blame on the defense than Jared Goff, even though Jared Goff did not have a good game. But I just think in the end, what the Lions were doing the entire year was kind of a mirage in a way, but they made us believe because they kept doing it. They kept doing the next man up, and they kept scheming their way, and they kept finding a way to win. But in reality, this was always a real possibility where the dam was going to break eventually, and it broke when Robertson got hurt. It was like, hey, this is too much. They had game plan for a man coverage, blitz, all this stuff type of game, and their number one cover corner gets hurt right away.
Yeah,
away.
They're
not going to change the game plan at that point.
I went through before the quick turn of events at where it was. Lions got down. They scored to make it 31-28 in the fourth quarter or in the third quarter, and then Washington comes down to 4th and 2, and the Lions have 12 men on the field. You can't do that. It can't happen, and that's not on the defense. That's not on the offense. That's on Dan Campbell and the coaching staff. If you recognize you got 12 guys on the field and somehow somebody, because you can see the guys on the coaching staff on the sideline going up and down, call timeout. And they didn't. That's on them. Now, would they still have gotten a stop on 4th and 2? I don't know, but I'd like the chances.
You'd like to see him try at least.
Exactly.
And instead they just gifted him
Instead
a
of
first
the
down.
gifted first down, they score a couple plays later. And then the next drive for the Lions to answer that, as now they're down by 10, is the Jamison Williams pass that he should never have thrown. And if you're going to throw it out of bounds or just tuck and run. He didn't. He tried to make something happen, and now you turn the ball over, you give up another score, and everything's out. Now it's out of whack. Now you're not going to come back from this, and that's where the game got lost. And then it becomes a 45-28 game, and there's 7.5 minutes left, and it's too much.
For them to try to come back.
Yeah.
And then to go back to the defensive injuries and everything like that, you can blame the coaching staff and the 12 men on the field for not calling timeout, but I think some of that might be because there's new players and the rotation of who's going on, who's coming off, like, you know what I mean? Was it Trevor Nowatzki that was supposed to stay off the sideline? Was when he came in, was he supposed to tell somebody to get off? Like, this is all because maybe they have too many new players out there, guys that weren't playing that much, weren't expected to play that much this year, all of a sudden get thrown into the fire.
It just became too much to overcome. The defense had their problems for sure. Jared Goff didn't play his best game, nowhere near his best game. In fact, let's just call it what it was. It was a bad game. And that's not going to help. You can't turn the ball over where and when he did. The where was in your own zone. You throw a pick six. You can't have that pass, not in that game. And then the when is at the end of the first half when you're in field goal range. You're looking to trim a 10-point deficit to a 7-point deficit to get to within one score. And the interception in the end zone, and Mikey Sainristil just baited him and made this great play. It's brutal, And then there's another interception after that at the end of the game that it didn't really matter, but the fumble obviously mattered a lot. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We'll get to more calls and texts. We continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, great news. If you like the officiating in the game on Saturday night that didn't call for a roughing the quarterback penalty on the pick six.
Or the one that happened right in front of the referees, in
Right.
front of everybody, because the ball was right there as well.
Right. That, or because it's a quarterback, because you're going to be paying attention. Or did you really love the face mask penalty? It wasn't a face mask penalty, but it was just simply getting the shoulder pads. So he worked on both teams. We object on that. If you really like those bad
The other one
calls,
seemed more obvious to me, though.
Yeah.
The Goff one.
It was.
That was pretty.
But if you really like that, then you'll love that Ron Torbert gets to officiate the Super Bowl this year. He's the guy who officiated the game on Saturday night. Woo! Yay!
So we had a caller earlier say that, if that was Patrick Mahomes that got hit, that there would have been a penalty called.
There would have been an arrest made.
Yes, he would be in jail. He'd be in Wayne County Jail or Detroit,
Be forced to drive with that woman who was
Yes.
driving the Ohio State people in the golf cart.
Yeah, there'd be more than a penalty. That guy would be escorted out of the building in handcuffs.
Yes.
And by the way, there has already been a roughing the passer call against Patrick Mahomes for this weekend's game against the Bills.
It makes all the sense in the
Yeah,
world.
they've already been docked.
That's how it works.
It's a rule.
We'll see. It's funny because it's totally warranted.
I mean, the Texans were pissed, man. Did you watch that post game?
They should be pissed.
They were like, we were playing everyone out there today.
Yeah.
They're walking right up to the line of not getting fined, but wanted
the
to
offense,
say, like,
the defense, their special teams, the officials, the fans, everything.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the phones. Paul is in Clinton Township. Paul, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Paul.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Much appreciated.
Yeah, bet. Thank you.
Obviously, Goff didn't play well. Okay. I think he's, I think everybody knows that. But I personally, I've got a bigger problem myself if I'm, as people were given their pie graph of blame, I give more to the offensive coordinator in terms of his game plan based on what the Lions do well, what Washington struggles with, and what was working early. The first thing I would say, whoever's decision it was, Jahmyr Gibbs should have started the game, not David Montgomery. Okay, if we're trying to, at least in my opinion, Gibbs has been incredible. Montgomery's back, that's awesome, but Gibbs is the guy. He should have done that. 3rd and 1, with a chance to go up 14-3, they run an empty backfield with Gibbs not even on the field. 3rd and 1, where to me, Washington's 30th against the run. You pound them at least twice. You get a first down. You go up 14-3. It's a different game. You're chewing more clock. You're keeping their quarterback off the field. They threw 40 passes in the game. The Lions have thrown 40 passes 4 times this year, and they've lost 3 of those football games. To me, that game was a running game with Gibbs, the offensive line, limit possessions, control clock. I thought Ben Johnson got too cute and was, was he auditioning for Brady? Was he auditioning for somebody else?
I would say this. Paul, you know what they did? They played the same game to play all season long. They play an unpredictable offense. You don't know when they're going to throw it. You don't know when they're going to run it. We've seen them do the exact same thing on 3rd and short in that area of the field, and they throw a touchdown pass. And that's what they were trying to do in this one. Unfortunately, the wide receiver stumbles out of the gate, and it ruins the rhythm of the play, and the quarterback gets hit and fumbles it. Would I like to see them run the ball? Sure. I'm more conservative than most people are when it comes to that, or maybe I'm as conservative as people want to be in that situation. But this is how Ben Johnson's been calling games all season long. As far as Montgomery, it didn't bother me because I thought they were looking to get a lift from the fans as much as a lift from the team. For him to come back and play in that game, what he went through to get back, I think really means a lot to the team, and they appreciate that. And I think they were expecting to get an emotional lift out of it. Unfortunately, the first drive went 3 and out and it fizzled. Fortunately, it didn't matter because then the Lions bowed their neck and they got a 4th down stop against Washington, got the ball back, and then took 6 plays and scored. I understand your frustration on it, and Dan Campbell said afterwards on that fumble play, if they didn't get the pass completion, that they were looking to run it on 4th and 1. They would have run the ball. But it was a case of Ben Johnson getting too cute. I think it was just Ben Johnson being Ben Johnson.
Well, I would say this. They threw the 3rd most passes they have all year, and they've lost 3 of those games. You had a guy averaging 7.5 yards a carry in the first half, and then
averaged 1 in the second half.
No, right, correct. So I sit there and I watched. Sometimes, and we've said that the running game is the strength of the team, and that they are able to do what they do off the pass. Right, Jared Goff. Jared Goff is a tremendous play action pass guy, which was predicated off the run. I just felt they got away from it. I felt you wanted to keep that quarterback off the field as much as possible. And the way to do that is to run the football and grind them down. When you look at their statistics, what their defense does poorly, it's defend the run. I don't know. There's going to be no convincing of me personally that in the end was a great called game or game plan based on the game, regardless of the mistakes the quarterback made. I just don't think it was a well-called game. And listen, he's entitled to have them. He's had some spectacular ones. He, like Goff, did not give it to us in the biggest game, in my opinion, and it affected the team. What can I say?
All right, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. As I'm looking at the last couple of drives, Jared Goff threw the ball like 17 times in the last 2 drives. So if you're going to look at this game and say, well, he threw the ball too many times in the game, he threw it 40 times, they threw it 17 in the last 2 drives because they were down by 3 scores. They had
to score quickly, or as fast as possible. Yeah.
So, I mean, I think the game plan was to be balanced like they always are until you have to change up because of the score dictates that. When they get down 45-28, they have to find a way. And that's when they threw the ball a ton. They kicked the field goal. Now it's 45-31. They get the ball back and they throw the ball a ton and ends up with an interception in the end zone to finish the game. I mean, that's just how it is. So if literally like 17 of the 40 passes happened in the last 2 drives, I think you can deduce that they were having a pretty equitable distribution between running and throwing the ball for the most part of the game. Now, he wanted the game plan to see more running, and I can totally understand that. And a lot of people, I don't even think that's hindsight. I think that's just their approach. I wouldn't have minded that. I thought that's where the clear advantage was in the game because Washington's defense was not a very good run-stuffing defense. And they did run the ball quite effectively in the first half. And heck, they ended up with 200 yards rushing in the game. 61 of it comes on the one play from J-Mo, but yep, that's a running play, and we'll take it. And would they have been able to get more and control the clock a little bit more? Maybe, but some of that is going to be hindsight, and some of that is first thought because that's what Paul would have done.
Yeah, but I also think things changed when everyone. I understand them being upset about the 3rd and 1 call where Goff fumbles, right, and they don't run the ball. But you're asking Ben Johnson to do something he hasn't done all year, which is be predictable and safe. He's unpredictable and he's not safe. He's aggressive, and I think people are bitching because it didn't work out the way they wanted it to. Had the Lions got a first down, on that play, and Goff didn't fumble, and they go and score a touchdown, and they're up 14-3, maybe the rest of the game plan is run the ball, right? Yeah, grind it out as much as possible. Use a bunch of clock, but that's not what happened. What happened was Goff fumbled. The Commanders go down and score, and then things kind of changed a little bit. And maybe Ben did press a little bit, but I think he saw what was going on the defensive side. They weren't stopping the Commanders at all.
No, I mean, it was like I said, those few plays there, the 4th and 2, 12 men on the field on that, it's a killer. And then right away, you've got the Jameson Williams interception, the bad pass he makes. That's you go from being down 3 to being down, 17 like that, or whatever the math is on that. But it was brutal. It was absolutely brutal. And that's how the season ends. And that's unfortunate because it was a hell of a season. This was a team that we thought was going to be a Super Bowl contending team. And unfortunately for them, the defense just wasn't there because of all the injuries. I forget who said it. I want to give credit to it, but I don't know who it was. I've seen a million things on Twitter, and this was over the weekend. One of the beat writers, I think, said it. And that was, it's hard to run next man up when you run out of men. And that's kind of what happened with this team. It was next man up when Hutch went out. It was next man up when Davenport gets out. Next man up when Ali McNeil goes out. Next man up when Mekhi Wingo goes out. Next man up when you lose Carlton Davis. My God, that's a lot of next man up. Next man up when Derek Barnes goes out. Next man up when Malcolm Rodriguez goes out. None of these guys came back to play. It was next man up when Alex Anzalone went out, and thank God Alex Anzalone came back. But that's the only guy who was able to come back from all this. Next man up when Emmanuel Mosley goes out. Next man up when Ennis Rakestraw doesn't play.
Khalil Dorsey
goes out, right? It's next man up. And then you get to the game on Saturday night, and it's next man up again when Amik Robertson gets hurt. And the next man up again when Melifonwu goes out.
Next man up was Maurice Norris, who had played like 2 snaps this year.
If you look, baseball, they got the wins above replacement statistic, which basically involves a fictional player that you put your stats against that fictional player and how much better you are than what that replacement player would be. That's how you get wins above replacement. It's this weird mathematical formula that nobody really understands. If you were to do something similar to that with the Lions, I mean, every player on the Lions, their WAR would be massive because look who the next man up is. It's incredible because they're constantly pulling guys up from the practice squad. And they're performing above their heads in some cases. But that's the disappointing part, is that we never got to enjoy fully what this well-oiled machine should look like. We saw it offensively all year long. Fortunately, the injuries that happened on the offensive side of the ball were temporary. We didn't lose guys for more than a few games at a time. Players play banged up all the time, for sure. We know this, right? Ragnow is a day-to-day player. Gets rest during the week because in practice because he's got injuries. We know this. Taylor Decker, same thing. They had injuries to some offensive linemen. Zeitler was out. But nobody ever missed like more than 3 games at a stretch. They were able to get back at it. Montgomery goes out for 3 regular season games, right? Jahmyr Gibbs flourishes. Montgomery comes back for the playoff game. But defensively, I listed a bunch of guys that didn't come back. Everybody gets hurt like in the first 6 weeks of the season, and then you lose a couple more guys after that. And then, unfortunately, in the biggest game of the year, wow. It's hard not to say that was just too much. And then on top of that, the quarterback isn't having a good day. Was that because he was potentially concussed, or was it just because he was just not having? I'm not going to go in the concussion thing. I think he just had a bad day, and it's really unfortunate because it changes the narrative for some people. He's the guy. This team just wasn't healthy enough to be the team that could be the buzzsaw of the NFL like we've seen them be the buzzsaw. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket. Congratulations to the Pistons winning yesterday. It's a nice win for them. Let's see if they can get back on a winning streak. It'd be nice. Red Wings play tonight against Philadelphia. Let's hope that they can erase the bad taste in the mouth in the last couple of games. Elmer Soderblom being brought back up. First time in a while. The big fella's on the team. Was skating this morning with Rasmussen and Fisher. It's a big line. When you get Soderblom is 6'8", and Rasmussen is like 6'6". I forget what Fisher is. I think he's big too, 6'2", 6'1", something like that. So it'll be interesting to see how they play together. Although don't expect Soderblom to be a big bruising forward. That's not his style, but have anybody that size is going to be fun to watch. We saw him in training camp a couple of years ago when he got a chance to play in the exhibition season, and he just stood out. Like, that guy's huge. And he's had some steady progress at Grand Rapids and deserved to be called up, and we'll see how he does. Lions, meanwhile, that's still top of mind right now, what's going on. They're going to have some changes, obviously. Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator, taking the job with the Chicago Bears. Looks like Aaron Glenn is going to be interviewed today. Gets another interview with the Jets. Reports out in New York are that they don't want to let him go. They'd like him to stay in New York and sign a contract, be the next head coach of the New York Jets. The New Orleans Saints have canceled, or I shouldn't say canceled, they've rescheduled their interviews with candidates for later in the week because they're dealing with something that they don't deal with, and that's snow. Some interesting pictures what's happening in Louisiana right now. You look at the LSU stadium, it's all covered in snow, and they got some pictures of people on the field with an LSU helmet, and there's like, oh, look at all this snow. Yeah, it's a few inches of snow. It's January. Here in Detroit, we're kind of used to it. Here anywhere in the Midwest, we're all used to snow, but they're not down there, so it's kind of a thing. And what's a serious thing we're dealing with is how cold it's going to be tonight. So please, please, please bring your pets inside. Be kind to others that are less fortunate if you can. And I hope that those that are less fortunate can find some shelter and know where those shelters are, because it's going to be ridiculously cold with the wind chills expected to be anywhere from -20 to -30 overnight. I mean, as early as 6 o'clock in the morning, tomorrow morning, it's still supposed to be like 30 degrees below zero with the wind chill. So please be kind out there. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Kevin is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
All right, Kev, you?
Doing all right. You know, I'm sitting on hold here on my lunch break, listening to these callers come in. You guys are doing a great show, by the way. And Paul gets on the phone, and he steals, like, the first 2 points that I was going to make.
Okay.
So I'm not going to repeat it, but, you know, beyond, you said they got away with going 3 and out because they got the ball back and ended up scoring first. I think that's right. But the game itself, this was going to be a track meet, just like we knew the Buffalo game was going to be a track meet. Any team gets a 2-score lead. Now you only have to trade scores. That's what the mindset should have been going in, and they should have come out more aggressive right from the beginning. And from now on, any game the Lions play where Monty and Gibbs are both on the roster, the defense is going to be happy whenever Monty's on the field, at least happier than when Gibbs is on the field. We know that's the case now. Okay? Still love Monty. Still has a great contribution.
Why do you say because they went 3 and out in the first drive of the game? Now now it's a moratorium on handing the ball off to Montgomery?
No, I'm saying that he's coming back from an injury. You got a guy who's hot, and then went through the defense like Swiss cheese for the next 2 drives until you took him out of the game, and then ended up 3rd and 1. And the problem on that 3rd and 1 play in the red zone isn't that they didn't hand the ball off. It's that they went empty in the backfield, and that takes away the threat of the run. It lets the rushers know they can come after the quarterback.
Yeah, but that's why it was supposed to be a real quick pass, because they were going to let the rushers come in, and then the receiver stumbles out of the gate, and it throws off the rhythm, and then he got hit.
I got it, Gator, but go back to why did they lose Tampa Bay? You go back and you look at the film, they didn't score in the red zone, and you go back and watch play-by-play of how many times they went empty in the backfield in that game, in the red zone, and it never worked. And it's not a good strategy for a team that's built with a play action quarterback, a massive offensive line. You know what? In the middle of the field, when you have the running back out there and you move them out, I'm all for it. In the red zone, you are playing into the defense's hands by going empty in the backfield with a quarterback who doesn't run.
All right, but thanks for the call. I appreciate it, except this is the offense they've had all season long. We've seen them do the exact same thing. Empty backfield, 3rd and short, and they throw a touchdown pass. That's what they do. They're unpredictable. You don't know. I mean, like King said earlier, if you line up in the I formation on 3rd and short, I think the defense knows you're going to run the football. And not that it's the wrong thing to do, but it's also not the wrong thing to do when you're going to throw the ball on 3rd and short with an empty backfield, because you don't know what's coming with this offense. And they've been successful doing it both ways. That's what's made it great. Now, here's factual what happened in the game with David Montgomery. In the first half, he carried it 4 times for 4 yards. No good. Jahmyr Gibbs carried it 9 times for 96 yards. Awesome. So in the second half, Jahmyr Gibbs carried it 5 times for 9 yards. Not good. David Montgomery carried it 3 times for 24 yards. Much better. These guys are complementary backs, and it wasn't this massive disparity. Gibbs carried it 14 times. Montgomery carried it 7. It's a 2-to-1 ratio in favor of the guy who's the home run hitter. I don't think there was a problem with handing the ball off to David Montgomery too much. The first series of the game, he carries it twice. They don't go anywhere. They go 3 and out, and okay, that sucks, right? But the defense did their job, and the Lions get the ball back and score in 6 plays.
I'm trying to give people their time right now. Everyone's all up in their feelings, and I get it, man.
Yep.
You know, it was a crappy loss, kind of gutting. You didn't expect it. And so I think people are kind of emotional, right, to say the least.
Sure. I mean, I can be a little emotional.
And I feel like that's what that last caller was. I think he forgot what Montgomery brought to this team. And, of course, he's not 100% healthy. Not many people are at this time of year. But next year, they're going to go back, and maybe Gibbs gets more carries than Monty, and that's fine because he's clearly more explosive back, and you saw what he can do when he's the lead back by himself. But they complement each other.
They absolutely
It's Sonic and Knuckles, man, and that wasn't the problem. I think the problem was they got behind and had to throw the ball more in the second half, you know? And like I said, everyone knows Gibbs is more the explosive back. He's going to get his touches. He's going to get the ball in space. They're going to try to get explosive plays out of Gibbs. And Monty is going to, soften up the middle, and they're going to get short yardage with him and goal line. It didn't work out, man. The Commanders were the better team Saturday night. And I know people are looking for reasons why, and you and I have given our reasons why, so I'm going to let people vent. I'm going to let people do their thing this week.
Last year, David Montgomery had just over 1,100 yards in offense and had 13 touchdowns. This year, David Montgomery had just over 1,100 yards in offense, and he had 12 touchdowns. Both seasons were 14-game seasons for David Montgomery. He's great for this team. He's awesome for this team. And so is Jahmyr Gibbs. And, yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs is probably more of the lead back who's going to get the carries when you need explosive plays. He's the guy. But when you're going to try to grind a team down, that's when David Montgomery comes in. They're a wonderful compliment, and I'm glad that they have this. And when we go back a couple of years ago, and Jamal Williams was a free agent, and the Lions let him go, and people were like, how can you let that go? Look at all that production. There goes our 1,000-yard rusher we've been begging for since Barry left. What are you going to do? And there go all these touchdowns, whatever, he had 18, 19 touchdowns that year. How do you replace that? Well, they replaced it just fine. They went out and got David Montgomery, who's effectively Jamal Williams, but better. And then they went out and drafted Jahmyr Gibbs, who's a game changer. They handled it just fine. And the 32 touchdowns I think that these guys had combined this year, it's okay. They knew how to work it. Now, again, it can be hindsight with a lot of people when you look at 3rd and short. Just hand it off. Just hand it off. Or do you trust the offensive coordinator that has had this record-setting offense to go ahead and call the game he's going to call? It wasn't a bad call to do what they were trying to do on 3rd and short with the empty backfield. It was a bad result that started, as they said, with a bad chain of events, with the receiver stumbling out of the gate. So now he's off rhythm and he's not there. And if you're going to allow for the defense to come in, because that's what the play is designed for, and you have to hang on to it for an extra tick, That's trouble. And that's what happened. He got hit, he fumbled, and he lost the fumble for the first time this season. Bad ending to a play that was designed to have run 1,000,000 times, and it's worked. It's unfortunate. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. More of your calls and texts as we continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. Let's get right back to the phones. John is in Southfield. John, you're next up here, 97 with the ticket. Hey, John. John.
Hello.
Hey, you all right?
Hey, how you doing?
All right. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
Okay.
What I did want to say about the Lions, the game the other night, basically they got into a position where they were playing from behind too much, and basically early in the season and maybe a little bit throughout when they were winning, the defense was always able to at least stabilize the game so that the offense could flourish. And I felt like the other night they weren't in a position for that to happen. And turnovers put them in a hole, and the defense just let that hole get even deeper. So it's like they kind of needed both sides, and both sides kind of came up short.
Yeah, it was not a good game for the Lions, without question.
Yeah,
and I don't think there's any shame in saying that Washington was the better team. They didn't get jobbed by the officials, even though there was no flag thrown on the hit on Goff on the pick six return. Outside of that, do you want to complain about the interference call in the end zone? I suppose you could a little bit, but the Lions got a break too. There was a face mask penalty called against Washington that was not a face mask. The Lions shot themselves in the foot they got called for 12 men on the field. They should have called the timeout, and they didn't do it. It was not a good day for the Lions, offensively, defensively, coaching-wise, not good all around.
Yeah, I felt like some of the mistakes they made is mistakes they should have made during the season. You can't make those mistakes in the playoffs because during the season you got 17 tomorrows.
Yeah.
You don't have any tomorrows in the playoffs.
Yeah, I hear you, man. And thanks for the call, John. I appreciate it. I mean, the interception Goff threw that was returned for the touchdown, that's a pass that I'm sure is going to haunt Jared Goff for a while. Having a ball sail on you is not good. And when it sails on you and you're in a controlled environment like Ford Field, when you're indoors, you shouldn't see plays like that. And you did. And it was unfortunate. And then the interception at the end of the first half, it's a throw that you can't make. You can't make that throw, have it picked off, unless maybe it was just an absolutely ridiculously spectacular play by Sainristil, which I don't think was the case. I think he was baited, and I think he knew exactly.
Yeah, either that
he was
throw,
in position.
that throw seemed either late, or was J-Mo supposed to cut that route off a little shorter instead of going,
or do you
into the back
try to
end zone?
loft it up in the air a little bit more and move it? I mean,
it was a killer because it was points at the end of the half.
Because you're trying. The two things you can't do on that play. You can't turn it over via fumble or interception, and you can't take a sack. Although with Jake Bates, maybe you're fine taking a sack because if it's an 8-yard loss, okay, then you're still 55-yard field goal, and that's within his range. But point is, that was a makeable field goal at the very least is what they should have had going for them. And instead, it ends up being no points. They didn't cut it to one score, and Washington was getting the ball to start the second half.
And the real question is, Gator, is that a burp or a fart?
The guy just had?
John.
I think it was a burp.
Okay, all right. Or is it, something even worse?
It didn't sound like flatulence. It sounded like it was gastrointestinal coming up through the esophageal region and then just, expelling out into the universe without him knowing that he was on the air when it happened.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Thank you.
And then, real quick, to his point, though, when to the call after he did whatever he did, was Dan Campbell said it right. The offense and defense just didn't complement each other ever. No. When one got a stop, they didn't get a score. They turned it over. Or when they turned it over, the defense couldn't get a stop. It was just...
The only time it happened was the first drive
of the game.
The
very beginning. And that was
first drive of the game for Washington. They got the stop, and then they marched down in 6 plays.
After that, it never complemented each other. Ever.
Nope. And can't have that. Michael's next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Michael.
Good afternoon, fellas. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Hey, I've been sitting here listening to everybody just kind of rip on the game plan, rip on Jared Goff and all that. And part of me yesterday was trying to think, how does Dan Campbell spin this so it's not the same old Lions mantra? Like, we blew the NFC title game last year. Obviously, the guys didn't come out prepared this year. But part of me is thinking, how does Dan Campbell grow? Where do you think the next step in growth for Dan is going to be to try to motivate these guys for next year? Because it seemed like everything was lined up for this year. Even with all the bad stuff that happened, with all the injuries going down on the defense, and just the fact that we won 15 games with a subpar defense that half the league couldn't do. I would say a quarter of the league is not going to be able to do what the Lions did this year, having the key guys go out on their defensive side. That is just – I'm looking for –
I don't think he has to do. I don't think he has to do. I don't think he has to do anything different. I honestly think, Michael, the difference in what happens is the injuries in large part. It's one thing to lose a superstar player for the season. It's another to lose 7 starters on your defense for the season and expect them to be competitive. And like I said earlier in the show, I thought it was like Jenga. And thanks for the call. I appreciate it. It's like Jenga. They keep pulling pieces out. Here, we'll pull out the Hutchinson beat. We'll pull out the piece for it's Ali McNeil. Here goes Marcus Davenport and Carlton Davis, and you keep pulling pieces and Derek Barnes and Malcolm Rodriguez, and here's another piece, and we're gonna pull out the Alex Anzalone piece. We'll put it back in later, but we're gonna pull it out temporarily. And then there goes Emmanuel Mosley, and there goes Ennis Rakestraw, and Wingo and Kaminsky. I mean, it didn't stop. And you got this shaky foundation of a defense that's left that was good enough to beat Minnesota the last game of the season. Amik Robertson did an amazing job defensively in that game against Minnesota. I thought, and the reason I was chesty about this game going into last week was because Robertson showed that he can cover the guy on the edge. So you want to match him up against Terry McLaurin? I like the matchup. I think McLaurin's an outstanding and way underrated receiver. I think he's great. But I like Amik Robertson on him. He's game. He's up for the task. Let's see it. And that means that Melon Famo gets to play at starting safety. And he's a playmaker. He's a hard hitter. I like it. That moves Brian Branch into the slot. I'm here for it. Let's go. LFG. I like it. And then the second play on defense, Amik Robertson breaks his arm. And you pulled another piece of the Jenga piece out. And now that tower is shaking. It's going to fall at any second. And then you get to the second half and Melifonwu gets hurt and you pull another piece out and it all comes down. How do you overcome all that? And on top of that, your quarterback isn't playing to his level. Now, the offense, as people pointed out, despite all the turnovers, they did score 31 points. The defense, despite all the injuries and mistakes, they give up 38 points. It's too many, but we talk about the Buffalo game. That was more disparate between the offense and defense there. They got over 48 points or something like that to Buffalo, 46, whatever it was. I mean, it's a lot to overcome. So moving forward, what do they got to do? I don't know. Stay healthy. Is that possible?
Not break each other's limbs.
Right. Let's stop running into each other and knocking each other out for the season.
Sorry, Gator.
It's all right, Rico. How are you doing?
We were talking about the weird flexes that were some Michigan fans last night. So we were trying to see if this billboard was real that was up.
Yeah, I don't know. I just know Ohio State won the game. They're national champions.
I know.
Big Ten gets back-to-back national championships.
And then, we're talking about the question that I really want to know, which was worse, this game against the Commanders or losing to San Francisco? Which hurts more? Mike and I are totally opposite on this.
I mean, it's a solid debate because obviously last year losing to San Francisco with a 17-point lead at halftime, chance to go to the Super Bowl, that hurts. Losing this one with a chance to host an NFC Championship game,
right there,
that hurts a lot. And it stings.
Higher
both
expectations
ways.
were this year. Last year was house money.
I don't know. Last year was house money, but
wasn't expected. This year, it was expected.
Well, until you saw the injuries mount up on defense, and then obviously things got out of hand. But look forward to hearing it next. Mike and Rico, 97 on the ticket.
Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson officially arriving in Chicago this afternoon for his new job as head coach of the Bears. Video of him walking into the team's facility this afternoon making the rounds on social media. It shows Johnson getting a standing ovation in the lobby with him telling the employees gathered, quote, "This is exactly where we want it to be." Dan Wiederer, Bears beat reporter for the Chicago Tribune, told our Jeremy Otto that the Bears got their guy. Now with Johnson gone, we're officially on Aaron Glenn watch. Lions defensive coordinator meeting in person with the Jets this afternoon, and reports say they don't want him to leave the building without a contract. The Red Wings will try to avoid a third straight loss at Philly tonight against the Flyers. Detroit right now is 6 points out of a playoff spot. At puck drop at 7, 6:45 pregame right here on 97.1. And after they raised the championship trophy last night, Ohio State's the favorite to get it done again next season, followed by Texas, Oregon, and Georgia. At the Corbett Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, this is more like it. I know we had a little, as Kenny calls it, a horse divorce yesterday. We only were here for about an hour. But can I do something Rico, before we get into this?
Yeah.
Can we turn our attention to Kenny? Kenny, what's wrong? Because you don't look right today at all. Like, are you okay on a serious level, or are you just pouting?
On a serious level, I'm just fine. I am just pouting.
Noted.
I'm in my feelings right now,
Okay.
as the kids would say.
Noted.
Why are you pouting?
No. Because his hockey team blows again, and his football team ended his life Saturday. I just didn't know if it was serious Kenny or sports Kenny. Sports wah Kenny. So now that I know it's B, I won't feel terrible about an occasional nutcracker. If it was serious, I would just leave him alone. Now we can do business.
Gotcha.
How are you? You good?
I'm good.
What I'm not going to allow today is Ben Johnson slander. So you can take it somewhere else. I listen to mornings and middays, and all I'll tell you is you are some hypocritical sons of bitches. If somebody offered you $13 million, you'd work for Satan. You'd let Satan bang your wife. So please miss me with the, he's a traitor. He just got paid. He's the second highest paid coach in football besides Bundle LaRuski. So just don't do it here. I'm not even having those conversations.
But he knew better. He went to Chicago.
He's a Benedict traitor or guy who like money. Like, they did the same thing with him that you did with Monty. Yep. So that is my PSA. Everything else is on the table. If you want to talk about you're upset he's gone, cool. You want to say he called a lousy game Saturday, also cool. What we're not going to do is, he's a traitor.
What about, are we accepting the call of the reason why you lost is because he really wasn't paying attention, because he was interviewing?
I'm not mad at people for thinking it. It's human nature, but it is a ridiculous notion. That's the only way I can put it. It's a ridiculous notion. Yeah. It's called compartmentalization. Highly successful people are capable of it. Taking an hour out of 2 weeks to do a Zoom call did not upend your game plan.
Because he didn't have a game plan when he did the Zoom call, because he didn't know who he was playing.
So what you just said is actually how I think I want to start the show now.
Okay.
This is good. No ball break. Everyone, after things like Saturday happen, it requires a boogeyman. Everybody wants to blame someone. Because the reality is just, I don't think from coaching to players to you, 2/3 of the fan base. I don't think you took this team serious, and I think it showed. We talked about that yesterday. I won't have to belabor it. The reason people right now sound the way Jim Costa sounds is they never allowed for the possibility of losing that game. So now that it's happened, they go, well, they sound like Kelser. Well, what happened? That's what they sound like.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you have 56-2. But no, the Ben Johnson stuff, look, losing Ben Johnson's a big deal. I'm not minimizing it. I'm just not calling the man a traitor or that he somehow effed you over.
There was no sabotage.
There's 32 of these jobs. And the best one all year, what did we talk about? The Bears are the best job opportunity.
The Bears had the quarterback. Now, the Raiders would have given him full autonomy. You could just pick and choose whatever you want. But the Bears had a QB, which means you go into the draft and you just try to find pieces to build around.
Correct. So the question I would ask is this. Let's get done with Saturday before we move ahead, right? I know there's going to be a Goff conversation. I know there's going to be a Ben Johnson conversation. I know there will be a Super Bowl window conversation. We're in it for the long haul here. But I want to hear where you're at today. All right, you've had a couple of days to cool the engines. Settle it down. Who do you blame? And all I will tell you is Rico's been through it, right? A highly seeded team at home, losing a big game. I've been through it as a Giants fan. Lord knows David has lived in it forever. The only thing I can tell you about failure this big, you can either be the wah police or you can learn from it. Now, there's a good amount of you don't need to learn a damn thing. You're hurting. You took it serious and you're heartbroken. And I feel awful for you. But if you're one of these Chuck Schwartzky super fans that I've had to deal with the last couple of weeks, and you vilified Rico and I for daring to suggest Washington had a chance and building a pathway and lecturing you on being careful, no, you're going to get to enjoy the taste of your own blood all offseason. So learn from it. Don't ever go to that discotheque again. Don't ever do that crap. Take it serious because there are a lot of guys who wear yellow jackets in Canton who never won a Super Bowl.
Yep.
It's really hard. Now, I'm not going to say you can't do it next year, but do I think you're doing it? No. Do I think you blew the best two chances you'll ever have? Yes. Up 17 at San Francisco in the NFC title game, or off by, at home, rested rookie QB. Oh, you blew it. And that hurts, and it's going to haunt you for a lifetime. We all live with different hauntings as fans. Saturday's going to haunt you. The San Francisco thing, the further you get away from it, Rico, I'll tell you, it may not hurt that way now. Man, if you don't get back to an NFC title game and you sit there years from now, up 17 in an NFC title game, that's the one that will always haunt me. Now, I know you think Saturday's worse. We're going to get to that in the 3 o'clock. I want to give people a chance with Saturday. Get it out. Get it out. Use this show like Kenny uses his bidet. Just clean it all up. Clean it up. You got a full diaper. Let's clean it up. Just get it out of your system. You got a complaint. You got a question. You want to vent. Do whatever you need to do.
Yeah. You don't understand why this happened. Why did they think this? Why did they start Montgomery instead of Gibbs?
Arrogance. Then I don't want to, you know what the hard part is? I don't want to repeat the 90 minutes we were on the air yesterday, but I also know a majority of people weren't listening.
No, they weren't.
So I'll try
Yesterday was a soft opening.
It was a hors d'oeuvre.
Yes.
So let's get to the people. 248-539-9797 and understand. There's no topic that's off limits. It's just I don't want to do the future stuff all in one shot. What's going on?
Just caller number 3. Oh.
Mark. Oh, poor Mark. Okay, we'll get to it. You guys know our friend, our young entrepreneurial free bet friend. He didn't do a Washington with the points hedge, and he went down with the ship. We will talk to Mark shortly. We will get to you guys. I want to try to shout out to Doug Karsh. I want to keep open lines. I want to give people an opportunity. Why did I turn Doug into Harvey Dent?
I don't know.
Harvey. I want to give people a chance to let it all out. And then, yes, I do have some Jared Goff stuff because you know what's funny? Oh, how fickle. Do you know what Cookie's middle name is? James Fickle. Costa.
Yeah, somehow I don't think we're going to be hearing that chant in grocery stores anytime.
Amazing how fickle.
You can't win with Goff.
Oh, really?
You can't win a Super Bowl with Goff.
Okay.
You need a mobile QB.
Yeah. Hey, cutscene. I bet you can get Lamar on discount. No, David.
That's slander.
He effed people over for the last time. I was nice to him. He seduced me into thinking he was a different man.
Mark Andrews.
Okay,
no.
If I go
no.
like, Mike, we're literally at a church balloon toss, and I toss you this bottle, you catch it. See, that was Mark Andrews.
Hey, here's Lamar in the first half. Rico, catch.
He had a bad first half.
You don't get to have bad halves.
But
Josh Allen had a bad game.
He came back. He put his team in position. Andrews fumbles it at the 50.
Oh, what did Lamar do? Hey, look, I got the football, y'all.
Hey.
It was ridiculous.
You know what? When Jared Goff threw for 5 picks and they won that game, we praised him.
I have a Goff stat.
We praised him in Houston.
I have stats and things and cars. I have the ability
They did a balloon toss. Here you go, Mark. Catch. No.
Hand it off to Derrick Henry. You know what?
The play worked.
Okay, all right. I'm just done with Lamar.
Would not have slander for Lamar.
And I don't like the head warmer in the press conference. Take it off. Reed, we're going to get to all the people, including a guy I'm actually heartbroken for. Caller Mark.
Yeah.
We'll talk.
All right, guys. It's Rico. Holiday season is behind us, and football playoffs are up and running. And I need high-speed internet that is reliable. Okay. I need high-speed internet that is reliable. That's Xfinity. With Xfinity internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Along with that great price offers offers the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity internet. When I'm taking a break from the football action, Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows or all the scores and stats. Call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Oh, hello there. Winter driving season, reckless drivers, bad combo. And it's every day you see accidents on your way to work. If you are injured in one of those accidents, you need to call David Femininio. You can pick up the phone right now, talk to David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH. Or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, we'll get to ticket text later in the hour. I want to just get to as many people as we can. We had a very abbreviated show yesterday, so I want to kind of have everybody clear the decks from Saturday, and then I don't know about you, because like you and I don't cross-contaminate the notes until we put the show sheet together, but I've got 6 topics that in my mind could go 4 hours. I don't want to rush this, because Kenny said it. People are still in their feelings.
Oh, no, I put something on the show sheet that I told David we could come back to this and almost do it once a week just to see where the room temperature is. So.
Stages of grief?
Yeah.
Let's go to Ryan in Ann Arbor. He's going to bat leadoff. Ryan, how you doing, buddy? What's going on?
Good, bud. How are you doing?
Okay, so what do you got for me from Saturday? Let's talk.
Man, I was at the game on Saturday. Man, I thought the game plan just wasn't what we were set out, what we usually have. I'm not going to say, what happens with Ben Johnson when he goes, that's part of the game. He was deserving of it. Just a couple plays, the 3rd and 1, I thought we should have ran Gibbs. I don't know why we didn't. That one really got to me, and the JMO. We never had JMO throw a ball in 3 years, and we decided to have him, throw the ball down there and have that pick 6 that kind of altered the game and kind of, just gave it right back, to Washington, gave that momentum right back to Washington. And
yeah, I mean, look, there's we always talk about it, Ryan, and it played out primarily that way, is that there's about a half a dozen plays a game that decide the game. Yep. Everything else is kind of white noise. And you've noted 2 of them. I'd bring up 4th and 2 with 12 men on the field and coaching malpractice. You can bring up the pick 6, and now all of a sudden there's 4 or 5 plays. That's what decided the game. Look, the trick plays are fine, but I think it's time and place. And we've allowed the Lions and Ben Johnson and Dan Campbell a wide latitude to do this stuff. But now, Rico, I don't know where you stand on this. I'm with Ryan. When I'm down 10 in the 4th quarter and I pay my quarterback $50 million, I don't need my season resting on JMO's right arm. No, I didn't like it. It's time and place.
No, it's kind of like when you run a fake punt. I don't need the punter out there. Put the quarterback out there and just run the freaking play like you would normally do.
Yeah. And here's what it felt like to me. And Ryan, look, factually, the Lions threw the ball 40 times in 4 games this season. They went 1-3. They have a specific way they need to play. And look, if this is where people, Ryan, are going to crush Goff, then great. Crush 25 of the 32 quarterbacks. He's just not a guy that's going to throw the ball 40, 45 times and be successful. That's not his game. And it got away from him. I don't think they emphasized time of possession enough. I don't think they ran the ball enough.
Yeah, to have that the week before, and I was at that Minnesota game the week before. The way Gibbs was running the ball, and then just seeing Montgomery come out there, you could already tell he was kind of favoring that leg, and I just felt like we should have just played Gibbs the way we played him against Minnesota, ran the ball.
There was a time and a place for Montgomery, and it was in the backup role, meaning he's your best pass protector. There's going to be moments, short yardage, goal line. But here's my thing. Ryan, they work on this stuff all week. The opening script, it can't be experimental or, hey, we want to make our captain feel good. Like, your opening script has to be 7-0. There's no scenario you can have a guy who hasn't played in a month and put him in the backfield over Jahmyr Gibbs, who's been one of the half dozen best playmakers in the playoffs. So, Ryan, I'm with you. I thought they were complacent. I thought they were arrogant. I really feel like top to bottom, they just didn't have a good counter because they never planned on getting punched in the first place. I've been stuck with that feeling since Saturday. No, I can't prove it, right? It's not like a math equation. It's just watch it. Look at it.
Yeah.
It was too loosey-goosey.
Yeah, it was. They were already preparing for the NFC Championship game and probably the Super Bowl, which is because it was never an option. We're not losing to a rookie quarterback.
Rico,
because the fans and all of this stuff.
You had people on this station talking about who they wanted to play in the NFC title game before this game ever got played.
I know.
Okay? And then
when
people
I said
wonder
that,
why I'm mean.
And when I was like, guys, you can't. No, yes, we can. Like, actually, you can't. This is not how it works. It's not fantasy football where your team looks good on paper. Well, they played 9 out of 10 times, they would win. Well, what about the one time that they lose? That could be today.
Look at Eagles and Rams. In a snowstorm, indoor team, L.A., soft, old man quarterback wearing helper gloves, right?
Mm-hmm.
Little hamburger helper mitts. Rams still had 3 cracks inside the 20 with a chance to win that game. Your playoffs are hard. Not everybody can have Taylor Swift and the refs in your pocket. Don't get me started on the Chiefs.
3-peat, buddy.
I'm resigned to my fate. Let's go to Kevin, and then we're going to get to our buddy Mark. Kevin, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Look, so I was at the game too, and I heard you guys already talking about Ben Johnson, and I'm not. At the end of the day, I'm as big of a Dan Campbell fan as they come. It's up to him to override. If he's not feeling that play, because as you guys know, everything that's being said in those headphones, he's hearing every single thing. And I underestimated the Commanders. I was looking past them, and the team was too. The two biggest – when I was on hold yesterday, you guys had the short show yesterday, but the Philadelphia Eagles are the team that I really admire, and I always have just because of the philosophies they have of just – they always load up on O-lineman, D-lineman, and – they run the ball. Saquon Barkley had 26 carries in that game the other day. Jahmyr Gibbs only had 14.
Yep.
I know I'm biased, but in my opinion, Jahmyr Gibbs is the best running back in the game right now. And the other thing you were saying about passing attempts, I saw anytime the Lions have thrown, Jared Goff has been asked to throw 41 times or more
1 in 3
passing attempts, we've lost.
Yeah, 1 in 3.
While you're 1 in 3. So I don't understand why they didn't just run. It's not sexy, but just why not run the damn?
Look, Kev, we talked about it last week, and I don't know if you heard any of the shows, but the idea was right off the rip, you must win the TOP against this team. Washington wants to dominate time of possession. They will muddle huddle, yet stand at the line of scrimmage. I think Washington had 8 more minutes of TOP. You just lost the battle right from start, and I thought part of your plan was faulty in that regard. You needed some 7-minute drives.
Yeah, and it's just damning because your O-line is your team is built on the O-line, and I just don't understand how you can't expect Jared Goff to be the gunslinger out there. He's not Patrick Mahomes.
No,
I don't understand why you're not running Gibbs.
No, he's a very good player. But if people's requirement of Jared Goff is he's going to have to be able to go into an NFC title game, throw the ball 53 times, and be Joe Burrow, then you know what? You're never going to be happy.
Yep.
You can win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff. Jared Goff has done things in the playoffs that only Lamar Jackson can only dream of. Okay, so be careful what you wish for now. But look. We will get to the Goff stuff. I'm not telling you he's been perfect. But in a Lions uniform, he's played 4 playoff games now. Okay? 4. He's been excellent in 3 of them. He had a bad night. That team had a bad night. I think that staff had a bad night. Now, you want to say that's his mulligan, and if he goes out next year and does the same thing, that's a different conversation, right? You had that moment with Garoppolo. Mm-hmm. You overlook one thing, but I can't overlook multiple. But, man, the snapback on Goff, you got people chanting his name at a hibachi bar, and then today they want to launch him to the moon.
No, same with Purdy. He struggled against Green Bay, but he bounced back against the Lions. Super Bowl wasn't his fault. But what about Hendon Hooker?
No, I heard a phone call yesterday on the morning show, and somebody invoked Hendon Hooker, and I went, I have to turn this. I'm going to become violent in my car. I was so pissed. I'm like, Jim, hang up.
But you saw what a mobile QB can do.
No, I saw that they played a science teacher over Hendon Hooker.
No, I'm talking about Jaden Daniels.
Oh, dude. Really? My team's the one who effed up drafting him. And I face him twice a year. That might be factually the only time you ever see him again. But thanks. Your problem. We're going to get to our buddy Mark momentarily. I know. Here.
Tug.
Tucka. All right. Winter can be brutal on your roof. I can't imagine if you got a problem with your roof, what's going on today, tomorrow. Bottom line, if you have questions about it, let's get answers. Let's get Victor's Home Solutions up there, open 52 weeks a year. No matter the weather, they'll be at your home within 24 hours. They'll do a 21-point roof inspection, go over their findings, and recommend a course of action. It's just that simple. Victor's offers an industry best 50-year leak-free guarantee. Anything goes wrong, they fix it. Free. So just make sure your roof is ready to take on another brutal winter. It's Victor's 734-773-1100 or make an appointment anytime at victors.com. All right, let's get back to the people. We'll get with Ticket Text. We have time. Obviously, we're here till 6. We got to talk to our guy. We've gone on kind of an adventure. I offered Mark away, but he said no. No, El Capitan. I am going down with this ship. We go to Mark in Rochester. Mark, I'd ask how you're doing, but I know the answer is terrible. So let's just move to the take me through the emotions of Saturday.
Yeah, I went down with the ship. I reached halftime, and the cash out wasn't very high. It was around $7K compared to where I wanted it to be, and I just saw a 10-point game and just wanted to stick to what I believed in, and I went down with the ship. It sucked, and the minute that I saw Jamison Williams spin out, and I was like, he's not throwing this ball, is he? And then I saw it clearly wasn't going to be open, and I saw him cock that arm back. Oh my gosh. I can't believe what I watched. I finished the game, and I said, you know what? I need a break. I'm done. I need to go learn to paint or something. I bought a bottle of Basil Hayden and a piano, and I'm just going to retire. I'm done. I am done with the sport, with this game right now. I'll see you at the draft, Mike. That was absolutely brutal. I went down with the ship.
You know what, Mark? It was funny because right after the game, I'm talking with Mike, and I'm like, what about Mark? And he was like, oh, my God. And I was sitting there thinking, like, at halftime, if they offer him like about $9,000, just hit the accept button as fast as you can. But I get it. It was a 10-point game, and you thought that they could come back and get this thing done. But Mark, oh my goodness, hang in there. That's all I got to say.
It was a decision of like either I can take this money, or if they pull it out, like what does that do? And I want to ride with it. In terms of the game, I look at that game and I cannot believe the impact or lack of impact from our defensive line. I think of you, Rico, saying we should take Jordan Davis and we took J-Mo. I remember we should take Jalen Carter and we end up with Gibbs. You look at all the available young players available through either free agency or through a trade: Montez Sweat, Daniil Hunter, Brian Burns, Christian Wilkins, and even Chase Young, which gave us the chair drop. And then we end up with the geezers, the Darius Smith. It's like, Brad Holmes, if you're listening, if the Lions scouting team is listening, we are on our hands and knees. Get us a D lineman or an edge rusher. We need to get in the face of an opposing quarterback. I don't know why that hasn't been there.
Hey, Mark, it's been an interesting tact by them is that, to me, the most important unit in today's NFL is your defensive line, and they've chosen a little bit of a duct tape approach to it. Now, look, they hit a home run with Aiden. Aleem has been very good, but he struggles to stay healthy. I mean, let's be fair now. This is 2 straight years. Aleem is elite, but Aleem is also hurt a lot. And I got to tell you, did you read that report yesterday, Mark, Rico, anybody, about Aleem and no timetable of a return and stuff? You know, that's a guy who you may not see back till mid-October.
Yeah. And here's the thing about Aiden, Mike. Was it really a home run? Because he was right there. Like, he was the second pick.
Yeah, that's like giving credit to Troy Weaver for Cade Cunningham.
Okay. Guys, okay, I'll stand down. I was just saying factually he's a really good player. But no,
he is.
But I'm with Mark
before people
on this.
sit there and say, oh, you're slandering Aiden. No, I'm not.
No, he's a home run.
Right.
He was right there. The point I'm with Mark on this is, look, their answer was, hey, we'll sign oft-injured Marcus Davenport. Dead. Now, they've paid Aleem McNeil, which I don't have a problem with, but it's 2 years in a row being hurt. The Carlton Davis thing. Always hurt guy, end season hurt. Mark is right in this regard. This offseason, there has to be, I don't want to invoke the name, but they've got to get another Hellraiser up front.
Yeah.
And I don't want to hear about cost. I don't want to hear about the cap. The cap ain't real. They're going to have to do something because Washington can't run the ball. They ran it for 7 yards a carry. Jaden Daniels had all day, even when you blitzed him. And part of that, Kingsbury coached circles around you. The ball was out quick. Yeah. Jaden also was willing to stand. That throw to De'Ami Brown. I mean, you framed that thing. He stood in, got his head taken off, and still threw a dime 40 yards down the field.
No, but Mike, it was Robinson just running like 7, 8, 9 yards just right up the middle. It was like a basic high school play. There was nuance to it. He was just, I'm bigger than you, and I'm going to go right up the middle.
And by the way, if you're just joining the show, Aaron Glenn is in New York live, and the reports are they don't want him leaving the building. So, again, some of you slander Aaron Glenn. The point I'm making to you is I can't take the approach that other people, fans, shows have taken. Losing both coordinators is a death nail.
Yeah.
You may hit one of them, but I think it is. And by the way, Hank Fraley has a second interview in Seattle. You might lose your O-line coach, too.
Well, and the D-line coach
I was just about to say.
Go ahead, Rico.
Terrell Williams could be headed to the Patriots. to be their D coordinator.
So if you think I'm going to tell you everything's fine, it's not. It's why when you get your chances, you better get home. So do I think a step back is very possible next year? Yeah, like 55, 60%, yeah. And maybe the step back is 10 or 11 wins and you're still very good. But it is really hard to find one good coordinator in this league. Impossible to find two. You lose them both in the same offseason. There's a reason no team has ever won a Super Bowl the following year. It's really hard to do. Yeah. So we'll keep our eyes on the Aaron Glenn thing, but you're replacing a lot of staffers. Dan Campbell's going to be put to a hell of a test. Oh, but Andy Reid has lost coordinators. Andy Reid has Michael Jordan. It's not the same. He also has Taylor Swift. She is impacting the officiate. There is something going on. Friendship bracelets for calls. Something's going on. Eras tickets, calls. It's not the same. What? Those calls against Houston were criminal.
Wait, I'm called the conspiracy theorist, right? I'm the one in the tinfoil caps, right?
Correct.
This is what he says to me. Mm-hmm. And this comes out of his Taylor Swift friendship bracelets, and you get calls. Wow. Okay. You know what?
Kindly leave. I can't take anymore.
But Caitlin Clark was there.
Right. It's okay.
Let's just go to Brian.
Angel Reese was on the Texans side.
Okay, we'll go to Brian, 97.1. What's up, Brian?
Hi, guys. That game was just such a letdown. I've watched every Lions game since I was 10 years old. I'm 29 now, and I just don't think I can do it anymore.
Yes, you can.
I'm not going to be my dad who tunes in every week and says they'll win one day. I don't believe they will. Like, I agree with what you said. The last 2 years were the best chances they'll probably ever have, at least for a long time, right? And so I just don't, I think what you said about 10, 11 wins next year, that's probably what's going to happen. It could be worse. It could go 7-10.
Well, I'm not going to predict that. All I'm trying to caution people is there is only one place to go from 15-2. And losing coordinators, it is very challenging. So we got to give them an opportunity to hire people. But I'm trying to get people's expectations in line. There's a very real chance that they're nowhere near as good next year. And, but the defense will be healthy. Right, but the changes that have to be made, the amount of overturn, and it's also just really damn hard in this league to just keep winning. Mm-hmm. And your division, the same one that had 3 playoff teams that went 40-11, better pray to God the Bears don't get it right, because you're in the hardest division in football.
Yeah, they just dropped a minute-long video of Ben Johnson walking through the facility, clapping it up. We got it right.
And again, I have no idea if it'll work. But the Bears made the best hire in the cycle, right? It's
So far.
Vrabel and it's Ben Johnson. Vrabel was built to be a Patriot. Ben Johnson was built to take that Bears job. Will it work? I don't know. You better pray it doesn't. Because otherwise, one of the unicorns that just beat you in the playoffs is in your division. Mm-hmm. Ask David what it's like to face Lamar twice a year or Burrow twice a year. Answer, it's a bitch. I know you can't say that as a pastor. I did. That's me, God, not David, me.
What about Geno Smith? I know. Kindly leave.
You're out of order. You want to do ticket text? A couple of them before we get to the people?
Yeah, I got a few of them here. Someone says, I won't feel better until the season starts again in the fall, but I will never get over this loss. They blew the best chance they ever had. No way these opportunities keep coming for the Detroit Lions.
But is this a better opportunity than up 17 in San Francisco? Where you win game, you're actually going to the Super Bowl. Guys, you knew the doubts I had about this. It wasn't going to be a soulless ginger. You saw what Philadelphia just did. If Washington was averaging 7 yards a carry, what the hell were they going to come here and do? In a lot of ways, it's better it happened now than in the Super Bowl. I know you disagree with that, but losing a Super Bowl is the worst thing ever.
It is, but you were built for this year. You were 15-2.
I understand that.
You were at the top of the game. You outscored people by 222 points.
You're yelling at me like Luke Sloan.
Sorry.
I don't like it. His updates, he just screams at people.
I know.
Ridiculous.
That's what Kenny said earlier. He says, "Oh, get him out of here." Oh, Kenny, I love it. Adam from Philly says 2 things from Saturday. Someone explain 14 carries from Jahmyr Gibbs, that defense, inexcusable by BJ. And secondly, the loss will take away from the craziest touchdown celebration I've ever seen in my life. Shout out to Waymo.
You can have it. Celebrating at the 18 in a playoff game and then impregnating the end zone. Yeah, you miss me with that. I just, look, all that stuff, guys are having 7-yard carries, and I got to look at the histrionics and all this crap. Dude, it ain't for me. It's for the kids.
Very Roy Williams-esque. Oh, they got a first down. Like, okay, you're down by 10. Let's get back to the huddle. But
I think the positive impact this could have, and it won't be today, it won't be next week, it won't be in a month, but maybe there's more of a business-like approach next year, because I really believe as a franchise they got over their skis. They just got they thought they were He-Man, and the fans imitated it, and it all fell apart Saturday.
Yeah, I think that they're going to have to prioritize the defensive line. They're going to have to go out there.
Great, so let's start these shows. Go get Max Crosby. There you go. What, you already heard what he just said? Didn't you hear Crosby's latest comments?
Yeah.
He's envious of what they got going on here. Then, hey, Max, this one's from me to you. Stop being a coward. Call your agent. Demand a trade. I'll pick you up at Metro.
I was just going to say, or just draft some young defensive players.
I'll give you a tattoo budget. First 3, on the house.
He's got no place left.
Put one on his forehead or something. I don't know. I'm making a point. They
got
got
like the Sandwich of the Month Club with tattoos. What are we doing
Yeah,
here?
Jelly of the Month Club with Clark Griswold.
It's the gift that keeps on giving, Clark.
My point is, they're going to have to do something because Aleem is going to be on the mend, and it may not be till midseason. Aiden's coming off a broken leg. They have no one else. Onzarique's gone. Davenport's gone. Like, they need, and DJ Reader, I loved him past tense. I don't think he was very good this year.
Whatever you do, just don't draft just a regular old nose tackle. Jalen Carter.
Why do you see this is the problem?
Nah, that was for cookies.
This guy doing a victory lap over here. Well, then just text him.
I did.
Oh, perfect. Oh, boy. 248-539-9797 NFL playoffs. You got a couple games left. FanDuel's got the promotions rolling for championship weekend, the same game parlay profit boost during the NFL playoffs. So build the SGPs out. I don't know. Figure it out. I mean, Josh Allen touchdown seems like a mortal lock. Do they have Mahomes getting criminal calls from the officiating at -210? Is that available on FanDuel? So it's all there. So FanDuel, best sports book out there. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration, max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, quick TO. We're going to get right back to the phone calls, but we always like to do this to start the week. It is Rico's Can We Say That?
All right, gentlemen, let's just jump right into this. Last night, the college football playoffs ended. Ohio State won the whole thing. Can we say that the CFP got it right and Ohio State was the best team in the nation? They knocked off a bunch, the number 1 team, the number 3 team, the number 3 team, 5 team, 7 team. They knocked off some big-time teams through the course of winning this whole thing.
Look, both things are true. I hate the fact they got in, not beating a rival, not playing in a conference title game, much less winning it. But did they prove once they got in they were best? Yeah, they were exponentially better. They dropped bombs. They murdered everybody. They had the hardest pathway. And then, yeah, they got the reward by playing Cupcake Notre Dame in the final. High caller, Rob. Told you.
They made it there, though. They made it.
Congrats. And so did Denzel at the end of Glory. How did that work out?
Well, but the fourth quarter got interesting because all of a sudden it was like, wait, hold on.
All window dressing.
Okay.
31-7. My point is yes. Yes, you can say it. Yes, they got it right after the playoff.
Yeah, I think they proved it by when they beat Oregon in the playoff. I thought Oregon was number 1, and they had been number 1 for a long time, but Ohio State proved that, yes, the best team did win the national title.
They just didn't beat Oregon. My goodness.
I know.
That was, whew. Can we say that the SEC has some work to do? You're looking at it now. Ohio State is the favorite to win it again next year. SEC, not quite that the giant that we all thought that they were for the last couple of years.
I'm going to say no. I just think it was a matter of circumstance this year. You had Saban walk away. Really hard first year to just, okay, Bama will be Bama. Georgia's quarterback died. I love all the slander like Carson Beck wasn't important. Carson Beck had a lot of big games this year. I think the SEC will win the damn thing next year, and then this will be a footnote. If I'm wrong, keep your receipts, and then my answer will be different. Kenneth?
I'm glad that I didn't say this first because Mike basically just echoed everything I would have to say about it being the Feinbaum of the show. Yeah, Georgia fell on some hard times, and I think next year will be exactly what Mike said. I think if you look at all the teams in the SEC, stack them up against Big Ten teams, I don't think it's as pretty as you might imagine.
No, Kenny, but it's funny that, the Big Ten has won 2 years in a row, and it leads into the next one, and I think I know where your answers are, so David, I'll leave it for you. Can we say that if I offered you the SEC or the field for next year's national champion, it'd be better to take the field?
I would actually take the SEC.
Really?
I would take the SEC because I think this is just a year that was weird for the SEC. For Texas to be the best team on top of that conference, and they're okay. And I think it was just an off year. And I think Georgia will be better. Their quarterback play will be better next year, and other teams will be better. So I would take the SEC.
Okay. Can we say that Lamar was not the reason why the Ravens lost?
No.
Yes.
Just David, go ahead, and then I'll argue.
Listen, Mark Andrew fumbled the ball, and then he dropped the ball, and I get it. That was a bad fumble by Lamar Jackson earlier in that game. But that receiver cut his route off earlier for that interception. You can see it clearly. He cut the route off, and Lamar knew it immediately. He had already released the ball.
Oh, was the safety going to vaporize?
He had already released the ball. The receiver was supposed to be deeper than that. I'm not putting this on Lamar Jackson.
What do you want from me?
I just want to hear what you got to say. I teed up for you.
Walks like a duck, quacks like a duck. It's a duck. Dude's a loser, and I'm done with it. I tried. I believed. No, I believe. David told me read the good book. Read something out of Lamar 46, and I did. And I tried to pretend that his regular season he'd be different. But guess what? Got outplayed again.
No. At the end of a game, Great quarterbacks make great plays. He made 2 great plays.
Yeah.
His tight end dropped the ball.
Should have handed it to Derrick Henry. Okay. I'm just saying one of the 2 2-point conversions needed to go to Derrick Henry.
I'll give you
when
that.
you're calling for a sprint out, people don't realize that's a difficult throw. You're going full speed, and there's another defender on the field. It's called Mr. Pylon, and it's in the snow. And, yeah, I get it. Andrew should have caught it, but that's why you don't throw the ball there. You got Derrick Henry tractor trailering Jake from State Farm's living room. You got to hand him the ball one time.
See, I knew you would appreciate that one. Can we say that the NFC North is the equivalent of the Big 12 in college football?
Oh, I see what you... Yes, because they didn't win a playoff game. Yeah. So, yes, I'll live with it. You had 3 teams go 40-11. It turned out to be empty calories. Yes, I'll live with it.
Are the Detroit Lions Colorado? It's like, no, I'm not. Yes.
Kind of with the way their season ended. Less dancing, more focus.
I would say I was just going to leave it at yes, we can say that. Yes.
I'm just saying because, with all the, we got a 14, 15, and a 14, and 11, and none of them, won anything. Can we say that the Bills, not the Chiefs, are the best team in the AFC remaining?
Taylor Swift, man. The refs. Josh Allen is going to have to beat the Chiefs, the refs, and the Eras Tour. Yes, the Bills are a better football team, but yet can't say he's going to win. There's voodoo going on in the plains. That's all I can tell you.
Go ahead, David. Argue it.
I can't argue it. The Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl. Yes, the Bills are the better team. But
Friendship
they're not gonna
bracelets.
Win. They can't beat the Chiefs in the playoffs. And why? Because they have help.
And I'm
not talking about Kelsey, and I'm not talking about Chris Jones. I'll just leave it at that.
This next one is not necessarily a can we say that, but more of a what does DeMeco Ryan need to get over the hump in the playoffs?
Offensive line. That's it. The O-line's the last piece to the puzzle there. And let's be fair, right? Like Tank Dell died. Steph Diggs died. I don't think the Texans or the Rams have anything to be ashamed of. I think they played just about as well as you can play, and they just fell short. And when the refs and Taylor Swift, screw you, they just got to get that O-line better and hopefully have receivers that are healthy. I mean, buddy, who was their second receiver besides Nico Saturday? Xavier Hutchinson?
And then remember this, Nico was also hurt during the year, so how healthy was he having to carry the load for everyone else that was then gone? So,
but look, the tenants are there for a dominant defense because they've got the pair of edge rushers. I mean, Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson is something else, man.
They can only get to that divisional round,
I know.
And that's it. And I feel so bad for him because it's like, what does this guy need? Maybe it is just the offensive line.
They just got to get a line that can protect CJ a little more. They can lean on the running game a little more. I think they'll be okay. I do.
Okay. David, how about this?
A part 2 later.
I'm going to save the rest of these for later because I have some intriguing questions that I don't want to bastardize. I want to give you the full answers. So, that is, can we say that? Part 1.
Lamar sucks.
97-1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Walking anytime, 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. The Lions coordinators are in some unfamiliar workplaces this afternoon. Offensive coordinator Ben Johnson arrived at the Bears facility today, while defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn's at the Jets facility for an in-person interview. Now, video of Johnson shows Bears employees giving him a standing ovation at the facility, with him telling them, quote, "This is exactly where we want it to be." Meantime, the Jets reportedly don't want Glenn to leave their building today without a contract. The Red Wings aim to avoid a third straight loss when they hit the ice against the Flyers in Philly tonight. Forward JT Compher says the adversity of this road trip has been good for the Wings' development. Wings are currently 6 points out of a playoff spot. Puck drop at 7 tonight. Pregame at 6:45 right here on 97.1. And Evan Petzold of the Free Press reports that contract talks between the Tigers and Alex Bregman have stalled. He says Detroit remains interested in the former Astros third baseman, but those negotiations are currently what he calls a standstill. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, he gets a chance to fix that this weekend. I just don't think Taylor Swift will allow it.
Taylor Swift does not play for the Chiefs.
I'm convinced she's actually Roger Goodell. Look, we'll leave it for the weekend. I quit after what I watched Saturday. But we're talking to Lion fans. We're keeping it a little bit more open-ended because yesterday was an abbreviated show. And look, we've got a lot of ways to go with this. Will we have a Jared Goff discussion? Yes. Will we have a Super Bowl window conversation? Yes. But those are topics that take a day or two to let it breathe a little bit. People are still in their feelings from the weekend. So it's, who's taking the brunt of the blame? Ben Johnson leaving. The only rule I've offered today is you're just not going to call up with the childish, honestly, soft ass, oh, he's a traitor. He's the second highest paid coach in the NFL behind Andy Reid at $13 million a year. He gets the number one pick from last season in Caleb Williams, who no offense to any of you, it doesn't matter what you think, he believes he can shape into a Super Bowl winning quarterback. And he's going to have complete autonomy and an unlimited budget to bring in a high-end coaching staff. Are you kidding me? If you're driving around and you think Ben's a traitor, all right, somebody doubles you up. Man, please, you'd sleep with Satan. So just cut it out.
Not even doubling you up. He's making so much money. And, as you say, you have your own quarterback. So now all you got to do is go into the draft thinking, okay, we could take the best O-lineman or whatever it's there, because while everybody else is drafting quarterbacks and the other positional players are just falling down to you,
right?
You get your pick.
Look, they already have a really good defense. They have the weapons on offense. A couple of linemen. If Ben Johnson is who many of you have said he is, right? If he's that guy and it works, you're going to have a real problem on your hands. So, yes, we'll have all of those conversations, but I'm not going to slander Ben Johnson because I also never deluded myself into thinking he was staying. But he really likes it here. I know his housekeeper. Okay, how'd that work out for you?
He had unfinished business.
Right, I get it. He stayed through 2 cycles. This was the end of the road. And by the way, Aaron Glenn is at 1925 Jets Drive. They're not letting him leave the building. So it sounds like Aaron Glenn, that news could break today that he's going to be the coach of the Jets. That's what it sounds like, feels like.
Looks like.
So it's just the hits keep coming if you're a Lions fan. Let's go to Bob in Ann Arbor. He's been very patient. Bobby, I'm very sorry it took so long. What's going on?
Oh, no problem at all, Mike. I know a lot of people are in their feelings and need to call. I'm one of those people.
All right, so let's vent. Go ahead. What do you got?
All right. here's the thing. I give 50-50 blame for Saturday's game. 50% Goff. I mean, like that throw where he had Sam Laporta underneath and just overthrew the receiver, air-mailed it for that pick six. That was just a bad decision. That really just from there on out, I never felt like we were in it. And then the second one, I guess the pick that he threw into the end zone with the second half, the clock waning down. I see why he wanted to take that shot, but again, he had someone else right underneath too. Could have just thrown it there. That one, yes, it's definitely his fault, but I don't blame him quite as much. And I get, and the other 50%, Ben Johnson. Like, I know he's been great for us. I'm not one of those people who thinks he's bad. I'm not one of those people who thinks he's a traitor. But I think he objectively called a bad game on Saturday. That 3rd and 1 with an empty set. Jahmyr Gibbs was pretty much averaging a first down every time he touched the ball, and only give him 14 carries is ridiculous. And that pass play to J-Mo, that J-Mo threw that pick, like, you know what this reminded me of? I now can empathize with Falcons fans after the 28-3 blown lead and how they felt about Kyle Shanahan. You know what I mean? Like, what the decisions he made. I mean, it's not quite there maybe because that was a Super Bowl, but Kyle Shanahan kind of knowing he had the SF job, and then I'm not one of those people who thinks that he wasn't focused, but it just leaves a bad taste in your mouth when that's how you go out. You know what I mean?
The point you're bringing up is well taken to me, but I want to listen. I think the problem with a lot of the bright whiz kid offensive coordinators is they think that they're the smartest guy in the room, and often they are, but they out-cute themselves, right? Like they do the things you don't need to do, and whether it was Kyle who just run the ball, man, and you win the Super Bowl. No, Bob, I think you're making, at least for me, I don't want to speak for Rico, I totally get what you're saying, and I share that sentiment.
Yeah, and then I just want to say this too. I'm with you. I don't see next year going super well. My expectations are not high. Losing both coordinators, and you're probably gonna lose Hank Fraley. I think he's as good as gone, because if we're gonna promote Engstrand, I feel like Fraley's kind of at the end of the road here in terms of the ladder he can climb up. If he wants to climb up the ladder and he doesn't get the promotion, you're the OC. The only logical thing to do is either go to Seattle, where he already has an interview, or follow Ben Johnson to Chicago. The Chicago thing, I will say, one thing that kind of comforts me is whenever I see Chicago celebrating a huge offseason, Ben Johnson getting that royal welcome in Hall, it kind of made me chuckle. I'm like, all right, the expectations are this high. The Bears are going to fall short. I mean, I don't know that for sure, but I'm kind of hoping that's what it is.
No, Bob, they are the king of the off-season championships.
Exactly, yeah, and I hope this is the same way. But, man, gut punch this weekend. I do not have high hopes for next year. I think 9 or 10 win season, I will be happy. That's just where I'm at, and it just sucks. It just does.
It does, and Bob, it's supposed to hurt because these moments don't come around very often. I mean, we joke around with David, Bob. His team makes the playoffs every year. They haven't won a playoff game since 2016. I mean, yeah. I'm a Giants fan. We've got one playoff win in 15 years? Seriously, we won the Super Bowl in 2011. What playoff wins we got since then?
But that's the thing. You won a Super Bowl.
Right. I'm just saying I know how much it sucks. Trust me. And it's like because it's supposed to hurt at this level because you're trying to win the Super Bowl. And I think, Bob, you have a good approach to it. I can vibe with somebody like you. When I get to the discotheque people, that's where you lose me. No, it's not all going to be okay all the time. No, you're not going to hire Ara Parsegian as your next OC. Like, there's a chance you hire a dud. Like, the other thing, and Bob, like, I don't want this to happen, but anyone who thinks that Brad Holmes is just going to draft all-pro players and continue them, I got bad news for you. He will draft a couple of construction barrels that will be cut. Yep. That's the league.
Yeah, he already has.
Well, I mean,
he already has.
Right, but I'm saying in your first round draft pick stuff, like the best GMs in history hit 50%. This guy's on a Zach Galifianakis heater in The Hangover at the blackjack table. It doesn't last forever. So no, Bob, I get it. It does hurt. It should hurt. And I don't know that it's going to get better. Like, I don't know that you'll ever be up 17 in an NFC title game again. And I sure as hell don't know that you're ever going to win 15 games again. And you can also say, factually, getting the 1 seed is really difficult. I mean, if you do that once in a decade, you're in the 1% of NFL franchises. Think about that. So there's no shame in it hurting. It should.
And can I say this, because you just brought that point up? You're right. There's no guarantee you're going to hire the right guys. People forget. Anthony Lynn was the offensive coordinator for Dan Campbell when he first got here. And Aubrey Pleasant was also here. 2 guys that he had to, sadly, let go because they didn't match what he wanted here. So it's not a guarantee that it's just going to fit.
Anthony Lynn, yeah, wasn't he a former coach too?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
He also had one of the craziest commercials I've ever seen too. Like, he almost died in a car accident. And then they reunited him with the EMSs who saved his life and like used the jaws of life to get him out of the car. Very emotional. It's a crazy story. I mean, he stunk as an OC, but I mean, those two things have nothing to do with each other. Sorry, I just remembered the commercial, and it was one of those, wow. I'm just saying, like, in a sea of Whopper commercials, there was something with meaning.
No. I get it.
Jesus, can't always be a
Whopper. He's the guy that saved my life.
That's what he said.
No, I'm saying in the middle of a Whopper. Okay?
Can't always be a hot dog roller, Kenny.
I realize that it's, yeah.
By the way, did Kenny tell you about his walk of shame?
No.
Can we do that? Kenny, are you willing to share that next?
I will share it next.
Not the other walk of shame. This is different. I just want to make sure we're clear about that. It wasn't Kenny shoeless walking along, Baldwin Road. That's not what we're talking about.
All I know is Kenny was famous because I was at the Oakland U of D game and everybody was like, would you eat a hot dog from Kenny's hot dog roller? Really? That's all you got from that show? Okay.
It's amazing what people will latch on to. We'll
Right.
have 4 hours of conversation about sports and the hot dog
So glad
roller.
I tried to put like real research into why the Commanders had a chance. Don't remember none of that. Kenny's hot dog roller.
I was waiting for Kenny to show up. Your team won, by the way.
Ooh, U of D?
Oakland.
Oh, okay.
Forget it.
I did. It was like a big day in sports. I went to Oakland U of D, and then I went downtown for the pregame show, and then the Lions lost to the Commanders. I couldn't make the Piston game, though.
Winter driving season. Reckless drivers everywhere. If you are injured in an accident, you've got one phone call to make. It is injury attorney David Femininio. You can pick up the phone right now. Talk to David personally anytime by just calling 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
The action is heating up this playoff season at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Hey, if you like the Commanders and Jaden Daniels, how about the Commanders money line? Jaden Daniels to throw over 250 yards and Jaden Daniels to rush for over 50 yards. That's at plus 1,000. The new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Odds and lines subject to change. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for detail.
Straight to the people. Q is in Detroit, and he is up next on the ticket. Q, what's going on? How are you?
I'm like Florida James, man. Damn. I'm still in my feelings from Saturday, man. And, I know you guys like to talk. You talked about it earlier, what was worse, losing the way last year, losing the way this year. And honestly, man.
Q, real quick. You got us on speakerphone?
Yeah, hold on. This is better?
Oh, yeah. Much better. Tremendous. Thank you for that.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, I'm like Florida James from Good Times. Damn, man. I'm still feeling the type of way about Saturday, man. And like, what's worse about it, last year compared to this year was compared like last year, we were closer, but just maybe just because it was the first time we got that far in a while that I could, look back on and be like, it was such a good year. And then we got news that Ben Johnson was coming back, so we're going to bring the band back together. So I could delude myself thinking, okay, well, next year we'll really get it, and it'll be better. And then during the regular season, it was better. So to lose the way this year, and then to have Ben Johnson leave, Aaron Glenn's about to leave. Sounds like Frank Haley might leave. Sounds like Terrell Williams might leave. It's just all bad, man, compared to last year. So I kind of disagree that this feels worse than last year, but that's just my personal opinion.
So, Q, so you're basically saying it's going to take a while for you to get over this.
Just give me a couple weeks, maybe sometime after the Super Bowl where we can focus on the draft and I could just, focus on next year. But, nah, man, last year I didn't feel like watching the Super Bowl. This year I ain't watching it at all. Man.
No, hey, Q, you shouldn't. I mean, I laugh when people are like, oh, no, I'm still going to. Why would you ever want to look at football after what went down Saturday?
No, man, I mean, I totally agree. Because, in years past, when we never got close to it, it's like, oh, yeah, watch football, watch good teams, have the family around, not have any delusions. All the Lions were supposed to be there. 2 years in a row, I feel like the Lions supposed to be there, man. I'm like, nah, there's a different type. I used to judge people who used to be like, oh, you can't watch Super Bowl because your team's on it. There's only 132 teams, not when your team has expectations like ours, man. Nah,
Q,
man, I can't watch it.
I understand it because for the longest, the Super Bowl was something that was a different sport that the Lions played. It was like, oh, okay, it's you play football, but that's real football. So yeah, I understand it not wanting to see it. Trust me, I didn't watch any of the post game ceremony after the Super Bowl. As soon as that play happened, touchdown, click, off.
And it's not even just that. It's not even just that, man. Like, I can't even watch my sports shows like I used to, man. I've been watching The Desperate Housewives, all that.
Oh, Jesus.
The last couple of days.
Q. Come on, it can't be that bad. Oh,
no,
Q.
No, I get Q. No,
it's that bad.
Q.
I've been watching Love Island, whatever.
Q.
Just
No, Q, I get it because, Mike, when that happens, you don't want to watch any Sports Center. You don't want to watch Good Morning Football. You don't want to watch anything that's just going to remind you of how bad your team lost.
But we got to get Q on some quality TV here. Come on now. That's in the gutter.
Right. He needs some trash TV to kind of cleanse the palate. That's all.
I mean, Q, you ever watch The Sopranos? There's like 8 seasons.
Yeah.
I mean,
I get it. I watch. Look,
Mike, he doesn't need anything that he's going to like. Q,
I don't need to challenge myself. I just need to compare myself. Be like, oh man, that's crazy. You know what? Things could be worse.
You know what this is, Mike? It's emotional tub of ice cream for Q. It's not good for you, but he just wants that ice cream to sit there and eat his feelings for a little bit. He just wants to watch a bad show.
Housewives?
He knows it's a bad show. I'm not going to watch this bad show forever. I just need
the Lions
something.
won't come up in anything.
Right.
It's just
okay.
This is his tub of ice cream.
Breaking Bad.
Once again, but you get wrapped up in that. You're not going to get wrapped up in Desperate Housewives.
Truth. I think one thing Q is saying, and I feel like Lion fans after Saturday night, unless you're just truly a goofball, you're not going to be the same. Because last year was a fairy tale, right? And it ended horribly. But you went, hey, man, we're going to be right back to this next year. And then they actually delivered on that. And then Saturday happened. I wonder if people will have less of a fall because they will approach it with the healthy skepticism that is necessary to not lose your mind as a fan. Because when you go and you put on your little disco shirt, you're not going to know how to deal with real life.
You know, they banned that, so they banned the disco.
Guess what? Doesn't mean it didn't happen. I warned him.
What you're going to find out,
I told him I didn't like it.
You got a heavy dose of the NFL, and nothing is promised. Nothing is guaranteed. It doesn't matter how big of a Vegas point spread that you are. It doesn't matter how many games that you won. The other team is trying to win the game as well.
I've heard
it
that.
is not an exhibition.
Kenny's walk of shame before we get more of the calls. This is the saddest thing I heard, and I mean it. If I could play, like the Sarah McLachlan they play when they're like, please feed these starving children. If we could just have Kenny in slow motion to that music. Take a listen. This is the scene at Casa de Cot, the hot dog roller.
So it was a fine Saturday night. Just got done watching the Lions, and I happened to look over at my hot dog roller. I unplugged it, slowly trotted into the kitchen, put it on the counter. Hasn't been plugged in since. I cleaned it. One single tear dripping from my cheek.
You sure that wasn't grease?
Might have been. Up for debate. The hot dog roller has seen the last days in the living room.
It's over. That the Lions did that.
End of an era.
So
he fought the fight. He would fight his girlfriend on a daily basis to keep that thing in the living room. And then, no warning, no negotiations, just a sad man and his roller.
A defeated man and his roller.
David, let me hit that music again.
No.
So basically, the hot dog roller embodied the Lions.
It was one.
And once they were done, you were done.
It was one shining, piece of light in my life, and once the Lions extinguished it, I had to unplug it, and
won't be plugged in again until football.
Will you bring it back, Kenny?
To the living room? Probably. I don't think I can fight that battle any longer.
So this was a one time only thing.
I think so. I think it's got to make a home in the kitchen at some point now. Sadly,
the Lions ended.
They broke him.
The hot dog roller.
The hot dog roller.
Can you
no
imagine? Kenny, level with me. How many drinks deep were you when you were schlepping it into the kitchen?
Definitely a handful. There was there had been some adult beverage consumed.
Just a thought to throw it over the balcony.
Yes.
Kenny,
I was actually hoping Kenny had taken a pistol out and shot the hot dog roller. Wow. That was my sincere hope.
Wow. That would have been priceless. Kenny, what was the point?
Kenny got the shotgun from under the bed.
What was the point where you just said, this is not going to happen today?
I think it started with the JMO pick. I was like, all right, this is what today's going to be, huh?
It took you till then?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I was holding out hope.
Because at that point, it was still what?
It was a 10-point game. Yeah.
38-28.
Yeah.
I was like, well, this is how it's going to go. And then I was just making plans to unplug it and move it into a different room.
The roller is no more, people.
The roller's no mas.
David, a few ticket texts. We'll get back to the callers. But that sad scene of buzzed up Kenny
with a shotgun,
not walking in a straight line, maybe careening off a door jamb, and
I like the shotgun
of just destroying the hot dog roller.
Just throw it off the balcony. Pull.
Boom. Gone. That's what I was hoping for. All right, David, what do you got?
Guys, I'm absolutely heartbroken. I've been physically ill since Saturday night. I've never felt this way over a sports team before. Someone else is texting in, bro, Desperate Housewives, Love Island. You're right, Mike. We need to get that caller some better Trash TV.
I was trying to lift Q up, but he didn't want it. He just wanted to lay on the floor.
He just wanted some straight trash. That's it. Breaking, I think all those shows have some quality to it. No. Trash.
Guys, Montgomery was a huge issue in this game. I absolutely love the guy, but he wasn't ready and was a liability. Why did they take the ball out of Gibbs' hand?
I blame the coaches. I have a right to blame the coaches.
Someone else says, I blame the double-digit discount guys for this loss. I'm a superstitious fan, and overconfidence never pleases the football gods.
Okay. I don't know if, you know what, we don't have time for this.
No, yes, we do, MF.
Okay. It's sad that Jimmy Powers and I were the voices of reason on Sunday or Saturday for the pregame stuff as everybody listening to Rieger and Ryan. And then I had to do the show with Cookies. And it was like, guys, they're literally breaking down the championship game. I'm like, but you still got to play this one. Nah, this one's over. This is like, it's not. And Jimmy and I are looking like, hey, guys, that's not how the NFL works. Oh, I'm not even worried about. Oh, okay.
As a program director, are you allowed to assault a host with a pipe?
I don't.
Like right to the back of the cranium. I wouldn't even feel it.
I think
you're talking NFC title game.
Go home for the day.
HR may frown upon that.
And I'm. David, we need to fix something over here. I may have punched into an error code.
Read something, Rico.
Yes, be curious.
Hey, guys, listen up. I know it's freezing outside. Winter is here, but it doesn't mean you got to wait until spring to get your dream deck, because all you need to do is call Coy Construction right now, and they can add one to your home. Why? Because they build decks throughout the cold winter months. Coy Construction is a family-owned and operated Trex Pro Platinum dealer. What does that mean? It means you don't have to clean and restain and do all of that stuff to your deck like your neighbors do. They install the deck, and that's it. You sit back and enjoy all the barbecues and everything that you want to do out on your new deck that they will design and build for you. Coy Construction is where you want to go with this. Give them a call right now. They'll get your project started. They got limited slots available, so you need to call them today to secure that spot. So whether it's a cozy retreat or a gathering space for the warmer months, Coy's expert team will bring your vision to life. Don't wait. Call Coy Construction today and get your winter deck project underway. You'll be glad that you did.
All right, we'll get to the people. Lions, obviously, the conversation. We've kept it a little bit open-ended. Just don't want to bury you with specific topics when so many people have so much of what they want to say, and then we're interweaving things. And we're also keeping our eye out because it feels like sometime this afternoon there's going to be an announcement. Aaron Glenn's head coach of the Jets. So we'll keep our eye on it. Ben Johnson, obviously, with the Bears. And then really just a lot of processing and blame and different things. So we'll go to Toby, see what he's got for us. What's up, Tobes?
Okay, first off, I just want to say it was an absolute just awful performance by every facet of that football team. The offense didn't do what they should have done. They should have ran the ball more. The quarterback played not his best game, as we know, and the defense did not do anything close to what they were doing the previous 5, 7, 10 weeks, okay? They weren't. And the excuses that I've heard, we were lost on defense. We had all these defensive problems. No, they won 15 games with that so-called poor defense. All right. And the last thing I really want to discuss that is more important, I think, than anything in my mind is that national sportscasters and local sportscasters and television people were talking about the Lions playing the Philadelphia Eagles. And they're saying, well, when they face Philadelphia, when this happens, when that happens. And I said from the very beginning of when we were going to play Washington, we should not be worried about the second game. We have to worry about Washington. They're a threat. They're a threat. They're a threat. And we didn't take them as seriously as I thought we should have, whether it be the sportscasters, the analysis people, the TV people, and or the offensive people that run the team and or the coach and even the players. And the last thing I want to say is that, yes, last year's loss to San Francisco was more heart-wrenching than this loss. The reason for that, very simple. The Lions were not in this game that they played against the Washington Redskins, the Washington Commanders, than they were last year when they were up by 17 points. So, no, I was not really upset about the loss. I'm just upset about the fact that they did not perform to the way they should have performed, but they didn't.
See, Rico, you've got a take on this, so I want you to please do your thing here with Toby because you think Saturday was worse than the NFC title game. So I'll let you two duke this out.
Toby, I do. I think Saturday was worse because everything, like last year in the game at San Francisco, you were not the favorites. You did have a lead. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to disparage your feelings. But this year, everything was built on getting the 1 seed, having all roads go through Detroit, and they did. Through all the injuries, they kept winning and winning and winning, and the path was there. You never had to leave Detroit. You had the fan base, and that was going to lead you straight to New Orleans.
I get that, Rico, but they never were in the game. They were not in control of that game. They were in control of the San Francisco game up to the second half kickoff. They were in control of it. They had the game in hand. That play, when they kicked the field goal at the end of the first half, I thought they should have went for the touchdown to make it 21, but they didn't. They kicked the field goal. They had that game in San Francisco. They had San Francisco down on the ground. They didn't just step on their neck. This game, they didn't even grab anybody from the Washington team to even put them on the ground. They weren't even in the game.
No. But Toby, hold on. But Toby,
played all year.
Toby, here's the thing. But I saw this team come back from being down double digits on the road at Minnesota. I saw them coming back at Houston. So it wasn't like they have not done this before against this Commanders team. This was at home. So, yeah, all the way up until that J-Mo interception is when I'm like, I don't think they're going to win this thing. But everything was set up for you to do all of this stuff here. You had a 15-2 record. You know how hard it is to win 15 games in the NFL.
Of course, we all know this, but Rico, the bottom line is the whole game, it seemed like they were trying to catch up. The whole game.
That's fair.
They weren't in control.
It's also not true.
They didn't have control of the offense. They couldn't get the other team off the field. And they were controlled the whole game by Washington's offense and, yes, by Washington's defense.
But, Toby, the reason why you were behind is because you came out the gate being stupid. You came out the gate with Montgomery, and your first series, you just threw it away. You were that arrogant enough to think that, not you, Toby, but in my opinion, the Lions kind of threw that first series away.
Well, I know, but it goes back on what I originally said at the beginning of the conversation. Most of this is on the coach and the coaches for not getting them prepared. And then their performance was absolutely abysmal. It was the worst performance that they performed all season. It was their worst game.
And yet you had a chance to go up 14-3 in that game. So I get Lions fans, I get you're hurt, but you're lying to yourselves. You could have been up 14-3.
But am I allowed to? I love.
They weren't.
But hold on, I'm with Toby in this regard. Only this: you were in the NFC Championship game, and you had game control. You were up 3 scores. Like
they didn't step on their neck.
I just can't let go of that. Versus this is the divisional round, and all I will say is you had a shot at control early. And I'm with Rico in this regard. The opening drive with no Gibbs, silly. Throwing it on 3rd and 1, arrogant. But reality is, once that game got to the mid-third quarter, Washington's win probability was north of like 80%, and the entire fourth quarter was at 98, 99%. So it's just easier to let go of the rope. You never had the rope.
Right, but I guess I look at the fact that because it wasn't expected. Yes, you had the lead. It was a 17-point lead. This year, it was built on this team. You destroyed everybody to build this path to make it so easy that you never had to leave the crib because you were the number 1 seed. You destroyed Minnesota in the final game. This was all set up for you to win it all. So that's why I said, to me, Saturday was worse because it was yours. I mean, you just didn't beat teams. I think it was like plus 222, like the point differential that you had throughout the entire year. It was just ridiculous.
I know.
Yes, you had a 17-point lead in San Francisco. Outside of Lions fans, that was kind of like, nobody really saw that coming.
I know that. It's just it happened.
I know.
Look, it doesn't matter now.
No.
They both ended in L's. And this team still hasn't made a Super Bowl. And the pathway is only going to be more difficult. Because it'll happen.
See, I don't think you'll ever have it as easy as you did this year.
No. Now, the counter to it will be, we won't have as many injuries. Both are true. How about that? But you're right. You're at home against a rookie in the divisional round. You got to win that game. And I didn't sit here saying you're going to lose. I just said this will not be comfortable. I can absolutely see a pathway this kid is going to bust your balls. I didn't think you'd get dusted.
That's why I had it at a 3 when we did the concern level.
And even TJ did too.
Yeah.
So for all the discotheque folks, read something, will you please? Oh, actually.
That's you.
Oh, damn it. Okay. Well, NFL playoffs, FanDuel and stuff. You know the drill. The best sports book out there. You bet 5, you get 300 in bonus bets. Championship weekend, rifle and SGP. I don't know. Hell, some of you aren't even going to watch the game, and I respect it. I totally understand it. But if you're going to bet, do it with FanDuel, FanDuel.com/ticket, and take advantage of their latest offer. It's FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online wager only, $5 first deposit required, bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, right back to the people. We'll get a Can We Say That Part 2, top of the hour. Odyssey.com rewind if you missed anything. And, of course, our YouTube page, Valenti Show with Rico. Hit it up. I don't know, like, subscribe, whatever, because it's free and it helps us. And it'll make Evan happy. So if you can do that, we would really appreciate that. Now, we go to Ron, 97.1. Ronnie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make 2 points here. I'm with you, Mike. I just can't believe the hypocrites that turned their back on Ben Johnson with all this slander. Yesterday, I'm watching the Lions podcast on YouTube, and the thumbnail says Ben Johnson is a traitor. So I'm tripping. So I'm going to tune in, and I'm going to see what's going on. The host, he's a real good dude. I'm not going to say his name, but he's a real good dude. He has good content. He gives us good information on the team. But he was absolutely losing his mind with this insane criticism of Ben Johnson, saying things to the fact that, Ben Johnson is dead to me now. Of all places, he goes to Chicago, and his focus for the game wasn't there. He was thinking about Chicago. So I'm, kind of taken back because, you losing me with that, bro. And then I look in the comment section, and they're pretty much saying the same things. And I'm like, what is going on with these people? Now, in the heart of many Americans, the American dream is to be, you want to be blessed with the American dream. And within the American dream is opportunity. I'm thinking Ben Johnson has just received one of the greatest opportunities that a man can receive. Like you said, he is the second highest paid coach in the NFL. He would have been an idiot if he would have walked to that podium and said, you know what, I'm going to have to take a rain check on this because
That's right.
I believe the fan base in Detroit would not appreciate me coming to Chicago.
Ron, here's the easiest way I can say it, all right? And I just hear me when I say this. I'm not asking you to agree. This is my perspective on it. I think, if you do this job, I think it's very difficult to approach it with this innocence and fan routine. We are all fans of our team, but you become jaded after a while. I think the other thing, Ron, is fans are hurting. They're going to project. Ben Johnson left. They feel scorned. He went to a rival. But the reality is, when you step back and apply what Ben Johnson did to your own life, nobody with a straight face could say they would do it any different. So exactly. it's just perspective. And look, it's hard because this fan base has never been through it. So it's hard for me to be like, well, act like you have. But yeah, Ron, I mean, the fan base is showing their ass a little bit, and they just gotta figure it out.
Right. I agree with you, sir. And the next point I just want to talk about is the game itself. The offense, they played a bad game. Now, I'm not going to say they played a terrible game, but they still put 31 points up on them. Mm-hmm. Hello?
Yeah.
I'm listening. I thought you were gone. They put 31 points up on the board. So it was a bad game based on certain play calls and execution. I get that. But the defensive side, I just want to say it like this. I think it would be delusional thinking, or we were in denial, if we think that our team this year would have been to the Super Bowl with 70% of our defensive starters on IR. When you get to the playoffs, you're playing the elite teams now. And those teams will expose a defense that has been hurt the way the Lions defense was hurt. So I kind of did not expect our team to really go
but Ron,
that far.
No, and not you, but a lot of people just said, well, we'll just outscore them. We know our defense is bad, but we can do enough. And then they got drunk off of what you saw with the Minnesota game. Oh, look what we did to Sam Darnold. Our defense is back. Another reason why I think that this year was worse than last year is because after last year, you had expectations. Oh, we saw what it took to get there. We're going to come back. We're going to refocus. All the coordinators came back, and there were high expectations for 4 months. You went on a ride only to have the ride crash and burn last Saturday. That's why I think last Saturday was harder than the championship. There was no expectations when you went into that game. It was all like, could this really happen? Can we really go to the Super Bowl? This year, it was all about, we're going to the Super Bowl.
I understand that. But like I said, the reality of having all your starters hurt and Amik Robinson gets hurt in the first series of the game, it was just like, man, I heard I heard a statement this morning that the next man up, and the Lions ran out of the next man up.
They did, and that was and Ron, listen, I got crucified because when they lost to Liam and Carlton Davis, and I'm like, well, that's it, can't win the Super Bowl now. Well, next man, and it's like, no, guys, eventually, it's what Ron said. Look, when Amik broke his arm like 5 seconds into the game, that impacts your game plan. And Amik Robertson was already playing out of position. And here's how this was going to work. The longer Amik Robertson had to play outside versus nickel, he was going to get exposed because he is like 5'9", and he's a pit bull, and he tries hard. If he's not a perimeter corner, but he filled in and he did it admirably. Yeah. But what happens the longer you got to be out there? You get exposed. Well, now he's hurt. Now you're down to a rookie, Vildor, and some guy number 40. I just know it wasn't Max Bulla. I don't know who that was.
Wow, good call.
I just don't know who that was.
And I think a lot of people got seduced by that Viking game. And Mike, this is why I'll give you credit, because you could talk about the whole ginger and all of that because, look at our defense. We're back. We're Super Bowl ready. It's like, guys, that was just one game. And that was a horrible game plan by Minnesota because you saw the Commanders were like, well, what if we just run a screen? Touchdown. Well, what if we do this? Oh, we're just going to run the ball. Every time we run the ball right up the middle for 8 yards. Like, they actually came in with a plan to go against your defense where the Vikings didn't. But I think a lot of people got seduced by that.
Well, and that's, again, Cliff Kingsbury, that was a masterclass in kind of how to approach it. And look, the problem with the Lions, and this is where the talent isn't just to blame, they weren't getting lined up right. I mean, how many times do we look at Washington having one of those perimeter advantages, 3-on-2 or 2-on-1 or whatever it may be? Or how many times are they able to just have the mesh point and the Lions look clueless to how to play an RPO?
I think over the 4th and 2, and Jaden Daniels rolls out like, guys, he's only done that play.
Yes, and here's the problem.
Year long.
This is the problem on this now. And again, I've defended Terry and Arnold, but on this particular play, that's high school stuff. You cannot give up the edge. You are the last man standing out there. And you know in film study, you know in install, this is what they're going to do on a 3rd and 4th or short. And Terrian got sucked in and he couldn't get back. You can't. One misstep, you're going to get beat to the corner. Yeah. So it was just the details. Rico, it's why since Saturday I can't escape they didn't take this series.
Yeah, like the 4th and 2, like it's the exact same play they did the week before. And he just faked it, rolled it out, picked up the first. And it's like, Terry, don't fall for the banana. And
you saw his soul leave his body.
Because he knew, like, oh, okay, they told me not to do this, and I did it anyway.
There it is.
Because Daniels just rolled out, picked up the first. I was like, guys, it's not like they didn't run this play. This is their bread and butter play.
All the little details the Commanders got right, and you didn't. Yeah. I attribute that to focus. It doesn't mean I'm right. It's just that is my prevailing thought.
Yeah.
And it's also why I'm not sad, I'm angry. But that's a general default button.
Nah, you know what? You have a right to be angry because it was the 12 men on the field on 4th and 2.
Kenny, can I shoot your hot dog roller to feel better?
Yes, you may.
Pull. Jesus. All right, we'll get to the people. We're being as efficient as possible. Everybody, just chill out. We got you. We'll get you to the end of your workday. Very cathartic experience today. 97.1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Walking anytime, 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson officially arriving in Chicago this afternoon for his new job as head coach of the Bears. He addressed the facility and got a standing ovation from team employees. With Johnson gone, officially on Aaron Glenn watch now in the Motor City. The Lions defensive coordinator meeting in person with the Jets this afternoon, and they reportedly don't want him to leave the building without a contract today, though it is getting late in the day. Red Wings will try to avoid a third straight loss at Philly tonight against the Flyers. Detroit's 6 points out of a playoff spot. Puck drop at 7, 6:45 pregame here on 97.1. And after they raised the championship trophy last night, Ohio State's the favorite to get it done again next season, followed by Texas, Oregon, and Georgia. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, this is the back nine. This is part 2 of our weekly session of Can We Say That? David.
Gentlemen, can we say that Ryan Day may not be back at Ohio State next season? Being everybody wanted his head. He's won the title. And maybe this is his way of saying, okay, you never really believed in me. My stock has never been higher. I can leave and go someplace else. Pro job.
What pro? Is this a report?
No,
I mean,
no.
I'm in the bubble here doing radio. Did something happen?
No, I'm just saying, I mean, his name has been, it's like he's one of the few college coaches that you hear like, oh, well, maybe they'll go after Ryan Day. Is this the time for Ryan Day to strike and see what else is out there?
I'm going to say no to this until I hear something else. Now, is there a weird thing going on where they keep talking about we have a story to tell and Herb Street was crying? I don't want to say no, and then like all of a sudden it comes out like Ryan Day is sick or something. I don't know, but I'm going to say no. David, go ahead.
Yeah, I think what they're referencing is the reports of around-the-clock police protection for his family during this entire process of him losing to Michigan and all this stuff. And I could see him saying, maybe I'm done with this. I did what I needed to do, but I don't see it yet.
Okay.
I don't see it yet.
Can we say that the Lions now, with I think the 28th pick, will select someone off of the defensive line?
No, because Brad Holmes don't give an F what you have to say. He'll probably take a wide receiver. He just doesn't. He doesn't want to take D lineman. Not high, at least. They had Aiden's pick, and that was a no-brainer. My dog would have drafted Aiden number 2. So I'll just say no. Hell, he'll draft Ray Finkel. He is not taking a D lineman.
Einhorn is Finkel.
With the 28th pick, the Detroit Lions select Tyler Warren. I don't know. It could be anybody, anyone. They just don't do it in the first round with a defensive lineman.
Can we say, based off of reports, that Cooper Kupp will be traded in the offseason? Does not sound like he's happy in L.A.
Yes. And honestly, they've got other things they can retool. I mean, they've crushed their drafts. Their defense is right where it needs to be, full of young, cheap players. Offensively, they've got Puka Nacua, who's probably risen to be the number 1 guy. They have a power running game. Yeah, okay, I'll go with it. And he's been a non-factor in a lot of their games.
Yeah, Cooper Kupp he'll still be in L.A. He'll just be a Charger.
Oh.
He will be elsewhere. I don't see him staying with the Rams. They got to move on.
Can we say that you often hear that some athletes can just hit a switch and turn it on? Can we say that about Travis Kelce?
No. Okay, he caught a wide open touchdown pass. Ooh, no. and I've had enough of him.
Travis Kelce should not be playing NFL football anymore. He's nowhere near where he used to be.
But David, all of a sudden, he's back to looking like Travis Kelce.
I don't think he's looking like Travis Kelce. I don't know how he's open. It seems like a Cooper Kupp, Nakua type thing. How is he open? But no, he's not. No.
Can we now? We all know that Aaron Glenn is in New York Jets headquarters as of right now. They're trying to get him under contract.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just hypothetically say he becomes the Jets head coach. Can we say that Aaron Glenn and not Ben Johnson will be in the playoffs first?
Hold on. Repeat this again.
This is hypothetical.
Okay.
If Aaron Glenn takes the Jets job, that Aaron Glenn and the Jets will make the playoffs before Ben Johnson and the Bears.
No. I'm all in on Ben Johnson. Bears make the playoffs next year.
Wow. So they do the Commanders?
Dude, if he's 80% of what he's been pimped out to be as this genius, and they've already got the talent there, remember, it was Matt Eberflus. Yeah, man.
Okay.
I'm going to say I'll bet on Ben Johnson. The Jets are a mess.
So are the Bears.
I look at the division, too.
I'm looking at the division, and I'm also looking at the conference. AFC, NFC, wild card spots you can fight for. The AFC's real tough, but I'm going to still say yes, that he makes it before the Bears do. The Jets do, yes.
Okay. Can we say that right now, Jaden Daniels is a better quarterback than Jared Goff?
No, that's ridiculous. One guy's been to a Super Bowl. One guy's won a bunch of playoff games. One guy is in his hero arc here as a rookie. But come on, no. I'm gonna respect Jared Goff enough. Now next year,
okay,
Jaden may end up being, that guy.
Because here's how I preface it. Let's just go back to when we were 10 years old on the playground, and you had the first pick for your football team, and there's a little Jaden and there's a little Jared. Which one would you be taking?
To build a franchise? Oh, Jaden Daniels. He makes $10. And that's easy.
Take the money off the table.
Jaden Daniels.
Okay.
I'm going to answer this. It is January 21st. I'm going to answer this question like it is January 27th. They have both made a Super Bowl. So, yes, I'm saying Jaden Daniels over Jared Goff.
You want to bet the church fund on that?
Not the church fund.
Oh,
but
you sure?
something.
Of making the Super Bowl?
Yeah,
I'm with you.
What I'm saying is I think Jaden Daniels wins on Sunday, and you can both say they're Super Bowl.
David, right there with you, because that's the next one. Can we say that the Eagles will lose with an injured Jalen Hurts?
No.
Yes.
I just think the Eagles will control the line of scrimmage on defense. Washington's not going to get it their way.
Understood. I just don't trust Hurts, and eventually he's going to have to make a throw or two to win the game.
He was very coy and sheepish at the end of the game. Like, are you okay? Well, I played. I went out there. Are you hurt? Well, what is hurt? Like, he went all deep and philosophical. Something was wrong there.
Yeah, but he was also bootlegging after the injury, so I don't know what to believe.
Right, but that safety was like, yep, that showed me he's got nothing right there. Because the Jalen Hurts I know would have found a way to get rid of the ball. He just
D lineman did do a good job grabbing the ball. Like the D lineman was like, "Oh no, you can do whatever else you want, but I'm keeping that." Look, maybe you're right. I just can't live in this world.
Okay,
we were supposed to have Daniels.
I get you.
And then Tommy Cutlets ruined it all.
Can we say that it was just as simple the fact that the Lions could not overcome injuries last Saturday?
No. That's such a cop-out at that point. No. You turn the ball over 5 times. Headline. Yeah, your defense, all right, it had injuries. I don't think the defense is what ended your day. The turnovers, flat out, handing the Commanders 7 and a pick 6.
Yep.
No.
Yeah, the defense didn't call that play on 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2. The defense didn't throw the interception before halftime. That was not the defense.
Yeah. Can we say, because it looks like the Raiders are interviewing Pete Carroll, that Pete Carroll will be back as a head coach next year?
Yes, I will say that.
No.
Yes.
No. I sound like Michael Scott. No.
You'll see him chewing on the sideline
No
again.
more gum. No.
Okay.
No more. No more of that. No more Kelsey Taylor Swift. No more.
Well, it's going to happen. All right, last one. Can we say that Marcus Freeman in Notre Dame actually made the right move by trying to kick a field goal in the fourth quarter?
Only if you're a horse's ass. That was
because he came out and said it was going to be a 2-score game, but it was going to be 13 points rather than 16, which means we don't have to go for 2.
You can get out of here with that crap. That's the dumbest thing I've seen since the Flowbee. Late 80s, early 90s infomercials.
He's trying to make himself feel better.
Ridiculous.
Because he missed it. No,
it
you
was
never
a ridiculous decision, David. They didn't have the time to get the ball back twice more.
But they actually did.
No, they didn't. OSU had the ball.
Well.
No, don't give me the well. No, it was ridiculous. And Notre Dame was a fraud all year.
I think we need to get this man to a Taylor Swift concert.
I've had enough. She's calling the shots with the officials. Can we say it? Yeah, I just did. Something's going on. These calls are criminal.
Yes, but they still made the plays.
It's so bad.
I know.
Yeah, it helps when you get multiple drives extended. You rob a team of a punt.
We good?
I'm fine. I can't take any more. They're not that good.
Can we, you know what? Final one. Can we say that the Chiefs will be the first back-to-back-to-back champion?
Oh, God.
They'll three-peat. First one ever in the NFL.
Josh Allen, please. Please.
I can't say it. No.
This is like the 01 Breeders' Cup. 'Tis now for America. Come on. No more of this Mahomes nightmare. I can't.
The Chiefs versus the Commanders in the Super Bowl.
Be a 10-point spread.
Well, we all know what happens with a 10-point spread.
Okay. All right.
All right. That's Can We Say That Part 2, 97-1. All right, you said you wanted to get into the gym and work out, and Planet Fitness heard you. Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone, and you hesitated a little bit. Don't worry about it, because now through January 31st, you can just head into your local Planet Fitness. $1 down, $15 a month gets you started. And it's very simple because there's over 50 Planet Fitnesses throughout the Metro Detroit area. And once you go inside and you check it out, you're going to see that they have tons of cardio equipment, strength training equipment. And oh, by the way, if you need a little motivation, free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers that will focus just on you. So head into your local Planet Fitness right now. They are the home of the judgment-free zone. They don't care what you look like. Don't worry about it. There is no shaming there. They're just trying to help you become a better you. It's just that simple. And if you like it that much, you can even upgrade to the Black Card. That's $24.99 a month. But right now, $1 down, $15 a month, now through January 31st. Head into your local Planet Fitness to get started or check it out on planetfitness.com.
If your furnace isn't running right, especially in this crap, you're screwed. So you need service like now. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got you covered 24/7. They're locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Generators, too. And if Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they're going to take $50 off that next day service call. Ask about that winter bundle up discount. It's mastercraftheating.com. Let's get to the people. If you're just joining in, Odyssey.com Rewind, we've tried to keep it a little bit more open-ended today. Kind of exercise the demons from Saturday while still talking about the Ben Johnson news. Aaron Glenn is in New York, in the building, and it sounds like the Jets ain't going to let him leave. We've saved the Jared Goff discussion. We've saved the Super Bowl window stuff. Those, to me, are a little bit later in the week. But whatever's on your mind as it pertains to Saturday night and the disaster that game was, that's what's fair game today. 248-539-9797. With that, we go to Ben, 97.1. Ben, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how we doing, fellas?
Good, Benny. What's up?
Good. Calling from Charlotte, North Carolina. Just want to say the whole nation was behind us, so it hurts that much worse. But, guys, I want to start with, we're trading blows back and forth to start the game, and seems like Gibbs is automatic, like he has been all year. And then Goff gets rattled, whether it's concussed or not. But we need that defense to stay off the field, need to have those long drives, win time of possession. And we put it back in Goff's hands, which I don't have a problem with, but we need those long drives, like I said, to keep that defense. They're rattled. They're punched in the mouth. You lose a Meek the first play. The boys need a breather, trying to figure out the game plan on the fly, first point. And then with Goff, Brady made a great point. He's done it all year. He's had a phenomenal season, but when he misses his first look, he gets a little happy feet, and sometimes when it's worse, he turns to one of the three blind mice, misses Laporta underneath. I've seen it a lot of times this year. It's tough not to think that the Ben Johnson departure is going to hurt us.
No, it's going to.
When that first read's not there, whether St. Brown tripped or not, it's still
Ben, here's where it hurts you. You make a great point on Goff, because ultimately when Goff presses and he tries to do too much, he's not Joe Burrow, right? He's not Tom Brady. So you're right. But here's where the Johnson departure will hurt. People have ignored the relationship that Jared Goff had with Ben Johnson. The odds of you having that with the next guy from Jump Street, that's zero. You have to work up to that again. So, yes, I do believe it's going to hurt. To what level? How would I know? But the idea that it's business as usual, like I've heard some people talk about, that's talking about how you want it to be, not how it is.
No, it's a fantasy at that level. I just think with the momentum shifting, you could feel it with the early turnover. Yep. Could have gone up 14-3, and then the pick to follow where he, again, got absolutely his bell rocked. Put the ball in Gibbs' hands, earn the momentum back 10 yards at a time, and I think we could have had a different ball game.
I agree with you. And Ben, look, that's what you've highlighted. That's why Rico and I sit here and we're called haters, right? No, it's not. It's called knowing the game. The talent gap in the NFL is not big enough to have 2 to 3 catastrophic events and have you survive it. Welcome to the playoffs.
And before people, I'm glad that he mentioned that, and we'll get to more on Goff later, but it wasn't because he got hit on that play and he went into the tent, because he threw the pick six before he went into the tent. So, yeah. It's like, because people are making it sound like, well, he was just out there concussed.
No.
He may have been, but a lot of his mistakes happened before that hit. Just saying.
Correct. And one of the interceptions in the game was J-Mo. So that was Goff's second or third turnover at that moment. Again, people want to explain things away because the reality is you got your ass kicked, and that's painful. Yeah. I get that. But you don't have to spin it away.
And you need a bad guy.
Well, that's part of the healing process. People are looking for a boogeyman.
Right.
Why do you think Ben Johnson's getting crushed?
Dude, it's like the scene from Scarface. You need a bad guy. Everybody needs the bad guy.
Wow. That movie blows, by the way.
It's so bad, it's good.
Right, but people love it. And I'm like, this movie's terrible.
Because it was so bad. is so over the top.
Kenny, you
What made
seen
it good.
Scarface? Okay. I ask. You don't watch things before 2010.
No, I've seen it. I'm with you, Mike. I'm kind of mad on it.
It's terrible.
Okay.
It is. But that's why. It is. It's like Flash Gordon. It's so bad it's good.
Jesus.
It is. Flash Gordon, man. I love that movie, but it's
a
horrible.
deep cut right there. I mean, that's Kenny, you seen Flash Gordon?
No.
Nah, that was a no. We knew we were going to get to that
Right.
one. Let's go to Steve at 97.1. Steve, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, I'm a fan of the Lions. I've been since 1957. I've seen it all, heard it all, been there, done that. And the reason the Detroit Lions lost that game was for all the wrong reasons. You have Jahmyr Gibbs. It wasn't what Daniels was going to do. The Lions have way more talent than that Washington team. And Jahmyr Gibbs, you got to have in your game plan. And I don't care what anybody says. We have the best running back in the frickin' NFL today, the most dangerous. Derrick Henry is what he is, and he's at the end of his career. Shaquan Barkley, God bless you, at the end of his career. This guy has to get the ball 30 times. We could have rushed for 300 yards on that Washington defense. We were about to go up 14-3. They would have been on their heels. You keep feeding Gibbs the ball. You make sure that Jared Goff doesn't throw the ball more than 25, 30 times in the game. And we win that game. I'm not sad. I'm angry because the Detroit Lions owed it to their fans. They owed it to the state of Michigan to win that game. It's that simple. And you can't leave a guy like Jahmyr Gibbs. I mean, this guy was unstoppable. And we just didn't want to use him. And to force Jared Goff to throw that many times, I don't care who you are, you're going to lose. Any team in the NFL with any quarterback would have beaten the Detroit Lions Saturday night.
No, Stephen, I think they needed to approach it differently, but I go back to it because it's what I'm feeling, right? I just don't feel like this team, I think they overlooked him. And I think a better game plan and a more serious game plan, yeah, you're dedicated to time of possession. You're going to play it a little closer.
No, I was going to say like this, and David Montgomery, God bless him, okay?
But he shouldn't have been out there to start the game.
Yeah, he shouldn't have been playing. And I got rattled from other fans when I make texts and talk to people. Let's admit it. We're better without him. He should be second string, and you use him like we used Jamal Williams a few years ago. Gibbs blows my mind. He's the most Barry Sanders-ish running back in the NFL.
All right. Stephen, the one thing you're overlooking, listen, and I don't want to kill your buzz on this. All right, Gibbs is very good. But hold on. You got the reason Gibbs can look as fast and fresh this point in the season as he does is the presence of David Montgomery.
Yeah.
Okay, there's one Saquon Barkley who has 400 touches. Gibbs will never be that player. I don't want to trample on David Montgomery's value. Did I have major – look, Rico and I sat here when the guy goes down and it's season-ending surgery. And then he doctor shops and he finds somebody who goes, oh, no, you don't need the surgery. And he comes back and he's You don't have time for that. Why this team opened the game with him, I don't get.
And I think they wanted to show, oh, he's not done for the year. He's just as good. And what the Lions found out was having the 1 seed it's a nice title to have, but it means nothing because no one respects it and everybody's coming after you. It now means that you're the person that you're the hunted. Everybody wants to come after you, and they weren't ready for it. They weren't ready to be the 1 seed.
But at some point, you got to be the parent. You go to 4 doctors to find the right opinion just to say, oh, yeah, you can play.
It might have been 3, but your point is taken.
Yeah.
At some point, you got to say, you know what, I understand it, but if we make the Super Bowl, we'll maybe look then. But right now, we can't use you.
Didn't they tell you his status when they said, well, there'll be a role for him on this team? That didn't sound like, well, he's 100% and he's cleared.
Wow.
And he didn't, look, limited. I don't want to judge a guy in 7 carries, but he didn't look like a real difference maker out there. Agreed?
No, he didn't. It looked as if the second doctor is saying the same as let's just keep going. And you just hit the yellow pages up now and you just, hey, your last name is Doctor. Would you please say that he can play? Okay.
Your last name is Doctor.
Right.
248-539-9797. All right, well, if you're like Kenny and you just want to eat your feelings, Hungry Howie's can assist. Mix and match menu is back, $6.99. Anything on the menu, pair it up, $6.99, and your game day is ready to roll. And if you just don't want to watch football no more and the Lions have wrecked you, do what Rico does. Watch little comic book movies with a pizza. There you go, buddy. And he does it in a Spider-Man onesie. It's very exciting. Hungry Howie's has you covered. Mix and match. Just making sure you're paying attention, Rico. 8 different flavored crust. Limited time only on the deal. It's Hungry Howie's.
All right, so we've kind of had open lines today, just kind of talking through our feelings of how we felt about this team. Lions losing. We left it open. And if you missed anything, you can use the Odyssey Rewind. But right now, when you look at this, in my opinion, I think that this loss hurts a little bit more than the loss from last year. But that's just me.
That's up for people, yeah.
I could be wrong.
I'm not going to fight you to the death. I can tell you the title game bugged me more, but whatever. They both sucked. I mean, it's like the difference between getting hit by a train and hit by a car. I mean, you're dead either way. What the hell's the difference?
Good point.
You know, you got food poisoning. What are you going to compare the meals? You got sick on both of them. Kenny's hot dog roller. Let's go to Mario, 97.1. Mario, what's going on, buddy?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you doing today?
Good, sir. What's up?
Couple things. First of all, on Ben Johnson, nobody should blame the man. He's 38 years old for taking that position in Chicago. He's got a family to feed. He's probably set for life. So, people, give the man a break. He's done a lot of great things for this team, and for anyone to slam him on social media is just not right, my opinion.
Agree totally, but people are disgusting and largely irrational. I can't change it. It just sucks because the guy made a move for him and his family. He made a move that, Mario, if I come to you right now and I double your salary, you'd work for the devil, and you wouldn't think twice. So, why are we expecting Ben Johnson to do it differently? He doesn't owe you.
Because working for the devil is different than working for your competition, and that's what people are angry about.
Wouldn't it be worse?
Nah, not to some people because you're in the division, so we have to see him twice, and he should have more loyalty to the Lions and go and work somewhere else.
Or the Bears? You're saying the Bears are worse than Satan?
To some, yes.
Okay, well, those people are morons. Go ahead, Mario.
More importantly, gentlemen, regarding the game, I believe the game was winnable for many reasons, but more importantly, when you look at the Lions lineup, in my opinion, even with the injuries and everything, our lineup still was better than Washington's, in my opinion, even with the injuries. Furthermore, I am in complete agreement with you, Mike. Why David Montgomery started the game is beyond me. If you look at the stats for Saturday's game, when Jahmyr Gibbs ran, he had 14 rushes for 105 yards. He was averaging 7.5 yards per carry. That's huge in a playoff game. The 2 weeks before, when they played Minnesota, Gibbs ran 23 times for 139 yards, so he was averaging 6 yards a carry. And Washington's run defense is way worse than Minnesota's. So why the line? This was an improper game plan. This is what I attribute the loss to, in my opinion. The game plan wasn't right. Gibbs should have ran at least 10 to 15 times more, in my opinion, which would have alleviated Goff from throwing as much as he had to.
But here's the problem. The problem is it all works together. And the reason you're not able to run it more is because you don't have the ball enough. The reason you don't have the ball enough is you turned it over 5 times. And at the seminal moment of the game, Mario, you cut it to 31-28, and this is where I went, okay, you're dead. You give up a 15-play, 47-minute drive. I felt like I could have watched The Godfather in the time it took for the Commanders to score. And then you had the 4th and 2 disaster with 12 men on the field. Like, Mario, it all works together. So the turnovers are the real thing.
Okay, Mike, so there's an old expression, what comes before, the chicken or the egg?
Yeah.
Okay, now I know where you're going, but here's where I'm going. When we were running the ball, especially in the first quarter, Gibbs was churning. I mean, he was racking up yards like crazy, okay? But at one point, we started throwing the ball more. This was before. Maybe I'm wrong on this, but just hear me out. In my opinion, had we run the ball more, we would have possessed the ball more, okay? We wouldn't have relied on we would have relied more on the run game than having to throw the ball as much as we did, which to me might have alleviated the turnovers by Goff. I may be wrong. I'll defer to you on this.
No, you're not. There's no right and wrong. Mario, I think there's truth in both of our statements. I think the whole thing went sideways. No unit played well. Oh, but the offense had all these yards. If you have 5 turnovers, you didn't play well. The defense did not play well. The coaches, I'm not going to use the term coach well, but like when you have the biggest piece of coaching malpractice of the weekend and possibly the worst mistake Dan Campbell's ever made, when Tom Brady, all high on Botox, is giving you 15 warnings. 12 men on the field, 12 men on the field, 12 men on the field.
Yeah.
I'm going, well, this is a mortal lock. They're going to call a timeout. Nope, 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 nope. And for anybody, if you don't understand it, it can't come from anyone on the sideline. Can't come from a coordinator. Can't come from a random player. It either comes from the green dot or it comes from the coach. That's it. That was absolute malpractice by Dan Campbell. So the only point I'm making is, Mario, none of it worked. None of it. That's how you end up getting de-pantsed at home. Yeah. I just, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't think it's fair to just go, well, run ball more. Agree Gibbs should have got more touches. Now, part of the reason he didn't, you get a turnover. You get one. They were Oprah handing out Hondas in 1993.
And part of the reason he didn't, too, is you said it, the coaches just got too cute. And instead of just going with what worked, let's try this. Let's try that. Now, the trick play when Teddy Bridgewater was in, that actually was a smart play because if I was the Commanders, I'm just going after Bridgewater. I'm going to make his life horrible. I'm going to blitz him. And they caught the Commanders leaning one side of the field. They did the reverse. J-Mo scores, celebrates from the 18-yard line out. That one, but the other stuff is like, guys, sometimes, I know this is a novel thought, but sometimes just let your best players be your best players. Meaning, you got Gibbs, just let Gibbs be Gibbs. Let him run the ball. Let him score. Let him pick up all the yards. Just let your best guys be your best guys.
Stop turning it over, and for the love of Christ, get a stop somewhere. And it may have fixed it. Right. That's the whole thing.
But see, that's just it. Because you know your defense is bad and you may not get the stop.
Right.
You control.
Power it down.
Right. Because you know what the Commanders did? You know what, Jaden? You're going to be our best guy. And we're going to ride you. And if we can pick up something in the running game, great. But let's stay out on the field.
I still can't believe the complete abandonment of play action. It's where Goff's at his best.
Yep.
It just... it's awful. 248-539-9797. Let me go to Nick.
I'm about to say, because if you ask Goff to throw the ball 40 or more times,
they're 1-3. I checked. I'm a loser. Go to Nick, 97.1. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Nick. What's up?
Well, I just want to put something in perspective, but first and foremost for the game, I was a Super Bowl or bust, and they blew it, so it's a bust. They crapped the bed, and I agree with almost everything you guys are saying and everybody that's calling. But after the numbness of the loss went away yesterday, I started putting in perspective. If you look at the hottest team or one of the hottest teams in the league over the last 10 years has been the Chiefs. And from a coaching standpoint and general management standpoint, not a player standpoint, that's a whole other topic. But Andy Reid, over the last 10 years, has had probably 6 or 7 offensive coordinators and 2 defensive coordinators. So guys come and go. It took him almost 6 or 7 years to get to a Super Bowl and win. And he did lose in the wild cards and the divisionals. I mean, did the Kansas City Chiefs fans lose their mind? I mean, these things take time. This is the NFL, and you have to come back to earth and realize the clock restarted with Dan Campbell, and that's just where it goes. It's going to take some time. We're going to see a Super Bowl. Couple of years maybe.
Well, here's your problem.
You know?
I understand the comp if it's just, hey, they've lost coaches, it's doable. The problem is Andy Reid is one of the 5 best coaches in the history of the sport. At 2 different stops, has been to over 12 AFC, NFC championship games. But 2, he's got Michael Jordan. Pat Mahomes is the difference. Now, I like Jared Goff, but Nick, you know what I'm saying now. There's
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So that would be the one thing. I would say. Go ahead.
And that's where I go with the player side of things. It's just a whole nother topic. But with everybody freaking out, Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn leaving, it's going to happen. And if Dan Campbell's as good of a coach as we all think he is, he'll get through this. We'll all get through it, and we'll see a Super Bowl. Might take 2 more years.
Yeah, that's the key. Now, Nick, I'm with you, is that it may take a couple of years now to retool and re-ramp this thing up. And I'm But, man, if you lose them both in the offseason, you can kind of write off next year. That's the problem. I hate saying it, but if it's never been done in the history of the NFL. So pardon me if I'm a little skeptical.
No, it's one of those things, kind of like the Super Bowl runner-up. Normally doesn't make the playoffs, so they're done very soon.
Elevate your tailgating this football season. Moran Buick GMC, they make car buying and certified service a breeze. It's simple. It's freezing cold in Michigan, but the deals are actually really good. So, 25 Hummer EV SUV, $775 a month. The Sierra, 24 Sierra Elevation 4-wheel drive, $305 a month. Only $999 down. They got you covered. MoranExpress.com for all certified service. And when you bring in your vehicle, you get the loaner. Go about your day. Do what you got to do. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor. Or visit them online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson has officially arrived in Chicago for his new job as head coach of the Bears. Video of him walking into the team's facility this afternoon shows Johnson getting a standing ovation from team employees while they gather, and he tells them this is exactly where we wanted to be, talking about him and his family. Dan Wiederreiter of the Chicago Tribune, the beat reporter for the Bears there, told our Jeremy Otto that they got their guy. And with Johnson gone, we're now officially on Aaron Glenn watch, Lions defensive coordinator. He met in person with the Jets this afternoon. He's also got a second interview scheduled with the New Orleans Saints. The Red Wings will try to avoid a third straight loss at Philly tonight against the Flyers. Detroit's currently 6 points out of a playoff spot. Puck drop at 7, pregame at 6:45 right here on 97.1. And Evan Petzold of the Free Press reports that contract talks between the Tigers and Alex Bregman have stalled. He says Detroit does remain interested in the former Astros third baseman, but those negotiations are currently in what he's calling a standstill. At the Colwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. I know you played the bit because the Wings are playing Philly tonight, but it is all Lions. By the way, Kenny, Wings lose, season's over. Hope you know that. I'm just busting your chops.
I've had such a good weekend, Mike. Why don't you make it a little bit better, huh?
Bullet hot dog roller. Right. All right. So Lions is the main dish. We got a lot of people who want to talk. We'll keep it simple. Just get it out of your system from Saturday. And yes, we've got a number of topics lined up for this week, but we didn't want to do a grandiose Goff topic. We didn't want to do the Super Bowl window thing. We had an abbreviated show yesterday because of the holiday. Pistons basketball, nice win for them in Houston. It's really about, all right, just get it off your chest, get it out of your system. And the Ben Johnson news, and also probably news at some point today that Aaron Glenn's going to be the Jets' next head coach. So it's really, you need a bag of ice for your marbles. Because not only is your season over in shocking fashion, but you lose both coordinators, which is a huge issue. So, yeah, things are going great. 248-539-9797. David, can I get to take a text later? And we just get to the callers. People have been very patient, including Mike in Davison. Mike, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I'm listening to you guys, and yesterday I listened, and I'm thankful that you guys were saying what you were saying. I'm pretty angry. I'm very angry. You guys aren't even fans of the team, but I can't even, just to give you an example, I can't even watch the games with my dad anymore. I mean, my dad's 94. He still is an avid Lions fan. 94. He was there in the 50s and anyway. So I'm just going to say, we can get into Goff a little bit. I blame the coaches. I blame Goff. I blame the media. The teams and the players going to the Pistons game. They buy into some of this stuff, the Jared Goff chants and everything. And even Mike, even before McNeil got hurt, you were even a little too overconfident. I didn't understand any of the overconfidence. They haven't won anything yet. Like the Minnesota game was a joke. Minnesota stopped running the ball in the red zone. They stopped running the ball in the red zone. They could have scored very easily. I mean, we were fooled by all this, and I kept on texting in about this. And on the other shows, you guys were at least reasonable. On the other shows, they were so overconfident and ridiculous. And Washington's a really good team. This Daniels guy's, he's like a slippery eel, man. You can't get that guy. You can't get that guy. It's like he has no effort, and he's just out of the pocket. And then they didn't even prepare for the hurry up offense or the RPO. But I just want to say about Goff real quick. Goff, I remember there was a stretch of games, it might have been last season, where he would get a little pressure and he would just throw the ball away. He looked ridiculous, but that's how we need him to be. We won those games. He's kind of just like a good game manager with who can be really accurate. But if he tries to do too much, him and the defense both played desperate from the beginning of the game, and it was just they thought they were just trying to make this hero play. And then did you guys notice? And Dan Campbell and Goff both said as much. They blamed themselves, and I think Campbell's really questioning, the whole preparation. Did you guys notice in the second half how they stopped with the stupid dances and whatever Gibbs was doing with his chin?
Mm-hmm. See, Mike, I can't blame the Lions because it's become symptomatic of the league, but the Lions do a lot more of it in my world. And like somebody earlier made a joke that the Lions are a lot like Colorado with Prime and Shadur and all that. And I'm like, yeah, I don't need any of that. And I think if anything, they need to have a more business-like approach next year because they were too overconfident in this game. It's what I've been stuck feeling since Saturday, Mike.
You mean you don't need to see Amon-Ra dyeing his hair blue again?
Well, I think Campbell must have said something at halftime, to them about that ends now, But I don't know. Was the reverse in the second half to J-Mo, or was that the first half?
That was when Goff was in the tent after getting murdered on the pick six.
Still.
Yes.
Yeah. So second half, they didn't do any of that. When they scored the touchdown, they just handed the ref to the ball to the ref. But one other quick thing I just wanted to say was Gibbs in the second half they were stuffing Gibbs. So Montgomery, there was a place for him there. Montgomery was there, but I just want to say about these coaches leaving, we can't all now the national media is piling on us, and that's never accurate too. They're overcompensating. Dan Campbell's a good coach. And I think Goff could be the guy. I'm not sure, but Dan Campbell's a good coach. You remember the other coordinator? He left, and then Campbell took over the play calling, and the team got immediately better. Mm-hmm. He's from that New Orleans staff, and he's a good coach. So, I think they should get a hold of that that offensive line coach, and why don't they promote him?
Well, one problem. He's on a second interview to Seattle. He may not even be here.
Step in and promote him.
Mike, I hear you. You're yelling at me now. I don't know. Hold on. Let me call Dan Campbell. I'll ask him.
I like this, David. He now gets to feel like what it's being having Mike yell at you all the time.
Oh, please. Oh, please. I'm just saying Mike is not wrong. It's just those answers we don't have.
Yeah.
And honestly, no disrespect, but like when Dan Campbell replaced Anthony Lynn, there was really nowhere to go but up.
True.
Now there's nowhere to go but down. You had the number one offense in the league, and your quarterback was besties with the OC. Can it be done? Sure. Tampa lost Dave Canales last year, hired Liam Cohen. No fall off from Baker. Right. It can happen. The odds? I'd say 1 in 10. I don't know if you're aware of this, but hiring good coordinators is really hard. Replacing 2, I'd call it impossible.
Yeah.
At a high level. But if you don't like Aaron Glenn, I guess you don't care. That's fine. I don't know. Do they stay with an internal promotion? Couldn't speak to it. Is it Antoine Randall? Is it the guy with the weird last name? Inzelgold or whatever it is? I don't know. And the reality is, when they make this hire, Rico, fans are going to be, it's a great hire. It's a great hire. This guy could deliver a pizza to your house. You would know who the hell he is.
No, it's going to be a great hire, Mike. You know that. But that's a knee-jerk reaction because you want this to work out for you. So
he gets to exactly why I hate people. They grade it on what they want it to be, not versus what it is. That drives me insane.
All right, Dan Campbell, he'll figure it out and it'll work. And I'm with you on that. I just don't. I don't think that it's going to be as easy as fans think. This is the part of success that you don't really see because everybody wants to be on top, but it comes at a price. Your time, everything you don't see this stuff when they're telling, hey, you just want to be on top, whether it's coaching or anything in your careers, because you got to put in the extra work. You got to do this. You got to do that. And now the Lions are going to find out how hard it is to stay at the top.
Well, and that's why teams don't. The only teams that do have Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Okay, who's been the most consistent team? Kansas City. They got the greatest quarterback in the history of the game. Well, who's another one of those teams that always stuck around? Yeah, you know the one with Tom Brady? Yeah, the Patriots. Who else stuck around? Now, San Francisco has...
Or you have a system that kind of works for you.
Yeah, but the system has the two greatest quarterbacks in history.
Oh, no. I'm saying if you don't have the greatest quarterbacks, you have a system.
Right, but the problem, here's your issue, right? These other teams that don't have that unbelievable quarterback never got to the mountaintop. Mm-hmm. So like San Francisco, really good franchise, really good. When's your last Super Bowl? 90, say it in my good ear.
94.
Oh, good. That's 30 years ago. David hasn't won a playoff game since 16. Are the Steelers a good organization? No. So, like, that's my point is when you're there and they groove a fastball, you better hit it out of the park.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm angry, not sad, is they've had two real opportunities. Last year, up 17 in an NFC title game.
Yeah. And I think now they're going to find out it's very difficult to maintain this.
248-539-9797. Get more of your phone calls coming up in a moment. Moran Chevrolet, the number one Chevy dealer in the state. It is simple. Get off the sidelines, get a great deal. You can lease a 25 Blazer at Moran, $299 a month, 24 months. 25 Tracks, $249 a month, 39 months, both $999 down. New stock arriving daily, and they will have what you're looking for. Set 25 up for success, Moran Chevrolet. They've got more work trucks, vans ready to roll off the lot. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Score your best deal at moranexpress.com on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. All right, David, ticket text quickly then to the people as we roll along on a Tuesday. What do you got?
Good call. I'm sorry. Lions fell victim to their own strategy. Teams like the LA Rams, the Green Bay Packers, and the Minnesota Vikings came in with coaches who felt they were too smart to lose, and so did the Lions. Game plan used to outsmart them. I agree with the Colorado comp. The Lions and the fans have become obnoxious tools. They kind of deserve to lose. They needed some humble pie. That is from Mike.
Well, if you're going to take a positive, I mean, once you get punched in the face, you got two choices. I mean, you can crumble or you can get back up. But I think this fan base, it's part of the battle Rico and I have fought, is that I don't do disco radio. And I'm not going to sit here and tolerate delusion. You can love your team, root for your team. You can want a Super Bowl more than you want oxygen. But we're going to talk in real terms. And I think part of the problem is this fan base got entitled, which is wild considering this franchise has had no success. Where you get these entitlements from, I have no idea. But we were dealing with people all fall who would literally get pissed at me. Well, I saw Ben Johnson at a stop sign. How dare you say he's leaving? And I'm like, it's not even me saying it. It's common sense. He passed up two cycles.
Right.
Well, guess what? He left. And then you want to character assassinate the guy. Well, what? You were entitled to him being here? No. Just like you feel you're entitled to every draft pick being an all-pro or every hire being a home run. No, that's not how this works. All I can do is provide you with how it actually works. Mm-hmm. And then when we get into the opinion phase of stuff, that's cool. Everybody can have one. But I agree with the texter on this. Lion fans crossed over this rainbow bridge and they started acting like maniacs. And it's like, guys, you haven't been to your first Super Bowl. Why are you planning your third parade?
That's what I was about to say. For a lot of them, it was like, well, we've started this dynasty. It's like, it's not a dynasty until you win at least one. And, and I was like, you don't want to win 15 games and get booted out in the first round.
No,
you actually got 15
the
games.
Second team in history. It happened to Aaron Rodgers. Right. What was it? TJ was on that team. Was it 2011 or 12?
I think it was 12, yeah.
So they had won the Super Bowl in 10. Giants win it in 11. Packers bounce back, go 15-1 in the regular season, lose in the divisional round. That is the other thing, right? Now I understand Aaron Rodgers with the Jets, a whole different deal. But think about the Aaron Rodgers we all knew who terrorized us. How many Super Bowl appearances?
Just one.
Yeah. That's how hard the game is. Because for a long time, he was best quarterback in the game, or second best. Good organization, constantly winning the division. How about his two of the last 3 years in Green Bay? They were the number one seed, didn't win a playoff
I stand corrected. It was 2011. They were 15-1 and lost in the divisional round to the Giants.
There you go. Okay? So that's the whole point in this. The entitlement's got to stop.
The entitlement came because it was so easy this year. You just won. And no matter what, you lose Aiden, that's okay. You go to Minnesota and you win. You lose more defensive players, that's fine. Goff has 5 interceptions. Don't worry about it. You still win. Everything was coming up Lions that I think people just got seduced by the fact that they can do no wrong. And it's going to always just come up Detroit. Dan Campbell goes for it, works. Ben Johnson trick play, works. Everything worked. You thought it was going to continue until it didn't. And that's where I think a lot of the entitlement came in, where no one saw the other side. No one saw, okay, that's why I like the fact that we did shows saying you got to be okay with all this gambling and going for it, because if it goes the wrong way, you don't get to call up and be like, well, you should have just been conservative. No, that's who you were.
Right, and the fourth downs didn't even really play a role when you think about it.
No, because at that point, this game was over.
Now, Washington on fourth down, they had the one malfunction on what I think was a QB sneak pitchy woo-woo.
I don't think that Robinson knew the play.
Robinson wasn't supposed to shove him because I think Mariota was trying to pitch it back to James.
Robinson tackled him. The Lions didn't tackle him, and Robinson is looking like, well, you're going the wrong way. And it's like, no, Brian, we talked about this in the meetings.
Here's another idea. You got too cute. Think about it.
Yeah.
That was Kingsbury's too cute moment. Yep. And from there on out, we're scrapping the exotics.
You know
Let's
what?
Play.
Yeah. How about we just do this? We keep the ball in number 5's hand, and let him win or lose this for us.
Go to Sam, 97.1. Sammy, what's up, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. A couple things. One, you're right, some of these fans are entitled. So I am glad that Ben Johnson got a job as a head coach, and I hope Aaron Glenn gets his job as a head coach. And, yeah, some of these fans are just entitled. They're jumping ship because the Lions lost a game. All right, the Lions are going to lose more games. You're quitting on your team. I was telling Kenny, he's a Georgia fan. He ain't leaving his team. You're a Giants fan. No offense. Giants suck. You're not abandoning your team.
No offense taken. They're terrible. I know that.
The people just abandoning their team over one bad game, you're not a real fan. These bandwagon fake fans. That's what's irritating, and that's who I blame the Lions loss on. All these fans. Oh, and double-digit disco. Got tired of hearing that.
I know. Well, listen, Sammy, here's the problem. When
I
you
don't
get
think you'll hear that ever again, Sam.
When you
I
get
hope not.
successful, you're going to end up with a lot of people who are new, and I'm not mad at them. It's just if they don't know anything, it drives you nuts when they're the loudest.
Yeah, it was new money. It's the Clampets. You don't know what to do
If
with
you're
it.
you gotta take the pain as long with the gains. All right, it's hard work. It just doesn't happen overnight. It's a painful, long road. You know how hard it is to get to the Super Bowl? There's going to be some bumps in that road. You got to stick with your team.
Yeah, and look, in the immediate aftermath, Sammy, you're going to have a lot of people say a lot of emotional stuff. I don't think anyone's quitting on the team. I think it's okay to be upset. I think it's okay to be sad. I think it's okay to have doubts about next year. Look, we're going to do those shows, and I understand the easiest thing to do is say the window is open or the window is closed. I think it's a lot more nuanced than that. I think it's a lot more complicated. Do I think the window is closing? Yes. That's the league dictating that. Like, example, your effective cap space for 26, and yes, I know, we can mess with deals and do different things. Right now, $4 million. No zeros behind that, 4. You have a lot of cap space now. So what do you want to do with it? And how do you – because, again, Goff's number goes from 30-something this coming year to 70. Now, before you go, well, we'll just fix Goff's deal and mess it – remember, a lot of this fan base, the first person they blamed when Goff faltered here was to blame him. You mess with his deal, you're stuck with him. It'll turn it into a Kirk Cousins poison pill.
Yep.
Versus you got him for 2 more years. So these are these decisions behind the scenes where I go, you know what, man, don't talk to me about 2027. To me, they've got one more immediate real shot to do this. And I think they're going to have to do what they're have been unwilling to do, Rico. Mortgage future, go all in, and try to win this damn thing now. But that only can happen if they hit at least one of these coordinator hires out of the park.
True, because when you look at their schedule next year, not good, but you could be a better team with having a worse record. Remember that.
Agree totally. Fans. Like when I say they take a step back, yeah, from 15-2.
Yeah.
Like if they go 11-5 or they're 11-6, are they a bad team? No.
It means you made the playoffs, and now you just don't get all the games in Detroit to chant Jared Goff. But you got to go all in because, when we do those shows, you do have pretty much one more year. After that, you're going to need a little voodoo, a little magic.
Well,
as you say, the cap is not real because the New Orleans Saints did not go out of business.
Yeah, but remember, it becomes real when, look, they've made long-term commitments to several of their own guys. And look, if Aiden shows he's still the same player after a broken leg, the deal Aiden signs is going to cost you 3 starters. And before people yell at me, I want you to really think about that. Aiden's deal will be the better part of $180 million, with the better part of 120 of it being fully guaranteed, about a $30 million AAV. That's 3 high-end players. So does it cost you Laporta? Does it cost you Branch?
Gibbs?
Who do you want? Well, we don't re-sign running backs. I've told you that since day one.
Here you do.
No, I don't.
Not you.
I'll have Jameer for 5 years and 1,500 touches, and then I will launch him into space.
Yep. And on that final year, you know what? You're going to be the bell cow. You're going to carry every carry.
I got 3 more years of Jameer on his rookie deal. Now, again, that's just me. Uh-oh. No, I don't want to pay a running back $18 million a year. And by the time Jameer signs, might be 20. So, no, these are all the little things where I'm like, no, I don't think there's this continuum. I always laugh, Rico, because it feels like every team locally, they read off the same script. We want to build this to be consistently good for a long time. Well, that's fine. Hey, David, what's it like to be consistently good? You satisfied?
It sucks.
Be good for 1 year and then disappear for 5. Everybody would sign up for it. So, yeah, that's going to be the kind of offseason that I'm hoping they have.
Yeah. I like to call that the Yukon basketball, Mike.
Yeah.
They
6
win a
natties
title and then just go into the garbage.
I'd take it.
And then they're back. And then they're gone.
We're State fans. We've been going for 25 years. You think I care about making the NIT 3 years in a row if we win a natty?
But the streak.
I don't care about, you know what? He baited me. We're not doing this, Reed. I know what you're doing.
That was a tease, Mike.
No, it's not. Just
It was a tease.
Reed.
And that's why I need you to be curious. Radio teases. Look, guys, we have a lot of fun on the radio. And if you want a career in radio, you can have that. Specs at LTU can get you started on that path. Or you want to go into television. You want to be a graphic design artist. Hey, Specs at LTU is here for you. You just got to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, and you're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphic communications programs taught through Specs at LTU right here on the campus of Lawrence Tech in the city of Southfield. You're going to be taught by people like myself who actually work in the business. It means we're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one what it takes, because in the lab, it's not going to be just theory. It's going to be hands-on approach. And with that approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious, guys. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Northville Lumber, they sell more Trex decking than anyone. And you're going, Mike, it's -7. What the hell are we talking about decks for? Well, it makes sense if you think about beating a spring price increase. And if you get on the schedule, view it like a restaurant, right? If you wait till the day before, you're probably not getting a reservation. You book it 2 months out, they got you covered. Get your spring affairs in order. Get the outdoor living space ready for when this winter hellscape finishes. It's Northville Lumber. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro, and they have all the Trex products on display. Just call Northville Lumber today or visit northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
That's right. It is the drive of the week, and I'm going to keep it simple here. Notre Dame went on 18 play to open a drive, open a game up with a touchdown. That's not the drive of the week, Mike. Keep listening. The drives of the week will be what Ohio State did the rest of the game. touchdown, field goal. They only had 2 possessions where one was a fumble, one was a punt.
How did Notre Dame forget that Jeremiah Smith played on that team?
I have no idea.
His first touchdown, he just walked in. It was like practice. Like I thought they blew the whistle.
Here's an idea. Maybe Notre Dame didn't belong on the field, like I said.
Why do you hate Notre Dame?
I don't like frauds.
Why do you hate Jesus?
I don't like fraudulent teams. They were a fraud.
They were not fraudulent.
Can't throw a forward pass. Didn't deserve to be James Franklin. And played nobody. Indiana? Man, get the hell out of here. Georgia with a plumber at quarterback?
That's more of a James Franklin thing.
You know what? Address the rest of it. And you lost to a MAC team. You ought to be contracted. You lose to a rat-ass MAC team. I'm done with it. Listen, I had Notre Dame pegged. You leave me alone. I went 3-1 in the playoff with them and against them. I did a good job.
So your drive of the week is 31 straight points by Ohio State.
That's right. Hey, Notre Dame.
Hey, Notre
Drive
Dame
it on to the offseason.
They came back and they made it a close game.
Please. Please.
Great 2-point conversion play.
Yeah. Great ACC light schedule. Putzes. I hate Notre Dame. Just because you ruin the sport and I don't get to play them every year, Michigan State, Notre Dame, Michigan, Notre Dame, doesn't mean I stopped hating them.
I like Notre Dame.
Well, Notre Dame will open up 2025 with Miami for the season opener.
Marcus Freeman, nice young up-and-coming coach. I like him.
He can go to hell, too.
Kicking field goals when you should be going for it?
Yeah.
It made sense.
Take a math class. I hear they got good academics there.
It made sense. He said, you know what? 13 means I don't have to go for 2.
Bro.
Yeah, down 16.
Rico, I mean this with all love in my heart. Go to bed. You're out of your mind. I know you're being facetious because you want me to get upset.
It was going to be a great story when they came back, and he would have did it on MLK Day. Yes.
Well, let me
help you with Ryan Day's response to that.
And let me give you your coaching news of the day. Josh McDaniels is the OC again in New England.
We predicted that. That had to happen.
And Kevin O'Connell agreed to a contract extension.
Yes, they're working on the GM right now.
And how many Lions coaches are taking interviews?
Well, I mean, look, you lost Johnson. You're going to lose Glenn. Fraley's on his second interview.
You got to feel he's going to be gone.
I don't know. Oh, but don't worry. According to some people, it'll be just fine. Because elite assistants with familiarity with the players grow on trees.
So I wanted to come here, guys. I come here a humble man. I come here a grateful man that my key card still worked after an awful weekend of radio. Mark Ryan and myself were on the air on Saturday at Buffalo Wild Wings, and we were way too confident, kind of like this entire radio station. And as soon as the Lions, went down 17-14, I thought of you guys. I even sent you both a text. I was wrong to be overconfident. They are the Lions. You guys shot it straight and realistic, and I feel shameful.
No, you shouldn't. It just, I don't know. You succumb to the disco pressure. That's your problem.
Well, I wanted to believe. I mean, I truly believe.
You succumb to those drugs Costa's slinging in the morning on his little corner.
Little magic mushrooms. No.
Let the pressure get to you.
No, what I thought in my mind, I read, and I had stat after stat. I just didn't think the Commanders were going to stop the Lions' offense. And then what do you know? They turn over the ball 5 times.
What did you guys call them, the Commandos?
That was not me. That was Mark Ryan. Called them the Commanos because they have no D.
Commandeers,
something like that. Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah. So
it
was tough.
Leave me out of that. All right. What do you got coming up next?
Well, we're going to ask the question. I mean, it's funny because I hear a lot of the people in the media, especially on social media, talking down the fans, saying, "Oh, how dare you get upset about Ben Johnson leaving? The man's got a family. The man can't turn down life-changing money." I agree with that stuff, but I know Lions fans are pissed, and they should be pissed for a plethora of reasons, whether it's Johnson 48 hours leaving for the Bears after his worst coach game of the season, whether it's the quarterback throwing 3 picks, whether it's the 3rd and 1 empty. I mean, there's so many reasons to be pissed after that game. I'm curious what the number one reason is that you're angry today. You should be angry. This was your chance.
The sadness versus anger thing is fascinating to me. There are a lot of people that are just sad.
Oh, really?
I think they'll become angry.
Yeah, well, I think it should be anger. I mean, when you're watching, I think, I could be wrong. I think I don't even deserve to make a prediction after last week, but I kind of feel that Philly is going to beat Washington. And when you see that, you're going to say to yourself, why couldn't we do that? You're going to get angry. I think you should already be angry. What you saw on Saturday was pathetic.
I think you're going to see.
It was embarrassing.
Washington beat Philly.